Yep, I just finished sending the links out to all the relevant Discord servers. Yeah, I always do that at the start of streaming time. I just want to make sure like all the servers there are probably gonna have people coming, so I know that we're beginning in case anybody wants to come. I see we already have. Oh, somebody viewing it right now, or is that me? That might be me. Yep, I'll just close that out. All right. Yep. Okay. So hi, Gningo. Yep, looks like a Juanito is here. Or was here. Hi, Juanito. Yep, I just sent them a message. Wonder how long it takes to load. That's strange. Won't see it on the, Yep, there it is. Alright. Does work. Perfect. Alright, set up the game volume to be in good working order. Yep. Usually I just give everybody like 10 minutes to show up if they want to. If not, I just get right into the streaming part. Honestly, this week is probably going to be a bit shorter than the last one, which is totally fine, but just thought I'd mention that. I did not see any sort of like 3-match tiebreaker series at all. They're all going to be somebody just winning outright. At least that's what I think it is, you know. Pila. Oh, another Juanito. Nice. We got dos Juanitos now. Perfect. This is going to be a really good stream, I feel like. Let's give people time to come in as needed. Yep, this is going to be, well, I can tell you from my gameplay, this was an intense week for me. Like, gameplay-wise. It's pretty challenging, you know. Because I wasn't expecting to deal with a lot of challenges this week, but, you know, I had to adapt and do some new strategies. And we'll get into those things in a little bit. Also have some tournament-related updates to mention as well. Hello, Unstoppable Strazzi. I am a AoE player. Oh, you are? That's awesome. That's awesome. You're an AoE player? Do you do, I can't see over this, little button thing. Are you an AoE 3 player? Or, the message just got deleted. Huh. How'd that happen? Cowboy Estelezia. Hello, Unstoppable Strazzi. I'm an AoE player. Welcome, AoE player. Which AoE games do you play? Do you do AoE 1, AoE 2, 3, 4, Age of Mythology? Any mods? Oh, you're very enthusiastic. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's fine. If you want to spam that, that's totally fine. Oh, here to have fun. Morning, the stream. Let me open studio. Something's going on. Stream health. The stream's current bitrate is lower than the recommended bitrate. Yeah, I hear that all the time, and I don't usually worry about it, honestly, you know. Yeah, doesn't really mean much, you know. I've watched, you know, the streams over again after I've done them through the one that YouTube saves, and it always comes back in crisp quality, so I'm not too worried about that. And I always make sure, if for whatever reason, if the stream doesn't look up to par, I always save a recording of it, so I can upload it myself later and stick it in the regular VOD section. But I don't think we're going to need to do that. It should be in perfect working order by itself. Yeah, definitely. So, how has everybody's day been going today? Today has been a pretty big announcement day, right? The start of the Wars of Liberty Liga B just began this morning, I believe. It was announced. So all of you Liga B players, talk to your opponents now and get your games together so I can cast them for you in the coming weeks. Yeah, it should be some fun stuff, you know. Liga B always I think it's going to offer its own set of gameplay styles that we didn't see in A. B is probably going to have a lot more Great War Age stuff, I might think, because when I see like sort of some of the Liga B people, they don't always attack right away. They focus more on economy building up, so maybe one of them might actually get to the Great War Age and throw some tanks and planes in there. Yeah, and maybe we could even get that in Liga A. Somebody who's going Portuguese or something, you know, makes it to Imperial and manages to pull it off. I really want to see people get into that Great War Age spirit in the competitive games, just to show how powerful it really is. And I did actually use them today, the Great War Age, with Ethiopia. Now, with Ethiopia, it is a horrible experience because, like I've said for probably close to a decade now, they need training technologies of some kind. Even a small one, even a small training technology like feudal armies that they get into 5th edition would be helpful, because the paradigm of how Great War Age works is all the tanks and all the Great War soldiers, they train very slowly, while you can still train your own normal units that train quicker. But for Ethiopia, the regular units train as fast as the Great War units, so by the time a civ like Bolivia gets to your buildings, they're killing your units as they're coming out, and you can't consolidate a force to push them back. And even if you can, how much ground are you going to gain? You're going to lose more ground than you're going to gain, because for every block that you push the army back, they're going to siege some of your cantonments and some of your nodes of supply depots, and you're going to lose that ground. It's not even... Yeah, and that's what I was running into, too. I mean, you'll see when that upload comes up that I did try to mass some tanks, some Great War soldiers. I also tried to make use of the Mihail Safaria Ethiopian Palace unit, because I know it has a really strong anti-artillery attack, which is great for sniping tanks, armored cars, and machine guns, and field artillery. But that just didn't work out, so we'll see. I'll begin announcing the official stream and everything in 10 minutes, do the proper introduction, give the proper tournament-related announcements and stuff that we need to do, and then I'll go through all of the matches. And from the list, like I said before, it doesn't seem like a big list this week, and I think one of the series only has like one match. Yeah, that GMP Eternity one. Espero estás escuchando Maston. Maston. Oh, Maston is here. That's wonderful. Got one of the devs here. This should be real interesting. Yep, this should be interesting. 15 seconds until the 10-minute mark, and then we can begin official announcements. I'll press the recording button then for the backup recording in case we need it. I don't think we're going to need it, but alright, so I'll go press that now and we can begin with official proceedings. Welcome everyone, this is Unstoppable Steletsy, and I am here with you to do the Age of Empires 3 Wars of Liberty Liga A Week 2 matches for the year 2024 to 2025. And before we begin with actual gameplays, I will make some announcements about some things that were changed. Well, I actually got two announcements. Number one, this is the beginning of Liga B today, April 27th. So if you are a Liga B participant, you need to communicate with your opponent right now and get your games done, basically. Your best out of 3, following the rules listed in the PDF. Oh yeah, somebody just said Ethiopia needs more card for training. We need them to change that. Absolutely. At the very least, they need to do one like Feudal Wars from the 5th edition, which I think was like a 15% training increase or something. Even something minor like that would make somewhat of a difference. But again, back to Liga A. There was a small rule change that I was just alerted to a couple days ago. So basically, there were about 2 matches that were put into question in 1v1, and I honestly don't think it's pretty controversial, but according to some, they believe that people were unfairly exploited against using immigrant battalions. So a rule was put in place to only limit players to using 2 such battalions throughout the entire match, basically. And we'll actually be going over one of those matches today that was put into question, and you can decide about that for yourself. For me personally, I feel like it was taken a step too far and, didn't make a lot of sense, and I'll explain my side of things when you go through with it. But I think that'll be... When is that match going to be? Let me see. It's not going to be for a while. So, when we get to it, I'll bring it up and we'll analyze it ourselves. And you can decide for yourself if that was reasonable or not. And when I heard the rule change, I was like, fine. I'm not using this culture for the rest of the tournament because I feel like it's going to be extremely rigged against them when they're trying to put in some binding situations. So I'm just going Europe, nation-state, Anglophony, Asian, Native American. I'm just avoiding that culture altogether now. And if it hurts the variety of gameplay I do, so be it. But I don't want to focus too much on that. Let's get to actual gameplay and do some fun analysis here. We got the Chorizo versus MCMR to begin with. This could go in many different ways, but we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. It's loading up right now. Things running smoothly. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. Yep, I see the little blue circle there. Hopefully we're not going to crash. Okay, so everything's good. We got Chorizo with Argentina versus MCMR using España. Two cities speak Espanol. Two bonitos civilizaciones, so this should be a good one. And it's kind of an interesting matchup, too. For Spain, you know a lot about them already. They're in Legacy, they're in Defib Edition. They are a civ that loves to get lots of shipments. They get shipments very easily because of their increased bounty that they get. I don't know if it's an increased bounty or I think it's an experience trickle they get. They get some shipments a lot easier. I don't know the exact way it works, you'll have to align me on that, but they get shipments really quickly. And as a result, they're great at spamming lots of crates and units very early on. And in particular, for Wars of Liberty, they had a lot of structural changes to their roster that you might want to be aware of. Number one, you remember the card unction that boosts the missionaries, allowing them to boost your military units' attack damage when they're nearby? Well, the unction effect has been given to the missionaries automatically at start of match. So that's like a permanent thing you're going to be seeing in any match that missionaries are trained in. Additionally, Spain has a lot of new unique units. They get something called the Aduanero, which is a raiding infantry that tests multipliers against villagers at range, while also trickling coin, believe it or not. They got the Cuirassier, from France. Apparently Spain is able to train those now since it's a common unit for Europe. They also get access to the Batador, which is a special cavalry unit that boosts nearby cavalry units' movement speed. And statistics-wise, it has the stats of the old Spanish Lancer unit that's now been removed from the game. So, a lot of changes in the Spanish stable. They still get the Royal Guard pikeman, or partisan, that's still a thing. No Riddleros, obviously, but they do get line infantry skirmisher. They got a decent roster going, and then they get their own unique sailors, the Infante de Molina. So, yeah, they got a pretty vibrant culture of units. As for the opposing side, though, and let's look at the deck real quick before we go over ARG. So, just looking at the Spanish deck, it looks very 1v1 focused. You got spice trade in there to get the hunting rate going up early. You got villagers, crates, pikemen. Yeah, this is looking like a very aggressive 1v1 sort of deck. This isn't looking very boomy, MCMR is good at building strong economies, but to me this is looking like somebody that's going to be fighting really quickly early on. Though you do get refrigeration, which could help a bit in late game. For the opponent, we got Argentina. They are a cavalry civilization. They have a lot of special mounted units, like the Infernale, which is a mounted lancer, which instead of being good against infantry is actually good against cavalry. Has an all shock multiplier, so it's good against dragoons, hussars, heavy cavalry like escoltas. It's also good against mounted skirmishers too, as well as webs. Anything with the shock tag it's good against. And believe it or not, it doesn't have a scout assault or maneuver tag, so musketeers with bayonets actually don't deal multipliers against them because of the change that was done to those units recently. So yeah, but to combat that, I guess they put a thing in place where those infernales deal less damage against heavy infantry to make it a little bit more fair. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Right now we see the Argentines going up with the Italian wave, and deck-wise, let's check that out. So deck-wise, this is looking pretty standard Argentina stuff. The must-have cards for any Argentina deck are Cimalones, and Butchers. You need Cimalones to get a pasture early on. It also makes the cows be produced from it quicker, since Argentina is a very livestock-heavy civ. And then, similar to the card the British get, the Argentines get a clone of it that lets them gather from the herdables 300% faster. So like near instant speed. Also, we see lots of crates here. Note that Argentina crates have extra coin because they deliver silver coins. Silver coins contain extra 10 coin compared to regular coin crates, so keep that in mind. Also, we got their ultimate building, the Estancia. All Platinum Civs get access to an ultimate building that has a special property. For Argentina, the Estancia basically can train cavalry units, I think a bit quicker or something. It can make their ultimate unit the Horse Grenadier or the Granadero Caballo. And it acts as a livestock pen. It can not only fatten animals, but it can also produce a very special cow with a lot of food called the Zebu. It's a very white cow, a very big cow. Has a lot of meat in it. So, basically Argentina is the most carnivore civ probably in this mod. If there was a tier list for carnivore instincts, it would be Argentina. Alright, so here we have an Italian colony. So, for those that don't know what those are, immigrant colonies do a number of things. They let us produce special units called immigrant battalions, which statistically have the same stats as like your everyday consulate units. They also give you access to new technologies, and also workers, immigrant workers that are a villager that has one special property and gathers weak at everything else. And they can also produce their own special houses, which for Italy would be an Italian house that can double as a farm/plantation, a lot like a little mini rice paddy. Yeah, you gotta basically look at each immigrant when you're using them to figure out what they're good at versus what they're not good at. Yeah, alright, so looks like Argentina's gonna be going with Patricios. And where did they put? So they put the barracks up here. So they got the center aggression point for this map, which is Mendocino. So now we're going to see this Spanish outpost put by the gold mine being attacked first. And by the way, for those who played the 5th edition, this is the Dakota map. Yeah, basically the same thing, only different natives. Mendocino has Mapuche and Zapotac natives. The Dakota and DE would have, I think, more Great Plains related natives like Comanche and Cheyenne, I believe. So it's played quite a bit differently, native-wise. And now we're going to see here what Spain's going to do about this aggro between the Infernales, which are these guys with the anti-shock, and then the Patricios, which are, you know, your everyday musketeer, basically. Well, I shouldn't say everyday, because their cost is certainly different, and they do have they look good HP-wise, so, yeah. Some people have been worried lately that Spain has lost a lot of its... Argentina has lost a lot of its steam lately, because some changes were made to the barracks, but I honestly think they're pretty strong. They got some really strong suits. You just have to adjust your gameplay and pivot a little bit differently. You could do really well, I feel like, if you go with Patricio and Artisanal Cannon. That's definitely a play. You could go for a fast capital or fast fortress, get Escoltas and Unets. I think the biggest hit that the Argentina Civ took was when the Lancero was removed from their roster, getting rid of their only, well, not their only scout unit, but the one that they primarily use. You can still get scout units in the form of the Granadero Caballo from their ultimate build in the Estancia, but that's not until Capital Age, so you have to wait a little bit for it. So what is Spain doing? So Spain is going up to Fortress H, Capital H, with the Heroine. That will actually grant him 1 foot artillery, which is the same thing as a falconet. So he's already going to have a cannon to attack infantry with. This could be pretty dangerous. And then, from the deck, ship 2 more falconets / foot artilleries, and you got 3 cannons working for you. That is not going to be something you're going to want to have Patricia in the area of. So we'll see what the Chorizo can do. Can he get these into melee mode quickly and slice up those cannons? Because, I'll be honest, even though this is an artillery unit, if Chorizo knows what he's doing, he's going to go into hand attack. Well, actually, yeah, you could just use the Infernale, so that's like, that's fine. That's alright. See, that's the thing. That card is great if you already have a force and you can basically keep it defended, but if you have it dry like that, a dry cannon, with no protection, it just gets sniped like that. Well, the question is now, he does have the ability to train skirms, which he's doing from his barracks, with the cannons. Now I think he's got a bit of a problem, because these skirms can keep hitting and running your infantry infinitely, and now you're dealing with 2 cannons instead of just 1. So now the Chorizo has to come up with the game plan. What is that game plan going to be? Well, the fact that you win Italy is a bit worrisome, because they don't get any immigrant battalion units in this age, so you don't have that option. Home city wise, what do you got? You could ship some sailors in to deal with the cannons, get some more resources. You could tower up with frontier defenses, which works infinite times. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting situation to see. Can they defend or can't they defend? Because I feel like now the ARGs are the ones going to be the ones defending. It's the Spanish that has the forward momentum now with the higher level units, the anti-infantry. Now they can actually go in for siege with these large shipment of partisans as well, along with fighting cavalry. Unlike the bayonet soldiers, like these line infantry, the partisan does have a full anti-shock multiplier, so it does deal multipliers against the Infernale unit, which is going to render these Infernales pretty much useless in this fight. They're not going to last real long as soon as these partisans start engaging with them. This is kind of an interesting one. I mean, I'm going to keep watching it and seeing what's... Well, the one good thing I like that the Chorizo is doing here is he is luring in his animals. He is herding his elkin and his deer. So, no matter what happens here, at least he has this constant supply of food. But what he does not have is a supply of anything else but food. Thankfully, though, we shipped in his silver coins, which are a little bit more potent than your standard coin shipment. But I don't like this. You gotta put him on mine or something. I don't know what they're gonna... I don't know what you're gonna do though, honestly, because... Well, you're just gonna keep spamming Infernales. That's gonna fall apart real quick once the partisans again. You need like an artillery foundry to start making some artisanals here. Yeah. See, this is the time. If I was like playing Archie, this is why I never pick Italians in Age 2. I always go with Poland, and I spam the Danube-Belizean Grenadier that they have at their immigrant colony. This is why I do that, because eventually you're going to get outnumbered in terms of infantry by stronger civs. And the way you combat that and equalize is by getting a grenade-throwing unit to maybe kill some of their infantry instantly, maybe barrow them up a bit. So maybe it becomes a little bit more bearable for you. The fact that he went with Italy doesn't give him the option of doing that, and as such, this big wall of pikemen, there's really not much you can do about it. You don't get a ranged unit, you don't get a skirm at this stage. Scaling artillery route is going to be expensive and pricey. I mean, the only thing you really got going for you against the cans is these sailors. But it's only 5. They're just going to get mowed down by these line infantry and skirms. what could be the Infernales unable to make a connection with these cannons, though, because the pikemen are moving so well? Well, they're going to get in now. I think they're going to get this one. Can they get the Maybe, yep. But unfortunately, you just lost your whole army, and there's not much you can do. It was a good last hurrah, but that being said, nothing else can be done here. It's totally lost. Yeah, send your emergency units. They'll last for a couple seconds more. And boom. Down. 100% down. Yep, that TC is going to get sieged right in front of our very eyes here. And that's looking like a GG, honestly. Seriously. Yeah, I would have done this a lot differently. I would have gone with the Polish, got those grenade auxiliaries first. It was me. Because unfortunately, Argentina does not get a wide variety of like early immigrant armies. So you have to go Poland. Both the Italians and the Scandies, they get like later game immigrant battalions. So you don't get a lot of flexibility with them. Good work, Spain, though. Spain did really good here. This was a good Spanish FF, worthy of both Wars of Liberty and Legacy. Making good use of the pike, the musketeer, and the skirmisher, and the artillery. So this is kind of a strategy you could use in any iteration of AoE 3, not just Wars of Liberty. I thought I'd just make that pretty clear. This is sort of a strategy you can use really anywhere. Yep, definitely. So now we're going to be moving on to the next match. Spain seems pretty good shape. I need to try it more often. Yeah, Gefast, absolutely. Spain is a really, really strong civilization. They can go strong aggro in H2. They can go fast fortress. They can go fast industrial. That quick access to shipments makes them so flexible. They can do a lot of things. And not to mention their royal decrees can also be integrated into that. They get a strong shipment of halberdiers, a strong shipment, I think, of, hackables or something. And then they get a royal decree tech that makes their heavy infantry slower, but increases their HP by a whopping 25%. So, yeah, Hispania really has a lot of weapons at their disposal. And it doesn't matter if it's Definitive Edition, Asian Dynasties, Wars of Liberty, no matter which iteration you're in, they got a weapon that you can use effectively. For Wars of Liberty, it's probably going to be the Cuirassier, the Escolta. For DE, maybe the Soldados, maybe some of their other special cards and abilities. You're going to have to mix and match and see. Oh yeah, and more in Definitive Edition, they can revolt into Argentina and all these other strong revolts too, so that's another option you get. I've done it before with Argentina with them, and I've done it with Chile as well, indeed. So definitely look into those revolts. I've done a couple of them on my channel for both of those revolts, so look those up. The Chile one's probably a lot older. It might be a little bit blurred on the old monitor. But the Argentina one I did real recently, so you should be able to find that one. Alrighty then. That was fun. That was absolutely a fun match. Very spicy, quick one for sure. But now we're going to be moving on to match number 2 of Chorizo versus MCMR. Let's see how they do on Hudson Bay. And here's the thing. Just because you see 2 matches, don't assume it's going to be a 2-0. Sometimes Juanitos either forget to record their games, sometimes the file gets corrupted, so it's totally possible we could see the Chorizo making an upset here, but it's just not obvious yet. So let's give both players the benefit of the doubt of their abilities and see how they do. So Chorizo is going with Paraguay, and then MCMR is going with Germany. This is not your grandmother's Germany. This is the British. You know, they get literal manor houses that produce the free villagers from them. Yeah, they're called different. They're called, I think, they're called a Meitskiern. But the idea is the same. It costs about 135 wood, produces a free villager. I know in DE, British manors were increased to 140 wood, but Wars of Liberty is not going by that logic at all, so thankfully they're a little bit cheaper still here. Yeah, absolutely. And then Germany, of course, gets 2 other big features in Wars of Liberty. They get the Krupp factories, which are these big, strong factories that cost a bit of population to maintain, but they produce artillery for free. whether that be falconet, culverin, mortar, and later on they can even be configured to produce heavy artillery, so the steel gun, otherwise known as the heavy cannon. They can also produce the Fahrpanzer, also known as the mobile armor, but those options you have to enable by shipping certain cards, which we could check real soon when they begin their shipment, if they have any of those cards here to do that. Yeah. As for Paraguay is kind of a really strange civilization. They get all these weird little kinks going together, and it sort of adds up to a cohesive aggro strategy and defensive strategy. So they get these special vills called the Quagua. They use a literal shotgun, deals splash damage against their opponents. It's actually a really good fighter unit. Good, decent HP, good pierce armor, but certainly stronger than a Courier de Bois though. You get these special buildings called works, which trickle a resource, making them like a little mini factory that costs population, so like a secondary villager. But the problem with these vills is they can't build all the buildings in the Civ, so you have to have this guy, the master engineer, do that. He can chop wood and he can build really majority of the buildings in the Civ. Except for, I think, a few of them like walls and stuff that only the Quaguas can do. And then you get another hero unit, I forget what his name is, the industry leader or something. Basically what makes him special is, when he stands near the works buildings, they trickle resources a little bit quicker than when he's away. So, if you don't need the Explorer for anything, just have him hang out by your buildings so you can get those extra resources that you need. We should actually see a works building coming out real soon here. The food works, it looks like, because of the little stakes. Yep, food works. Let's see where he puts that. Yep, it's usually good to put them behind your town center because you really don't want these things getting burned down. I mean, granted, you'll get some of your population back, but you're going to lose a big piece of your economy. The great thing about storing your economy in such big buildings like this is they have close to 2k HP, and it's really hard to take them out. As you can imagine, they literally have like almost a third, or a little bit under a third of the HP of a town center, so these buildings last pretty well. It's really hard to take them out unless you got like a massive pikeman or doing some sort of sabotage stuff. In terms of deck though, this looks like a pretty standard Paraguay deck. We see some interesting options here. We see the 4 main works improvement cards that improve their gather rate. Afflible, we got Corpintiello, Alta Cochina, and then Isolationism, which boosts all of the works gather rates, but it does make trading posts more expensive as a trade-off. We see this infinite shipment here. Paraguay actually gets 3 infinite shipment cards for works, 1 for the food, 1 for the wood, and 1 for the coin, so they can actually choose to set works instead of anything else. If they want to do that, it's perfectly legit. I include all 3 of them. And then you get another important card, Hemeroteca. Hemeroteca increases the build limit of the works by +1. And so you're aware, works go up, their build limit goes up by +1 with each age up. So right now, works build limit is about 2. Next age, it's gonna once we see age 2 walk in, it's gonna be a build limit of about 3. And in fact, oh, never mind. I was gonna mention something about the French immigrants, but it looks like we're getting the Croats instead. So Croatian immigrants, they're really a naval power, a naval immigrant, but they get some good land bonuses too in age 2. Namely, the resource they give you for the age up is 300 cords of wood, so they're closest thing you're going to get to a quartermaster, age up wise, so you can put that right into building production. And in terms of the technologies they get in age 2, they get access to one that increases your church build limit by about 2 and gives you a church wagon, I believe. So, why would that matter? Because churches in Wars of Liberty, just like in DE, trickle experience points. I think it's weaker than DE, but still it's something you should definitely consider, because you're really going to need shipments in these fights. And then the R1 gives you a gold mine, and also increases your villagers' mining rate at mines as well. So it's really some strong technologies. Unfortunately, no H2 units for the Croats. In the old days when they could train their sailor at the colony, yeah, they could do that, but now that it's only restricted to the ship that they get with some age ups, yeah, no, unfortunately can't do anything till age 3 when their skirmisher comes into play. Also, I should mention this too, Paraguayan barracks and stables produce free units over time. For the barracks, it's something called a Primero de Linea, which is like a weak assault unit. Assault being like a weak heavy unit. It's pretty quick, it deals splash damage, but it has low HP, and it has hand armor. So, think of like a really weak version of the Cuirassier, like trashy version of that. That's what these are. See that right there, the splash, hand armor, these are signatures of an assault unit. And since it's assault, it's also a shock unit, meaning it's actually considered to be cavalry. Things like spears, bayonets, they're going to have an easier time dealing with these. As well as dragoons, believe it or not, too, with their carbines, yeah. So what we see now is the shipping of additional master engineers, which will definitely help with producing buildings as well as chopping wood. Yeah. I personally don't use any of the cards that ship in more engineers, I just deal with one engineer. But just be aware, if he dies or gets captured, you're not building anything, you're done. So you need to be willing to risk that, basically. Let's go back to Germany. Let's see what they're up to. So Germany, they're going for the full boom experience, it looks like. Look at all these Meitskärens here. We got about 10 of them. 10 of them. 10 of them. 10 of these. That means 10 free settlers. That is absolutely insane. Look at this villager magically be born out of that house. Yep. And Meitskärn just produced a free villager. It's kind of weird seeing the Germans taking the properties of the British like this. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're used to Germany being like a hyper-aggro civ with settler wagons, but now they've basically turned into the British with the free settlers. They don't get settler wagons anymore, by the ways. They went to the Austro-Hungarians for a while, and then they just vanished, went away. They're no longer in any of the civs anymore. Which to some might be confusing, but I guess they decided to repurpose their assets for the German immigrants for the lamb civs, which I found pretty interesting. Yeah, definitely. But as you can imagine, you really don't want to leave Germany alone like this for too long, because look, they've already gotten about 11 free villagers out of these houses. Their number on the map is pretty much 35 now. Yeah, 35. 1 in queue, 35 on the field. And keep in mind the Germany villager build limit is lower to accommodate for the population that's used up by the Krupp factories, since they use up about 5 population apiece. Yeah, and by the way, that idea of making the Krupp factories cost population was inspired by the works concept of Paraguay, actually. You know, and that's why the Coagua build limit, if you want to look at that, is actually less build limit than the normal 99. It's actually only about 40. Just because all these works that you're building counts as villagers on their own. Yeah, kind of interesting, right? It prevents people from doing broken resource builds to get into Great War Age and stuff. It prevents them from getting early blockade. And, you know, there's reasons why that's in place. It also helps you out from overtraining too many vills and not having enough military. So it helps you manage yourself a bit better as well. But right now we're seeing a slow chorizo advance with some escopeteros, which are a shotgun-based ranger unit, or a shotgun-based crossbowman if you want to call them that. Because they have this multipliers as you see here, anti-heavy, anti-dragoon, like that, the crossbowman. You get the Akayobatai, which is the free stable unit. The Primero de Linea, which is the free barracks unit. Actually, we got all the available trained units in this age on the field right now. We got the Pardos, which are the anti-cav unit. They carry a halberd and they're good against shock units. So Chorizo's gone for the variety pack, the whole smorgasbord of age 2. I don't know if that's going to do him well, though, because he's not really concentrating on anything in particular, but we'll see. See how that... Oh, he's actually... did he ship those cannons? Yeah, he's actually training his own artisanal cannons. I think you should have included the shipment of them. They get a shipment of 2 of these, so you could have saved some resources and maybe gotten like 4 or 5 of them when you were going in. Because now it feels like your army's going to be a little bit shrimpy now. And now you're giving Germany time to spam towers. All these towers from the... Oh, where are they getting these towers from? So they get them from Ajax, that's right. Germany gets a lot of Ajax that gives them frontier wagons. In Wars of Liberty, the outposts are called redoubts. And they get a special property that you see here. Notice these land war infantry levies. These are indeed an emergency unit for Germany that replaces the Minutemen. They can no longer make Minutemen at the town center. They actually make these land war infantry from the outposts. And they can also make a second one called the Land War Cavalry, which is another emergency unit. Whilst the Land War Infantry look more statistically close to the Minutemen, the Land War Cavalry have stats similar to that of a Lance Cavalry, like a Salwar or a Nagina. So they're good against like skirms. And just like other emergency units, they do lose hit points over time. So you gotta keep that in mind in the early ages at least. Because, let's look here at the... See this card right here in Age 4, Bismarck model? It prevents these land war units from losing the hit points once you send that card. So they become more like permanent units once you make them. And then there's another royal decree that we don't see here. Technology called Weltpolitik, which actually lets you train the land war infantry from the barracks, the land war cavalry from the stable, and lets you upgrade them. So yeah, there are some interesting ways you can incorporate emergency units into your permanent military too later on. The Bismarck model used to be an Age 3 card, but after some broken builds with trading posts and stuff, he decided to bump it up to Age 4 to make it a bit of a later gameplay instead of early. Which I think is totally fine, you know. Germany gets a strong roster. They get strong line infantry, strong hussars, get free artillery, so I think you'll do pretty fine way in for that. Definitely. Absolutely. So, looks like now MCMR, who's already in Age 3, is actually going to go to Age 4 with the Socialite. Socialite gives you 800 coin, making him a bit similar to the Tycoon politician from vanilla gameplay. So they're going to have a lot of coin to work with here. And I'm wondering what they're going to use that coin for exactly. Are they going to go for like... Are they going to go for Bismarck model or... I think they're going to go Bismarck model and then they're going to use some of these land war infantry musters, I believe. Yeah. I think that's what they're going to do, because what these muster cards do is for every redoubt outpost you have on the map, it produces them a batch of them at each one of the towers. So if you ship this one here that sends 4 land war infantry, you get 4 land war infantry at each one of these buildings, each of these towers. And also with your ultimate unit, the telegraph troop, we'll also get a batch of them. We'll go into the telegraph troop later if we see them in action. Otherwise, probably not too important to mention them right now, since they are sort of like a special support class unit, I would say. Yeah, we'll see if those are put into play at all. Oh, wait a second, we got a bit of rating here. Lucky thing the Akayobatai are such trashy units, though. That's the thing about Paraguayan free units. They're free, but they're also budgety, you know? They certainly look like they were made using free materials, pretty much. Like, I don't know, like cardboard. Cardboard cavalry. CC. Cardboard cavalry. That's literally what they are. Yep, just like I predicted, I see the Bismarck model. So we are going to probably see some landworm musters from the home city at some point. But first, it looks like MCMR wants to get the cords of wood. Probably to finish off his collection of manor houses, his mites cairns, get the rest of his free villies on the field. And then it can come up with a cohesive assault to overwhelm the Paraguayans, who have just gone to age 3 themselves. So for, this is an upgrade, by the way, for the woodworks. You can actually research upgrades to their gather rates about 3 times, just like you could with, say, plantations or mills. So that's good. It's not like a standard trickle. It does get better over time if you research into it. Now, what we see here is the Fundizione shipment, which will grant a heavy works building. The heavy works is a ultimate building of the Paraguayan civ. And what the Heavy Works does is it does 2 things. It produces for free their heavy artillery unit, the Coheed, which is a rocket unit. Think of like the British rockets, but only this is like a smaller, weaker version of it. But that also means that population-wise, they only cost about 3 population. About the same as a heavy cavalry unit. So not a lot of population to field these things, honestly. And also, the Heavy Works has a lot of useful technologies, some of which that improve the gather rate of the works, some that improve, I think, the range of your culverin unit, the Volante, one that increases the multipliers of your anti-infantry unit, the artisanal cannon. Yeah, a good variety of technologies that you'll probably want to check out for yourself when you're using it. Also, upgrades that allows these coheeds to be produced quicker at the Heavy Works. Yeah, definitely. Definitely want to look into that stuff when using them. Okay, so I have a bit of a problem with that. You just upgraded your Escopeteros, but you don't have any on the field. Why? Porque? Why? Upgrade your Primero de Linea first, because the Primero de Linea is actually a pretty decent unit if you take advantage of it. It's a good assault unit, you know? Does some splash. Keep in mind, if Germany does go line infantry, the bayonets actually deal less multipliers against assault units compared to scout units, which are the mound guys these. So it's actually going to be somewhat hard for a small group of line infantry to fend off a large swarm of these Primero de Lineas. They could actually end up killing them pretty easily if you're not careful. So yeah, you gotta watch out for that stuff. Definitely. Now we finally see some Escopeteros coming out, but too little too late. It's kind of a sensitive time right now because, well look, how many vills does MCMR actually have right now? He just sent a muster of the landwehr infantry, so now he is going to have a bit of a massive army going forward. Right, so we're going to have to see if that becomes a serious problem here. In terms of villies, though, MCMR has 49 on the field and 2 more on the way, so a total of 51 villagers. So that's a pretty strong army we're talking about. And culverins, where these culves come from? These are trained from the foundry. So these were not from the Krupp factory. These were trained with actual resources. Interesting. So he's going anti-artillery, probably to deal with Coheed rockets. Good predictive move by MCMR. And then a massive landwehr infantry to deal with the trash units. I think the thing is, MCMR calculated in his mind, since the Paraguayan units are so weak, I probably could just spam a bunch of emergency Minutemen style units at him and probably get some decent engagements in, and that could totally work. We'll see though if that actually holds up true, because if it doesn't, you're going to have to move to the line infantry of Germany, which thankfully for them, they get Royal Guard access to, so they're statistically going to be stronger. They also get some pretty good upgrade cards too, some of which I don't even see in this deck. So yeah, definitely a strong unit. Strongest one is probably the Neogun card, which actually allows these line infantry to shoot faster, reload quicker. So yeah, I don't know why MCMR turned down that card. To me, I thought that was always an essential, of any Germany deck. I mean, yeah, you probably could have even gotten rid of the Verpolen for that. Oh, road Poland does. It sends you a number of like Polish peasant villagers for a certain number of minutes of the game. So it's sort of like a backup in case you lose a lot of settlers, or it can help beef up your gatherer number as well beyond your normal build limit. So yeah, a lot to consider. Wars of Liberty is one of those mods when there's like 20 moving parts going on at the same time, and you have to consider all of them at the same time. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, unfortunately, you've given MCMR line of sight of where you're going, and he's going to take some free snipes off of you before you can deal with him.
Auftrag?
Yeah. So be careful of that little Juanito Chorizo. Be careful. Take a lot of care, because you got an opponent that sees you now, and they can properly prepare their shots now. And they can also properly prepare their culverins as well, which I don't even think he knows he has. He's going to find out now, though, because that boom, rocket down. Now you have to retreat, but now you're retreating into his territory. Oh, that's not good. It's not like you can go anywhere safely now. No, you can't get. You're not going to get out of this thing alive. It looks like. You got this big, massive infantry, and then you got the culverins taking out the one unit that you used to blast away through them the rockets. Huh. And because your units are trash, you don't do a lot of damage to cannons one by one. You need to get like a big swarm of them on top of that artillery to even think about that. Oh yeah. Seriously. Wow. As a Paraguay player, I don't know what you're doing. I'll be honest though, this is a horrible matchup for Paraguay. I remember in last year's Liga, I had to deal with this against Jeff. That was a scary moment. It was. I think Chorizo got a lot of luck here in terms of the outcome and the matchup, because when Jeff was doing it, he was making free falconets from the factories, he was making the assault cavalry, the cuirassiers, he was making shipped in U1s. It was a lot more cancerous than this. So I think if the Chorizo plays a bit more intelligently here, he might be able to pull this off still. It has not gone down the rabbit hole just yet for him. He still has a fair shot at winning this, if he does it carefully. Because here's the thing, it's not like MCMR got the royal decree text to upgrade these land war units, so you just need to statistically work the numbers to your advantage. Get some Pardos, get some Units, get a master cannons that even the culverins can't deal with. Do something useful with your options. Even a massive Escopateros, like 50, 60 of them, with the buckshot at the arsenal to give them some more splash, that is enough to get you to a victory. That's enough. That's enough to do. So, let's see if you can do it, though. Oh, he's going up to age 4, it looks like, which, you know, I'll be honest. Well, here's the thing. He does get a strong infinite shipment in age 4. No, he does not. Oh, jeez. I thought he got like infinite 20 Escopetero in age 4, which I include. That would have been a decent thing to go for here. Then you could just like overwhelm them, and then you could pick up the real dark technologies of the Escopetero. Patia, Paraguay. Gives them a nice red uniform that they can use. Very strong. Well, you do have some units, though. That's a good thing. But clean up the landward cavalry, no problem. Once again, melee. Just so you're aware, things like dragoons, nets, range cavalry, they only deal multipliers against these lighter forms of cavalry here in melee. So notice the little birdie, the little white birdie. That's anti-scout, so anti-hussar. The big like fist-looking thing, like you don't see any more of these, but if you see like the big fist icon, like the big like orange ball, that is assault, so that's like heavy cavalry. Cuirassier, Primero de Linea, Machitero, like anything that deals splashes, anti-heavy infantry multipliers and melee, that tends to be a assault unit. And anything with like hand armor too is assault usually. So this fort gonna go? Oh no! The fort just got destroyed. Not good. Not good at all. So what's the final solution gonna be for like MCMR? Just gonna go with flame war spamming. Oh, he's upgraded these to May coffer. This is the Royal Guard upgrade for the line, and he is in really good shape right now. Did he include any like upgrade cards for these by any chance? He did get the short range attack, so yeah, he should gain a bit more damage with that. But without the needle guns, not perfect, not taking over everything, but still gets the job done, you know. That's all you really need. You don't need needle gun, but if you get it, it's like overkill, like it's already like way over at that point. So yeah, absolutely. Whew. Poor cannon's gonna get spiked. Oh boy. Rocket. Ooh. Look at those rockets though. They are such good units. You'd think that they'd be total trash because they're a free unit like the Primero de Linea and the Akiyobate, but truthfully they are a strong unit. They really are. So what we got now? Now we're gonna get another fort here. You could technically build another fort because Castramination, which the Chilizo Muy Largo got, doesn't let you explore or build forts. So we'll see if he ends up building a secondary fort to protect the area. Yeah, because what I think that's going to come down to, based on the deck we have with MCMR, is he's just going to spam a lot of Farpanzers and steel guns to deal with the buildings. And then the Chorizo's going to have to think of an anti-shock, anti-artillery solution while also keeping in mind the May coffer line infantry protecting them. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, because MCMR didn't go heavy into the heavy infantry investment, he didn't get the advanced arsenal, he didn't get needle gun, he didn't get the HP boost for the line infantry. You have a shot at this. You have a legit shot at this, but you have to do it very carefully, you know? You have to play really smoothly. If you don't play it smoothly, it's not going to go well. Economic-wise, none of the Works Gather Rate cards have been sent. But is he going to send, like, Cielo Cola? Cielo Cola gives you 2 range to your artillery, and so that includes your rockets. Yeah, that's right. So you get 30 range on these things if you send that card. And we'll see if that ends up becoming a thing that they do. So it looks like Gather Ray improvement for the coin works. The Quatuor improvement has been researched. Quatuor or something, yeah. Yep, inspired artisanal cannons has been researched. That's going to help you out quite a bit. I'm just going to check the chat real quick because we got a couple seconds. F for Ford. F by Ford. Yeah, absolutely. And Pucks, how's it going? It's going good, Pucks. We're doing really good, you know? We're just... Oh, wait a minute, whoa, something's going on here. Just saw a red flash across the map. Oh, he's going after the villagers. Yeah, that's pretty serious. I mean, pretty serious, but, yeah. But anyways, Pucks, everything's going well right now. Just enjoying the first encounter of week 2 here. And after this, we'll see the other encounters coming up next. Got about a good number of them, you know. No tiebreakers in Malaysia this week, which is kind of sad, but means that you can eat quicker, right? You don't have to take as much naps going through the stream, right? So that's good. Naps. Imagine napping during my stream. Missing so much beautiful content. Yeah, I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'd watch every match, start to finish. At some point, anyways, you know. That's why it's great to save these wonderful VODs for you, because you can come back anytime to watch them. And if you want to learn any builds here, or learn not what to do, you can watch it. I'm a better player. I'm a competitive player. Come me, even better than me. I don't think you'll ever be better than me, but you can get close. Slightly ever more close, right? Yeah. Okay, Copeland's out in the open. Probably fine though, so yeah, they don't do a lot of damage. What are the upgrades? Just veteran? Ivy Royal Guard? Yeah, they get upgraded to the Akayara. I believe it's a Royal Guard. Which for Latin America actually isn't a lot. Because, see, the thing is with Latin American Royal Guards, instead of 10% more stats, their Royal Guards make the unit 10% cheaper. Yeah, it's kind of a weird detail that they did. So yeah, like notice the resource cost of the Escopetero looks a little bit off right now, like 41 food, 32 wood. That's from the RG, that's not from any like other cards or text, the native thing. Here comes the Landward Cavalry from another muster, it looks like. Culverins acting as mortars. Yeah, that's the thing. Culverins en masse. Wait a minute, are they multiplying these buildings? No, they don't. They don't got any multipliers against buildings. So they do, like, well, 50 damage against buildings. Okay, you know, especially if it's long range and you're not receiving any return fire, that's alright, but, yeah. And the thing is, having a wall of culverins like that does deny the spamming of rockets. Yeah. So this is the choose solution, just spam the button on that side. Really? Really? What's in the lattes? What's in the lattes? You gotta understand that, like, you cannot beat artillery with maneuver like Dragoons. You gotta do something better than that. Because now he has a wall of infantry to protect him. What you could do, probably should do, is have a large number of artisanal cannons, put some volantes in with it, aim the volantes at the culverins and the mortars, which I'm just starting to see now, upgrade the blitzer and give them even more stats. And the Culverin Royale having also additional stats. Yeah, basically just do a massive artillery. You can throw some trash in there, which you obviously get from previous Paraguay. Exactly. But what about in terms of immigrants does this man have? Did he literally just go Croatia? Yeah, he went Croatia the whole time. I see the Scarlet. Man, you get free units here. Get these mourners out here. Mourners, the Croatian sailors. Better at ranged than in melee. Good against siege units and buildings. Get these out of the ships and put them on the front lines, man. What are you doing? What are you actually doing? What are you doing? Are you gonna go for mourners on his coastline? The thing is, mourners good unit, but they cost like one shipment to get out of the ship. That's not gonna be ideal. No, especially when you're running dry on shipments, my friend. Really. Really, really, really. Okay, mortar going down. Let's see if the local Berganina his sword running ahead over there. Talking to conversion. Rockets blasting into the mortar. Now we see the Juanitas muy bonitas, the bananas, protecting the artillery. That is a pretty decent unit to go for because it deals with the line infantry really well. Yeah, mass up those Juanitas muy bonitas, por favor, and you might have yourself a win. Oh yes, get those rockets and hit the poles. Well, the thing is, because the rockets are obviously crush damage, you do mass them up, on cannons. You can snipe cannons with them, and that's one of their main purposes. They're not really the best anti-infantry, but they really shine at as both siege and anti-artillery, like sniping people's shore-range cannons. That's where they really shine really well, unit-wise. Oh yeah, I mean, seriously, like, I don't know, like, Teresa typically has resources, but then again, we're talking about Germany here. They're like a resource powerhouse once they get going. So to me, I feel like they can just spam Makeoff infantry forever. Yeah, this Makeoff for line infantry is like infinitely spammable for them at this point, and you're kind of in deep trouble now. So I'm going to take all those surpluses of coin they get making this coin-cheap infantry, and they're going to throw it in the howitzers for the artillery. Did we even see these yet? Nope. We haven't seen Essence style work yet for the steel guns, or Gruson work is Fire Panzer yet for the 4 Panzer cannons. So once we start seeing some of those cannons come out of the fruit factories, then you're going to start to see infantry flying across the map there into the dirt. And then you know it's over. Right now, to be fair, I do notice a lot of what MCMR is doing is just using trash units as the frontline cavalry here. Totally unupgraded normal cavalry. And really what the powerhouse of the fighting is those Makeoff line infantry. Even without the needle gun, they are doing really well. That's pretty nice. Nice to see. Oh yeah, yep, GG. Losing their immigrant colony is a good sign. Things are not going well. Look at that particle flying. It spun around like a tornado. Did you see the big... Oh wow, yeah. You gotta love the particles in AoE 3 sometimes, the way building parts fly in the air. Defies physics. Absolutely defies physics. Good try, Teresa, though. I mean, Paraguay is not an easy city to play. But I will show you a little bit later how you might actually be able to win with Paraguay. So yeah, we can see that very soon. There's a special way you can prepare your masses for this Paraguay for an assault. But it's not easy. It's not easy at all. I'll be honest though, a lot of people said that Paraguay has been nerfed. I feel like they've been buffed up. You know, Fueguas used to have a lesser gather rate. Now they have the same gather rate as a standard bill. Thus, you know, it feels like a real economy now. And the market text like hunting dogs, the stone washing for the mining actually adds up now perfectly. Eco-wise, macro-wise. I feel like that really helps them out a lot. MCMR are finally going for real cavalry, veteran hussars. You can see there in the little boxes in the corner. Yep, and here comes the Lambert cavalry. Ooh, okay. That is some interesting combat there. Oh yeah, absolutely. Look at that. Very interesting. Riding school? So yeah, I mean, if Teresa wants to hold us out any longer, we're gonna be dealing with some serious cab spam. Went to see the riding school. And by the way, also similar to British, Germany not only gets a Royal Guard Musketeer, but they get a Royal Guard Hussar as well, the Totenkopf Hussar. So they've essentially turned into British on the Royal Guard side as well, supporting really strong Musketeers and really strong Hussars. Now they also get a secondary Royal Guard that only improves by like 5% for the Cuirassier, the Garde du Corps, but that's only unlockable through an age up. which MCMR did not go for. He went with the Socialite. He would have had to gone for another one to get the Garde du Corps tech available. But anyways, though, that was a good match. Good try, Chorizo, muy largo. You tried to use those Juanitas muy bonitas real well, but it didn't work out for you, so Germany wins yet again. I feel like we're going to say that a lot during really any tournament these days. Germany, a really strong Civ. Absolutely a strong Civ. So, let's check out chat. Any new chats? GG. Absolutely, Pucks. That was a good match. You know, especially for Germany. You know, it just proved that even without the World Decree technology, you can still get a lot done with those Landwehr levies. Honestly, and those Landwehr musters, you know. You don't need to have Veteran Guard upgrade. You can forego that 50% stats, or possibly higher 100% with Imperial, just by spamming them properly with the right support units. So that was definitely a fun match to see, at the very least. Absolutely. Okay, so now we're going to go on to the next match, and I'm going to have to load that up. Alrighty, let's see you in the next match now. Let's see how this one goes. I will click on here, and you should see the magical... Yep, here we go. Perfect. For some reason, I didn't see the box in the OBS, though, which is kind of strange, but it's alright. Doesn't matter too much. As long as it looks alright in the software. Yep, everything looks good. Okay, so now we're moving on to encounter number 2. Rommel McRommel versus Cerbero. Alright, this should be a fun one. Rommel, I've faced him a bunch of times on the channel. Also, Cerbero's pretty good. Nothing to disappoint. Okay, so Rommel going with France. Rommel's a pretty decent French in Wars of Liberty. Against what Civ? Against the Australians. The Down Under Civ. The Down Under Civ. That's going to be a good one. Should be a real interesting one. Knight. Bush Ranger in Boomerang. Yeah, that's the thing though. The Australians in Wars of Liberty get some pretty wacky units. Just like the marsupials, you know. Pretty strange stuff you don't see anywhere else in the world. They're boomerangs, they're fire sticks, they're bush rangers, they're rum corps. Statistically wacky units, but very effective units, you know. Now the one thing you're going to notice though with Australia is their villagers cost both food and coin. 50 food, 50 coin. Which also means that their first age up is 400 food and 400 coin. Kind of a strange bet, but I guess since they're convict laborers, they get a special resource cost. Yeah. And another thing you'll notice too is for every villager you train at the town center, you get a free wool sheep that you can bring right to your barn. Yeah. Wool sheep are basically like regular sheep, but they have coin instead of food. In the old days, Australia just used to give you regular sheep, but to spice things up, the devs decided to give them the wool sheep instead. So you end up getting a lot of money from these sheep in the long haul, which can help with artillery production, aging up, really anything you need. So that's really cool. I should also mention that Australia belongs to a new culture called the Anglophonies, which means they're a civ based on 2 factions. For this civ, it would be the colonial and the aboriginal factions. Aboriginals will give you access to units that are native, like aboriginal boomerangs, fire sticks, trackers, as well as the native police. Australian colonials will give you bush rangers, rum corps, so a lot of outlaws early on. Then later on you get the pom-pom gun and the whaler horse. Yeah, so very different stats and costs, I would say. And in addition, every aged politician for Anglophonies also gives you a technology. Yeah, and the technology varies from politician to politician, whereas the unit that you gain access to is dependent on faction. See, when you age up with Anglophone, you get 4 politicians, 2 on the Aboriginal side, 2 on the colonial side. And that'll determine what new unit you gain in that age. Because normally, Anglophone only gets about 4 common non-canon units. So like the Spearman, the Spontooner, an early militia skirmisher called the Militia. They get access to light cavalry, which is like a hussar, and then they get access to riflemen, which is like a mid to late game musketeer unit that deals dragoon-like multipliers against assaulted range. So, yeah. Common unit-wise, they're pretty small, and that's why aging up with different factions is how you determine your final military, really, and what units you're going to have access to. So, in this situation, Australia has decided to go with King Wiramu, which, if I recall, gives you access to a card that improves the range of your boomerangs. Yeah, I think that's the case. So these boomerangs that Australia's going to be training will have extra range on them if they research their technology, which is always researched at the town center. And while we talk about that, let's go back to France real quick and see what they're doing. They're going up with the Arzan. The Arzan, just so you know, is the same thing as Core Master, so player will get 400 cords of wood with that. Which, you know, good for barracks, stables, train posts, whatever you need. That's why Core Master is always a go-to in competitive play. Now, deck-wise, crates, villagers, the Sans Colettes, or whatever they call in France. These are the same villagers you see from Definitive Edition. They actually use the same portrait. You got line infantry, hussar. Now these guys in Age 3, these are spice units, the Zouaves. These are basically like a ranged assault unit. So they're like a shock unit, like cavalry, but they deal their damage at multipliers at range. So they're like a really fast infantry unit that is good at hit and run tactics. We'll see if they're ever used here. If they are, I'll go over them in more detail. Yeah. Should be fun. Now, let's see what Australia does, though. Also, I should mention who these guys are being trained here. This is like a secondary villager that the Anglophone civs can make. It's called the Fur Trader. He can only gather from huntables, but he does it at a faster rate than a standard villager. He also acts as a secondary explorer who can build town centers, trading posts, and can fight treasure guardians really well. The main treasure guardian of the Australian civ is actually these dogs, these shepherd dogs, and all they can really do is collect treasures and good at fighting treasure guardians. And they can also mark their territory by peeing in the grass. And I'm not kidding, they actually can mark their territory and actually urinate on the ground, and, you know, that'll be their line of sight, because apparently they have eyeballs coming out of their lemonade, apparently, so, it's pretty strange. Pretty strange stuff. I don't know how it works. Like, how does peeing in a spot necessarily give you a better line of sight over an area? Maybe because it's yellow or something? Who knows? I know if it's like on a winter map, you get the yellow snow, of course, and you know not to drink it. So I guess maybe that's how you find your way, because nobody ever drinks the yellow snow, so it's like a permanent landmark. Yeah, too much golden shower talk. But yeah, now you gotta retreat. Run away now while you can. Watch out for these grenadiers. These grenadiers are a feisty unit to deal with. See, the way they work in Wars of Liberty is they get a charged grenade throw. And that grenade throw is pretty strong, since it also has a slight anti-infantry multiplier against all infantry tag units. And then once the grenade is tossed, it goes to the standard musket mode here, where it fires its gun. And with the gun, you know, it fights statistically similar to that of a musketeer. But note that they don't get bayonets against cavalry. Instead, they end up getting pierce armor, which makes them more immune to infantry combat. Yeah, so they're a bit more specialized against, like, infantry, whereas the line infantry is a heavy infantry unit that's better against cavalry. Yeah. Very different than the grenadiers we see from Definitive Edition and TAD, for sure. And notice now, when the ability recharges, you see the grenade attack thing show up on the UI again. There. Also, these raiding hussars. They're gonna take down the first leader? Oh my, that is pretty dangerous, you know. These fur traders are pretty expensive. They cost like 100 food, 100 wood. Is he gonna take down another fur trader? No, oh god, very lucky, very lucky. I was gonna say, if you let this guy take out 2 fur traders, you got some serious tension problems. But rest assured, they've got them in there safely. Here comes the boomerangs and the spontooners. Spontooners are basically just pikemen with special multipliers. Boomerangs, on the other hand, are a I don't even know what to call these things. There's supposedly like an early skirmish unit, but yeah, here's the thing. They act like an early skirmisher because they get the multipliers against the anti-heavy and the anti-maneuver, but here's the big thing. They get pack armor, so they can actually be pretty strong against skirmishers as well as artillery. They're actually not that good against assault units because assault units have hand armor, so they don't actually do as much against them. So they're really good against anything that's not mounted. So artillery, skirmisher, musketeer, grenadier, dragoon, anything like that. So anything it is in hussar, cuirassier, they're great against. That's pretty much it. In the old days, when they didn't have this malice against scout units, they could actually be good against hussars as well, but devs realized between these guys and the escopeteros on the lamb side, yeah, we need to sort of nerf their ability to fight like light cavalry, because you can't have the situation where somebody spams like 2,000 like early skirmisher units and obliterates through an entire mass of like hussars, because they know how to micro. Because if you micro your units well enough, you can have enough of them target on one unit and take them out in one hit. And that's not always fun or fair to deal with. So, having a bit of a malice there to add a bit of padding is preferable. Looks like now Anglophiles are going to go for their own revenge with their light cavalry to see if they can lop off some enemy villagers here. And that would be pretty serious on its own, because the Zunkelits, just like the Courier de Bois, have a really good gather rate, so every time you lose one of them, that's a big hit. Oh, they're going to lose 2 of them. You're going to lose 2 of them. Good work. You did the thing that the French couldn't do. You know? Good job. Now, here's the thing with Australia. I always find they have like a weak, awkward economy. And they don't always have a lot of resources to back themselves up. Whereas Frenchy French, they always seem to have resources, you know? The gather rate of those Sankalets really does make a difference. You know, I think it's like 10% extra gather rate or whatever on the base. It's pretty significant because, remember, that means that market techs like this one here, Amalgamation, for the mining, the second mining one, actually becomes more effective. So over time, these Sankalets are going to be a really strong powerhouse unit for you. You're going to be able to make really a lot of different units that you need. Because keep in mind, France in Wars of Liberty, all the units get Royal Guard. All of them. Pikeman, Musketeer, Ranger, Grenadier, Hussar, Dragoon, Cuirassier. They don't get Skirmisher anymore. They get the they get this unit that you see right here, the Chasseur Cheval, which is a mounted skirmisher. So yeah, that thing, that also gets Royal Guard and becomes the d'Afrique upon age 4. So yeah, France has the most Royal Guard units of any civ in the game right now. Even their like sailors from the dock also get Royal Guard too, and I think it's the only such case that happens for Europe. Well, actually for any civ, because no civ trains sailors from the barracks, right? Except for like Canada and stuff that aren't European or LAM civs. Forget real good. Bunch of math stuff. Oh no, save your light cavalry, man. I guess you can. Wait a second, you were gonna fight that and then you decided not to? Do it or don't do it. There's no trying, man. You either do it or you don't do it. Just run or you don't do both, because then you lose, you lose the benefit of doing one whole action. Yeah. Well, get back to this. Let's see, spearman-wise with the boomerangs. How we do here? I think the spears should have an easy time against those hussars. Looks like they took one out. The other one's going down. But now we see Rommel McRommel training actual hussars from his stable, so that's going to add an interesting twist on the whole knot. Boomerang should have a okay time with these line infantry. One thing that does detract from them, though, is the fact that line infantry do have hand armor, so the hack armor of the boomerangs is somewhat negated because of their armor. Why are you throwing all the spearmen in front of the line infantry when you know he's going to get way more hussars, though? Kind of silly, don't you think? Don't you think? Why don't you think? Yeah. Well, I mean, I think maybe he figured, hey, I'm winning this fight, so I may as well just throw the spearmen and save my boomerang numbers. But the thing is now, since the boomerangs no longer deal full damage to scout units, you do have to be careful of your management of the spearmen. It really does make a difference now. So you do have to be somewhat careful of that. Absolutely, At least now you have some spearmen now to protect the boomerangs as they retreat, because I don't suggest you... Oh wow, look at the black bear eating the grenadier and mauling him. You don't see that every day. You don't see Mother Nature killing a military unit like that. Good stuff. When nature fights back. Good stuff. So what's going on now with Australia? Is their resource count up to par? No, they're kind of struggling still. I mean, it looks like they just barely got enough wood to keep their queue of like units coming out of one barracks, and that's doesn't look great, Especially when you're looking at France, and they're just about ready to go up to the third age now, resource-wise. Oh yeah, I mean, what's the next step here, honestly? What is the next step? We'll see. We'll see what the next step is. In a matter of seconds, probably. Spearmen. Yep, save the doggos. You might need the doggos to bite their ankles. So what? Yep, we're gonna see this army going back this way. Are they aging up? Yes, they are. What are they aging up with? The cornet. Cornet gives you hussars. So we're gonna have even more of these cavalry units. Yep, I think they're just going to wait back until they get a proper mass, and they're going to go all in on these infantry. Huh. So now we see hussars going back here. Oh, because the dogs got rabies and they're biting the civilians. Oh, you gotta love that. Better get your shot. Get your rabies shot or you're gonna die now. Dog bites are nothing to laugh about. Okay. Not enough boomerangs though. You gotta do not throw the spearmen into the hussars again. Do not throw the spontours into the hussars again. total waste of resources, and you end up flopping your entire unit advantage. You see, with if the Aboriginal faction of Australia, they win based on numbers alone. Never do they win on stats, they win on numbers. Boomerangs on their own are trash, Spontours on their own are trash. You need to really mass them up. And they don't get a really toughy, like, power unit until they get the Fire Stick in Age 3. So yeah, you gotta kinda have to wait for that. Unless, of course, you want to mix it up and go with the Rum Corps. But then again, the Rum Corps just does the work that you would do against the Hussars, but there. Yeah. Cuirassier. Now that's going to be a painful thing to deal with. Kind of wish that Australia would be in Age 3 so they can make some riflemen to deal with that. You know, the rifleman with its firearm can actually deal ranged anti-assault multipliers. So they deal multipliers against the Cuirassier at range, not just at hand, but range. Making it like a sort of a hybrid between a Dragoon and a Musketeer. Since right now, Anglophonians do not have a shared Dragoon unit. Right? They only get Dragoon units through, like, certain factions, right? For Australia, the only way they get, like, any sort of, like, ranged maneuver cav is, like, in Imperial Age through the Colonial faction, the Whaler Horse. That's about it. So, to make up for that, Rifleman apparently deals those assault multipliers themselves at range. And it's honestly really effective, you know. I've seen Riflemen be the backbone of Anglophone armies for, like, years. Like, somebody could just make, like, 100 riflemen and protect them with, like, a bunch of Whitworths, Napoleon guns, Gatling guns, whatever kind of guns in the back. And the riflemen will just tank and meat shield the entire charge of cavalry exceptionally well. I feel like once these assault units get involved, you're going to see these Spontours really run into real trouble here. Because an assault cavalry like the Cuirassier that has Splash can actually eat up a large portion of the spearmen just by themselves. What can Australia even do, though, honestly? Like, oh, they're actually aging up as well, and they're getting towers through the frontier. No, they just canceled that shipment, probably in preparation for what's going to go down here. Yep, get those vills out of there, get the sheepy, save the wool sheepy. Get your wool, make your blankets, make your bed sheets, you're going to need them to sell those things for coin. Hussars going for the charge into the boomerangs. Unfortunately, boomerangs not doing good work anymore against those things. They will take that Hussar out, but they're going to have to run back a bit to get that one. Boomerangs are going to have to position themselves to take out the line infantry. And after that, let's see. Get them. No, that's bad positioning, right? Yeah, that's bad positioning. He's not even fighting him. He's just letting him slash him for free, which is absolute. Oh boy, that's not what I wanted to see. At least put them into stop. Put them into like formation or something. Don't just retreat like that when they're already smothering you with attacks. When you get smothered, you don't want to retreat because you're going to lose the units anyway, so just hold them there and get some hits in. Now, these are the Fire Sticks. They're also an assault unit. They're like a Machitero, so they deal like splash. So yeah, they're very tough units. See how they're doing splash damage? They actually deal more splash damage than the heavy cavalry does. So yeah, they can do some damage. But again, you have to support them. If you don't support them, I'm going to get sniped down by line infantry. So when you see a shipment of more Fire Sticks as well as a shipment of boomerangs coming in. It's just too little too late. You should have saved that army of spearmen. And I feel like that combined with the Fire Sticks would have been perfect. Now that you've lost one major component to that defense. your ability to shine back is really diminished now. You're gonna get that assault when you're dead. You're gonna probably do a couple of other things, but just not enough. Not enough. Doing up boomerangs, well, shipping boomerangs. Not good. Not good at all. GG though, I mean, Australia is certainly a fun, interesting sim to play, so I definitely commend you for trying them though, honestly. Because I've been trying to use the Australian Civ from time to time as well. Sometimes I do really well. Like a match I did this week went pretty well when I teamed up with Kaiser, but sometimes I don't do really well. It's a total nightmare. I feel like with Australia, they do great when they're fighting in age 2 and 3, but not really after they get past like the age 4 point. It's really not worth it anymore, you know. You do get, yeah, don't get me wrong, Australia gets good Imperial Age politician options in terms of text, but for the native units, it doesn't really seem like it works well for them, and you probably want to finish it off a lot sooner. GG though, I mean, that was a good match. Good match. Rommel did great with the French. He's pretty well accustomed to him. Yeah, let's see, like card-wise, he had a lot of upgrade cards here. He had the melee, which is good. He had the warrior combat, which is good. There's an ONH too he could have got to make the hand attack of the boomerangs and the fire sticks even better. So yeah. Next time maybe you'll consider adding that in to make the fire sticks even more effective. Also empowering also affects the fire sticks as well, their stats. So fire sticks actually get lots of upgrades if you want to really tech into them. Really some good upgrades. Alrighty then, I am Blackwing. Oh, so that Everando Ortiz, you're Blackwing. Ooh, nice. It's good. Welcome to the stream. We've gone through about 3 matches so far, and we got a lot more of them to get through, so get ready, folks. We got a lot more stuff to go through today. Lots and lots of games. Yep, and it looks like lots of people are coming in to check out our stream, which is awesome. Keep them coming in. More views we can get with these streams, the more we can bring awareness to these wonderful tournaments and get more participants in them, you know. That's what I would want in the end, is like get like tournaments with like 20, 30, 40, 50 people. That could be pretty good, you know. And I would definitely be up for that as well. Absolutely. Absolutely. That'd be good. I mean, I'd probably have to like stream multiple days then. But to me, it's worth having like more variety of players, gameplay, skill levels, you know. We want to see like these really tight matches where people understand their Sid's bonuses and they can work to the occasion of any situation. Yeah. That's what you hope for when you see a match. You hope that the people you're gonna see actually know their Sids really well and how to win with them, no matter what the opponent's using. Okay, so Rommel this time is going with Gandhi. Nuclear Gandhi, India. One of my favorite legacy civs. This civ is beast. The Mahout Elephants, the sort of the aggro with the aggro fort. Aggro, it should be, instead of aggro for India, it should be agra, because of the aggro fort. Yeah, a little funny one, but anyways, India is really one of the toughest civs you'll ever see in Legacy. Same thing in Wars of Liberty. Now, in Wars of Liberty, what makes them even tougher is their bonus with the cards was vamped up a bit. So if you send a card in age 3, it will give you 3 free villagers instead of 1. If you send a card in age 4, 4 free villagers, so they boom up pretty quickly in this version. Also, they got new consulate options as well. Their French option gives them a lot better units now. Same with their British. Same with their Ottoman. Yeah. Ottomans give some Abbas gunners and Humbarasi, as well as the Darnelles guns, otherwise known as the Great Bombards. French give them Grognard Grenadiers, the Zouaves, and the Chasseurs Chevals, so all really unique Frenchy stuff. And then British will give you Green Jackets, Grasshoppers, the some weird name for the Red Coat, and then Cherry Bums, which are just hussars. They're very fast and have their costs. Well, the cost part doesn't matter since you're not training them for resources. And now we're going to go on to the opponent, Cerbero. Cerbero is using Colombia, Gran Colombia, actually, because with this Colombia, you can basically become Gran Colombia. And it'd probably take a whole essay to explain sort of how their system works. So I'll try a little bit here for you. So the way Gran Colombia works is, unlike other Latin American civs, they don't necessarily have to age up with an immigrant. Right? Other Latin civs, they have to age up with immigrants explicitly, except for maybe Haiti and their revolt thing, but that's a whole other story. So the first age up you do with Gran Colombia, you don't have any immigrants. You get to choose a member state of Gran Colombia to age up with. By aging up with them, you gain access to their ultimate unit at your ultimate building, which you can build in age 3 at the Presidential Palace. And from then on, after age 2, like the first age up, then the member state you just researched or aged up with gets replaced with a immigrant option. And from then on, you can either choose to pick another member state, or you can select that immigrant that the member state was replaced with. Which means you can either choose, again, no immigrants, but have all 4 of your possible ultimate units, or you can forego, some of your member states and just get ultimate. You can forgo some of your ultimate units to get more immigrants, basically. Yeah. And one thing I should mention as well, we'll see in this deck if it's the case. The Colombians can actually get a immigrant colony through their home city, the German immigrants. So technically, with Gran Colombia, you can get all 4 ultimate units with the member state age ups and still have an immigrant in the name of Germany. Unfortunately, you can't level it up at all since Germany is not an immigrant you can age up as is Colombia, but you do get access to their units and their first 2 technologies in age 2. The one that gives you the crates and the one that, I think the one that beefs up your German houses and their emergency unit abilities or something like that.
Entendido.
So some interesting stuff. So now the ship in number 2 here for Colombia is Silesian Victory. Ships a native embassy enables the training of Shuar natives. Shuar natives in this are basically just blowgunners that deal anti-cavalry at range instead of anti-infantry. So think of them almost like foot dragoons. First card sent was Mestizaje. What Mestizaje does is makes the train post cheaper, having attack, and can train more native warriors out of them. So think of Mestizaje as a combination between advanced trading posts for Europe, as well as their native warrior build limit improvement. And then we see here they got a wide variety of unit shipments that they can go into. They can get macheteros, artisanal cannons, llaneros, really a bunch of different things. Oh wow, they're going for Shuar native here. The Shuar Bodoquieros. So they're going to be going with the Shuar blowgunners, I believe. If Bodoquiero means blowgunner in Espanol, somebody can correct me on that. But yeah, they're going to go for blowgunners here. And these will be great against Cavi. As for India, though, they're going with the Sepoy Rush out of the Agrafort. This is like a gold standard India build in both Legacy and Wars of Liberty. And to me, I feel like poor Sabero is going to be making blowgunners thinking he's going to deal with the elephant in the room, the Mahouts, and really his threat's going to be these simple Sepoys, which are going to have some really beefy stats to deal with them. We'll see, though. We'll see how it goes. Did he... Wait a minute, where's his army? So he sent them over here. How are they statistically? So, from the looks of it, these Sepoys deal more damage and have more HP than the blowgunners. So if it comes to a face-to-face fight, which it's likely to, yeah, and the range isn't much better on these blowgunners either. So Sepoys win one-on-one against these blowgunners, absolutely for sure. And because of that, I feel like as Colombia, you need to quickly pivot to a different unit to deal with the Sepoy mass. Because the thing is, with India, the way they work is they try to get like 14, 15, maybe 20 Sepoys on the field. And then after that, they can go to Age 3 and then they can get some real heavy cavalry, the elephants. That's part of the Indian semi-FF strategy. Mass a bunch of Sepoys, cause them havoc, and while you're doing that, prepare your third age up. Go for the elephants, go for shipments of Gurkhas and Zamra barracks, get some consular units, and you're good to go. It's an easy GG from there. Right now, for Colombia, I don't really see a proficient solution to deal with that. You know, I mean, what could they do here? Could they ship in... Yeah, they can ship these cannons in, I guess. They don't have a shipment of Escopeteros, which is a little alarming. But then again, I can't remember if you can really ship Escopeteros with the Colombians. I'm thinking you probably can, since they get Escopetero shipments last I recall. Oh no, look at these free kills though. This is really bad. You're not even trying to engage. Did these Sepoys even take any damage in this whole ordeal? Any damage? One has some damage. This one right here took some darts, but none of the other ones did. No one else took darts though. And to me, that's a little concerning because that means you're going to get severely outnumbered by the Sepoys. You're going to be in a bigger mass situation than you can deal with. Absolutely. Seriously. Big time trouble. Yep, look at that. Bit of rating there, which is kind of cool. I like how the blowguns have a bit of a fire. Is that fire or poison? What did that affect on the darts? It's a good idea that you tried to do a bit of rating, though. I'll be honest, that was kind of smart. What's the movement speed? And what are the tags even? So it's heavy infantry, but they move faster than these, so they can actually... Why are you going into stealth, though? Just outrun them. You can run quicker than they can. Just go run out of there. This isn't good, though. Now he's switching to Gurkha, and now we're going to see a consulate in play. It's the Ottoman consulate, so now he's going to send a group of Abyss gunners on an expeditionary army, so these are going to be Abyss gunners. Here we go. Wait a minute, is it going to be Abyss gunners or is it going to be Humbarsi? That's like... Yeah, I think it's going to be Abyss gunners, if I recall. Let's see. Yep, Abyss gunners, correct. Now the real problem has begun. The Abyss gunners, as you know, crush damage, good range, strong multipliers. These are going to be a serious threat. They're going to deal with really all the Colombian units at this point. Hey, even the artisanal cannons from the foundry are going to have problems with the Abyss because though they do receive a bit of a malus against cannons to make them more reasonable, they are still dealing a whole like 20-30 damage per shot on the cannons, which is nothing to laugh at. When you get 4 of them, we're talking like almost half the hit points on it being shaved off. like in 2-3 volleys, we're talking like an elimination of one cannon. That's not good. Not good at all. Now we're seeing the shipping of Sawar camels and the training of Sawar camels as well. The Sawars definitely going to deal with these cannons quite well. I don't really understand what Cerbero's doing here at this point. Is he like, well, here's the thing, he's out of resources, so I'm thinking he's doing this out of desperation because he doesn't have any foothold in terms of tent barracks to make infantry here, so he kind of has to spam out a bunch of cannons and hope for the best. But to me, it's not best at all. It's kind of the worst because, yeah, no protection. Cannons with no protection equals death. It's always the case unless you're probably the Swedish in their Nordenfelt guns, because those things can actually kill cavalry. So sometimes with Nordenfeldt you can absolutely spray down an army of hussars and stuff, but with these little guys, no, not too much. I do respect the fact they have no malice against the cavalry, though. That's pretty neat. And I think maybe in some cases that might work. See, this is how you should have done things. You should have saved the blowgunners and not thrown them. And you could have combined the cannons with the blowgunners. And then, with the artillery and blowgunner combination, you just deal with the hand cavalry, blast them off, put the cannons up there, deal with the sepoys, and just push forward. Now that you wasted a bunch of blowgunners and resources, your cannons are basically pretty underprotected. And there's not a lot you can do. It's not good. And at this point, it looks like we're seeing the shipping of virgin forests. Is that right, virgin forests? This is basically a wood chopping upgrade. So wood chopping on the villies will be easier now. But not a lot of time to make up for that, you know? You're kind of recovering the numbers of blowguards you had at the start. With now your resources going down, which is not good. It's really not good. Gotta be careful of that. Try not to waste your units, because when you waste your units, there's not much you can do. The resources go down, then you can't replenish them. See, if you saved those blowgunners from earlier, you could have had like 9 cannons, 10 cannons. You could have actually put a serious wall up against these infantry, and that would have been serious. Now, it's kind of a laughable joke, and then Rommel's gonna Rommel his way into your base. Desert Fox is gonna be in your town center in no time flat. It's all gonna be because of that lack of defense. Camel attack. Wow, he's really going deep with the Sawar investment here. He's actually upgrading the attack of the camels too. You don't always see that, you know. I feel like it's more likely for you to upgrade your elephants in the home city long before you upgrade your camels, but I guess Rommel was more in the mood for going for an age 2 attack here. Yeah. Also, this Juanito is not a 3 Mahal guy like me. I love my 3 Mahouchim a lot, and for some reason Rommel does not. It shows that we're a bit different, and that's fine, you know. Some people say, oh, 1,000 food for 3 Mahouts is way too expensive. And I say to that, well, how much do Mahouts usually cost? They cost about 1.2k food, 1.2k, or is it like 900 wood? So that's kind of pricey. To me, 1k food for the elephant is perfectly fine. Especially if you don't have a stable build, because that means even more wood being spent into deploying. So I'm fine with putting out whatever food I need to ship in my house, just so I don't have to use that stable right away. You know, I can stick to infantry at more Gurkhas and sepoys. You just use the elephants as a shock force to deal with mass skirms and artillery. Yeah, just imagine though if those Volgars were saved at the beginning of the match. I saw how he was able to beat up some of those Sawars there. Good no. A lot better. He just held on to him. Villagers get in the fray there, there's not much they can do. GG. But bing ba boom, that was not a hard fight at all for Rommel, I feel like. It's kind of a cakewalk, I would say, for India's sake. You know. Like some of the matches I've done ranked, you know, you just go full Mekulunga sepoy, and that's enough to make them fall. And when you get the matches like that, you're pretty fortunate. You don't want some crazy Ottoman FI coming in with great bombards and Sfahi basically destroying you. So you're fortunate when you get easy peasy ones like that. Certainly. And another warning about bitrate, it looks like. Gonna ignore that. Doesn't really mean a lot for my purposes. Okay, click off of there, and now we can go on to the third encounter. I think it's in fact my encounter against Aladdin. So this should be a fun one. Let's see what the next one is. Recorded games. So it's Zaletsy versus Aladdin, match 1. So if I recall, this is the match I was talking about at the start of being really controversial with the tournament admins. They thought that this was an example of, I don't know, exploitation or something, I don't know, and they wanted to review it. And that's where they came up with that new rule about banning, like, immigrants pretty much, immigrant units, except for, like, 2 battalions, which is, like, nothing. Like, you basically ban the entire usage of them. But we'll analyze this one, and I'll give you my opinion of it as we watch it, and sort of tell you stuff from my perspective of playing it, because I was the one that actually played this one from my perspective, and yeah, I'll go over it with you and tell you how things went. Alright, so I'm Paraguay, and my opponent is British. And basically, in general, from the start, I could say, in general, the way this goes is it's sort of a British fast fortress strategy versus my Paraguayan Age 2 build. Initially, and then I get up to Age 3 a little bit later. So yeah, that's all you really need to know at the start, but we'll go over the analysis of it as the match goes on, and I'll certainly bring up the parts that I did, and you can discuss it and see how the gameplay is for it. So in general, looks like here British are going to play pretty standard. One thing you do need to keep in mind though, since Germany in Wars of Liberty gets the manor bonus, British no longer get the manor bonus. They just build ordinary houses. No free villagers. So yeah, basically standard. Well, here's the thing. British don't even get villager cards anymore. So they go from sort of like one of the fastest villager accumulating civs to probably one of the slowest. And the way they somewhat compensate for that is through trickle cards. So they get like 3 trickle cards. They get distributivism, they get capitalism, and they get cooperativism. So they get all 3 of the European trickle cards. And another thing British get a lot of too, as you'll see here, is infinite shipments. They get infinite shipments for the Scott Greys, for the Household Blues, which is assault. This is maneuver. This is rockets. This is artillery, heavy artillery. You can know them from the Legacy game. They also get infinite shipments for the Green Jackets, for the Artist Rifles, which is their sort of ultimate unit, quote-unquote, and then also Highlanders. So basically, British can get a lot of infinite shipments through their home city. That might be an important detail for later to sort of understand the gameplay of the stuff. So just like I would do with British, Aladdin's just going to go for Colbertism, get that food trickle. Because here's the thing, when you can't ship in 3 settlers, your age up time is going to hurt because of that. And the way you sort of offset that bit is with the food trickle. That's why I go for the food trickle first. Maybe go for capitalism later. If I have any time, get distributivism later. And that's usually what I do. But it all depends on, obviously, the match, where the combat's going. Do I need to ship in some red coats, some green jackets, some cherry bums, possibly one of the generals, You have to play it by ear, really. As for me, in my situation, I'm shipping, Foodworks. See, the way I handle Paraguay is start out with the Foodworks wagon, then go for a Woodworks wagon. It's nice and balanced, and if I want to go French, I have the option of fully utilizing the bakery technology that they provide in Age 2. What Bakeries does is gives you 2 Foodworks wagons. So the math works is like this: 1 Foodworks, 1 Woodworks, and then as soon as we hit French immigrants, then we just get 2 Foodworks instead of 1, which perfectly matches within the build limit of the Paraguayan Foodworks in H2. And then of course if you somehow needed a 4th one, just ship in Hemeroteca, and then I'll just build the 4th one myself. And there you got plenty of food for units, you get plenty of food for villagers, you can get the villager defensive upgrades from the market. So it gives you really a lot of options. And that's what makes it really powerful. So yeah. And of course I gotta make sure I keep my master engineer chopping on wood. Simple as that. Yeah. This was pretty interesting though. I was pretty surprised to see Aladdin actually trying to throw torches at my Foodworks there for a while. I think eventually I just get tired of it and I send my Koigwas in to blast them down with their shotguns. Yeah. I don't know if he was legit thinking he was going to do that for some sort of preparatory rush or something, but I found it pretty interesting. See, I go up with French immigrants here, so I can use bakeries in Age 2, get 2 free Foodworks with that tech, so that way I can focus on the Woodworks here, so my construction of those barracks and stables is relatively easy speaking. Yeah, and I should mention too that for Paraguay, barracks and stables, they have build limits just because they produce free units, You can't let somebody get like 100 barracks and stables and just pop out free units everywhere, or else that's really broken and unfair. Makes it hard for you to train the units you actually want to produce. But the thing is, once you age up, I think the build limit of the barracks and stable goes up by 1 each age, so just keep that in mind. Because by the time you get to imp age, you can have 5 barracks and 5 stables. Now, you can still gain infantry and cavalry through other ways, like forts, obviously. French immigrant houses can train the barracks units, so you got options. It's not like you just got 5 ways to train things. As long as you're going with a lot of French age ups, you should be able to mass up a large number of French houses on the front lines to make infantry. And of course, artillery foundries no build limit because they do not produce a free unit. Your free artillery comes from the heavy works and not from the foundries, so your foundries are off the hook of that whole build limit thing. You can see there goes my woodworks to be constructed, and then I start to place my French immigrant colony right in between there. That thing is going to be a lifeline for me going on later, because remember, when you're Latin American, sort of the bread and butter you need to use is make sure you use as much immigrant battalions as humanly possible to cover up your weak spots. So, if you're Paraguayan, you got a lot of trash, right? We're not going to be doing really well against this infantry artillery with just primeros or Akiyobatai. Then we have to ship in some of the Red Devils, right? If we run into an issue where we need to deal with assault, or maybe a large number of hussars, ship in some of the Palatine Guard, which is like a Doppelsoldaten with a halberd. That's what you would do. If you were dealing with heavy cavalry and heavy infantry, maybe go for the Foreign Legion cavalry, because it has multipliers against both. See, that's what immigrant colonies are technically supposed to be doing for you. Is there like a second civ within a civ that you pay 1 shipment for, which is a pretty high price just to get a battalion of a small army of consulate units, right? Statistically, they're not mercenaries, they're not really elite units, they're just statistically congruent to the unit they represent in the native civ that they come from. The Palatine Guard has the same stats as the Trabant, which is a Austro-Hungarian halberdier unit. The Contraguerilla has the same stats as the Lancero, and the Foreign Legion Cav has the same stats as the Texas Ranger. Because I feel like a lot of people, from things I've heard in the past week or two, think that the French immigrant units, or actually any immigrant units, are statistically stronger than what they should be. Truth is, they have the same stats as the regular standard unit that they represent. At least they're supposed to be. Of course, people are going to have to go into scenario editor, look at them side by side, and say, alright, this is the same as this one or that one. But in general, from what I've seen, because I play these Cids sometimes 10, 20 times a day, oh yeah, these are the same stats as such and such Lancero, Doppelson, this. And I haven't really found too many discrepancies in it. And another thing you gotta keep in mind as well with immigrant units, they get shadow text with each age up, just like consulate Asian units do. Because remember, with the consulate, you're training units that you can't actually train through a barracks or a stable, right? Or from the home city. So the way they become more statistically relevant in each age is by a shadow tech giving them access to the standard veteran, guard, and imperial upgrade of that unit. And that's why you see, when you're playing Asians, why those Cossacks or those Musketeers or those crossbowmen with Portuguese get stronger with each age up. That's a shadow technology. So it's a technology that researches by itself upon age up. You don't have to do any work, you just need to age up and it will be applied to it. And that's to ensure the stats of the units stay integral of the age that they are currently fighting in. Alright. Yep, and you see here, Aladin also goes for a fast fortress to take advantage of some of those infinite shipments. So one thing the British get here, which is kind of scary, is something called the Victoria Cross. Upon arrival, the card grants you 2 shipments to spend. So what this means is, put 1 shipment in to get the card, to get 2 shipments out. So when you come out of the system, you end up with 1 additional shipment than you started with. Yeah, it's kind of a weird paradigm, you know. What that means is this unit here, the Housefull Blue, a full heavy cav unit with splash, you can actually make 6 of these just using this card right here. Absolutely insane. 6 splash cavalry. Full cuirassier stats. Absolutely scary. Or you can also opt to go for 3 of these and 2 cannons. You could opt to go for 3 of these in a factory. 3 of these in a fort. This Victoria Cross gives you a lot of flexibility. It really beefs. Yep, he's going for right now because he knows I get this. I can get 2 of these. 6 splash cavalry to go after you. As for me, I'm still sort of, doing my H2 game here because, Paraguay takes a while to get off the ground growing. And I sort of realize at this point, I know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to use Victoria Cross, he's going to spam a bunch of assault cav at me, and I got to stop this thing before it gets serious, or I at least got to spin things in my direction here. So I'm going to get my Escopeteros, my Primero de Linea, and I'm going to go right for him. Because I understand, if I don't do that, we're going to have some serious problems. But as I'm doing that, I'm also focusing on aging up as well, going with the second French wave. Because I know, hey, if he's going with the assault cavalry, he already has 5 of them from the stable, by the way. He hasn't even shipped in any of them yet, so he's going for a full stack here. A full stack. And he could get easily another 6 of these things. And you can tell with just an army of Escos and some Primero de Linea, that's not enough to deal with that type of thing. I'm actually trying my best right now to sort of kite them off right now, and it's like, ooh, wow, look at that. Oh, jeez, look at that. Yeah. Scary stuff. I mean, I'm sort of lucky the collision worked in sort of a way that they didn't try to run me down this way right away. Kind of gave me... Yeah, but then he decided, yeah, I'm going for the charge. I'm getting those units down. So I still have to keep running. So I have to keep running to the base. Because once I get home, I get a bit of protection. I got the buildings that I can obviously choke point them off in. This is where I'm going to be trying to train units from. I can also pull my Koiguas up to help out a little bit. That's certainly good because the Koiguas add their own damage element to the mix. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, look at that. Oh, they're getting knocked right off their horses, too. That's a lot of firepower there to knock a man off his horse. Ooh. And then we go for another. Ah, there you go. Yeah. It's not easy to do. You gotta, like, micro this thing real carefully and have a decent mass. But if you do it carefully, you can manage to deal with heavy cavalry, right? So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna ship in some of the Contra Guerrillas, because these are a maneuver unit. They have the same stats, like I said before, of the Texas Ranger. So that means, multiplier-wise, they have multipliers against assault. So like heavy cavalry, but instead of artillery, which a lot of maneuver units are good against, they have a multiplier against heavy infantry. So things like redcoats, pikemen, grenadiers, that style of unit. And that means that these Foreign Legion cavalry can be good in fights against mixed units, you know, compared to just one type of unit. And see here now we get 4 of them, 4 Texas Rangers. And with this shipment you should be able to build up a decent mass to protect yourself with. Try to build up as much numbers as I can, because I know with this opponent here, they are going to be massing up a lot of assault units. They're going to be massing up a lot of things. And we need to be ready for that, honestly. If we're not ready for that, we're not going to have that much going for us. Now we see the foot artillery being shipped in, so the cannons are going to be coming in. These are going to add a whole nother element of surprise against me, because these are going to be really strong against my Escopeteros, and they're going to just provide a lot of general anti-unit damage against me over across the board, because Primero de Linea, not a very high HP unit, so even they can be somewhat threatened by these artillery units. So yeah, you gotta keep that in mind, for sure. Absolutely, for sure. So cannons coming out, green jackets coming out, household blues coming in. What's that veteran upgrade for the green jackets? Yep. So what do we have here, like militarily? I'm trying to remember. So what do I do here? So I started, yep, I shipped the Cohe cannons in because I know these rockets are really good against, like, infantry, cavalry, really a variety of... Well, they do get malice against cavalry and artillery, but don't always listen to that because of their range. They can do a lot of damage from long range just by the crush damage that they do, even if it is less. Right, even if it's only like 20 or something damage that they're doing against like a cannon or a cavalry unit, the fact that they can deal that damage consistently from a long safe range is kind of substantial, you know. It's nothing to laugh at, basically. And they're still a great siege unit too. And they're good against ships, they're good against infantry, so go against a variety of things. I'm just trying to follow along and remember like where I was at each of these steps. Now the unit training was a very important part of this because he was going for assault cavalry the whole match. And I needed to make sure that I had like a decent ranged option to snipe off some of those assault units. Yeah, definitely.
¿Qué me ordena?
Yep, rockets going into the stable. And now we see rockets going up against the battlenet with artillery. Yep, I do my best to try to target those cannons with them, since that's one thing that they are specialized in. I try to keep the foreign legionnaires and the units as protective units here, to sort of protect the skirms as best as possible. Oh, geez. See, this is the thing. When you get like that massive splash cavalry like that, even the units don't really do that very well anymore, unless you have a lot of them. This is absolute cancer right here, folks. Look at that stuff. And what I do then is it's like, yeah, we need to get some more of the foreign legionnaires. Yep, let's get some more foreign legionnaires, because we're going to need as much anti-assault as possible. We got to train the units, and we need to ship in the foreign legionnaires. Yep. Let's get those in. And now we're going to try to form up as much of a protective wall as we can. Keeping in mind this, look at how much assault we're talking about here. We're talking like, what's the numbers? 11 of them? 720 HP. Yeah, massive skirms. You got some emergency. Now he's got like 14. That's a lot of stats on the field. Cannons also coming. At least one is queuing up. And look at this army right here. Not a lot of stuff, you know. Not a lot of stuff. Not a lot of units here to work with, honestly. Then I'm going to try to ship in as much of those as I can. Really, as much maneuver I can get my hands on right now is going to be essential. Yeah. Now I send the bakeries in to get my food economy up. Because normally I would get the bakeries earlier, but because of how quickly I was trying to put stuff together, I ended up holding off on it a little bit to see what I could do. I felt like at this point it was appropriate to get the food going, so that's what I did. Yep, but now I'm gonna try to queue up as many of these units as possible. Yep, we got that assault unit. That one. Now, this was a pretty scary time in the match for me because I noticed that he just had such a large, massive HP on the field with those assault units that even with like the nets and the ability to train more of them, I wasn't even sure if I could even hold off against him. mainly because he's got this large mass of skirmish units protecting him. And the thing is, the veteran green jacket, it actually has stronger multipliers against maneuver units than standard skirmishers do. Normally a skirmisher has like, what, 0.75 against maneuver? He's got 0.2, which is really high. So these things are built for killing units, and built for like protecting your household counter assault units. At the same time, you got foot artillery, sieging you, preventing you from going with any barracks. Desperately trying to get towers up. Yeah. Yep. And now at this point, I'm basically trying to get the send the contra guerrillas in, right? As a protective measure. No, these aren't the contra guerrilla. These are the well, they used to be called contra guerrilla. Now they're called red devils. Yeah. Used to be called contra guerrilla. So basically, my idea here is I need some hand cavalry really fast. My stables are going down, my resources are dwindling a bit. I don't know if the crash units are going to do really well. And I decide, you know, we need some lance units. We need some, like, anti-infantry here. Seriously, like, we really... Yep. Look at this, so even that is, what these contra guerrillas do, though, is they provide a bit of a meat shield for me, so I know he's not running those assault units right down my neck. Look at that thing flying, look at these things flying out. But, yeah, this is a situation here where I really felt like I need to use, like, a lance unit to try to protect the area with. And I need a bit of a buffer, because I know if you let the household blues go right for you, they can basically splash through these maneuver units no problem, because they have no handoff. Yeah. So the fact that I was able to make a couple of red devils there to meat shield them allowed me to deal with the assault unit problem quickly, and give me a bit of footing on protecting. And now, what you'll see here is British will be going into a constant shipping phase where they're going to be shipping in more and more assault units through the home city, while they can use their actual resources to make more and more of the green jackets. More and more of these really dangerous skirms that kill maneuver units really well. And this is sort of the OP paradigm you get with the Britishes. They can spam 1 million infantry and then still have shipments available to pass out their splash cavalry. And that is pretty scary stuff. I use it myself all the time, but when you're on the receiving end of it, yeah, it's not good. It's really not good at all. Yeah, it's really not good at all. Yep. Pretty scary stuff, to say the least. Oh yeah, and then my villagers are under fire because of these things, and then he's got to trade more of the scripts. Also, what build numbers has he got? He's got about 60 villagers, so he's got farms all over the place. One thing I would say for you, Aladin, is get these guys, get some of the meat, you know? Get some huntables, get some mines. You control the whole map just about. Why don't you do it? Seriously. Yeah, do something, you know? And then I sent out another group to the contra guerrillas again. Because, I don't know, at least the splash cavalry comes right for my throat. I'm gonna lose my own maneuver army and I'm screwed. I'm figuring, let's build another army of red devils to put a bit of a meat shield in. We can also use them to put pressure on the green jackets, because at this point, I'll be honest with you, making like Primero de Linea and Accio Batai, that's not enough to put pressure on green jackets. You need like a decent like Lancero to thrust the head on the side of the army just to put some pressure on. Yeah. Yeah. And I was then able to effectively protect again. At this point, I got enough food at this point to start planning some stuff. Whereas the British, they start to ship in some coin and start to prepare additional buildings. See, at this stage, British have about 62 villagers on the field. And again, 1k coin coming in. They could also... Do they have their factory? Yes, they have one factory as well. So that's a lot of economy to be fighting against, and pretty severe odds as well. I'm actually pretty surprised we were able to pull off some very close, hairpin close defenses there, because against these like assault units, he should have won like within the first or second engagement with them. The fact that I was able to use the buildings to sort of defend and, you know, set up some shielding took a lot of work, basically. A lot of work. A lot of work to say the very least. And now I can actually start focusing on upgrading my works. I got Lapidary, which is the first level upgrade for the coin works going. So, yep. Basically had to try to get my statistics up. And at this point now I decide, you know, we're going to really need to make a push through. We are going to need some of the Palatine Guard Legion Infantry. Yep. Because what these do is they have a splash attack, which is great against assault units. And they're also generally good against like infantry too, because 26 damage against one of these, that's a big chunk of their health on its own, just one slash of that spear. And we really need all the army we can get to try to defend against these attacks, because I'm still not out of the woods yet. And then as you see here, he's also starting to add in some Scots Greys, which in hand deals... They use straight swords and melee, so they actually deal splash against my Akayobatais, doing splash against them. And then, at range, obviously, they can one-hit down most of my Primero de Lineas for the most part. So it's really not a safe situation for me right now, I'm telling you. I don't even know how I even defended this, honestly. Goes in the cannon range against the town center. And now we see the Scots Greys going with their straight swords into the cavalry. But the surprise I got for him is I get these doppelsoldiers, so I can not only slice through your maneuver units, I can actually slice through your green jackets. Yeah. And see how powerful these Palatine Guards can be if you save them up to the very end like that? They're pretty good, you know. I recommend for anyone that's dealing with like a large shock unit mass like that with infantry mixed in, just make a couple of these. You can overcome really any sort of like serious mass issue you're dealing with, basically. And now we can get Fundaciones, start to maybe get some of our own rockets going. Because if we're going to go for the finishing blow here, we're going to need some rockets. And I still don't know yet, because if I see Aladdin's score is bigger than mine, I don't know if he is ahead of me, if he's preparing a larger army, what he's doing exactly. Because let's go back again another time. He has 75 villagers on the field. 75 villagers on the field. That's a lot of food. That's a lot of food to have. And right now he has some green jackets. He has some Scots Greys. He's going to ship in some of the household blues. Yeah. I think it's kind of surprising to me, though, for all the villages he has, what little resources he actually gets. That part, when I'm looking at it from this side, is actually pretty surprising because he's got like a full stack of like villagers on the map right now, almost his full capacity. And he's getting like technologies to improve the gathering from the plantation as well as the mill. Yeah, pretty scary stuff. Yeah. Because I know at this point, I really need to start thinking about finishing him off. Right? We gotta finish him off like really soon here if we're gonna basically survive this stuff.
See.
And what I do then is I start to construct works. Because we need the heavy works, we need the woodworks.
See? See?
And now we're going to try to push forward up here towards the opponent. We got ourselves a decent mass of like cannons and nets and Primo Ligne and Nakayobatai. So yeah, we got a decent mass now. We can actually do this on a fair fighting field, I would say, finally. Of course, at this moment, I don't want to engage with them unless I really have to. Because if I go outside of my home and lose the at-home advantage of the buildings, I will have a real problem if he takes out my army and then goes right for the base with no defenses there. So I have to make sure I let him come to me, which gives me the most preparation time possible to, you know, make a defense, take him out, and then go for him afterwards. Right? That's what I'm doing, essentially.
Good day, sir.
That's what I'm doing. 85 villagers? Yeah, he's going for a full tilt to Town Center Boom right here. And then he wants to get Cavalry Cuirassed and improve his Household Blue HP at the Arsenal as well. So even more HP on these. Absolutely insane. Truly is. Yeah, he's going to make even more assault units.
Yes, sir.
Beefy where?
What is your command? On the march. Fire, attacking as ordered. Rifles at the ready.
How's everybody enjoying the match so far, by the way? I think this one was probably one of the hardest, one of the spiciest ones we've seen so far for the day. Yeah. I mean, the other matches too had their quirks to it, but I feel like this one was like the biggest, combat-wise, was probably one of the most intense ones, I would say. Because there's just so much stuff going on, so many units, so much maths going on. Yeah. I think it was probably one of my best matches in the Liga so far, I would say, in terms of defense. Rising to the occasion and dealing with like a serious threat. Because other times I've caved under pressure against it like Germany, but I feel like here against the British I was able to hold out really good and get to the place I needed to go with them. Yeah. Now, I'm going to this one. That's in the back of the last blue. Rockets in the way. Green jackets. was a pretty good fight, though. I mean, unfortunately, they still had a cauldron to take out my rockets with. They still had some green jackets, but overall, I got most of the job done there. I was able to deal with majority of the army, so that was a pretty good engagement for me.
All set, you?
And now he's got about 93 villies on the field, so quite a lot of villies to go around. And now he's going to ship in some coin, it looks like, to get some resources in. So where's he going for now? He's going for Scots Greys and Green Jackets, it looks like, and foot artillery. Kind of has dropped the whole assault thing because he knows I'm going with a lot of the units. Yeah.
A sus órdenes. Preparado. Dígame, mariscal. Oima. Preparado.
At this point, I got like a full 200 pop army now, and then I age up with the French again in case I need to go Imperial Age, because I know. So here's the thing for people who don't understand about immigrants. French immigrant, any immigrants, if you age up with them for each of the ages from 1 to 4, you get an ultimate power from the Imperial Age with them. So in the French, that would actually be the removal of all coin cost and unit upgrades. So the normal cost report means an Imperial unit upgrade only costs about 1.5% worth and not that of the coin. Like guard upgrade, a Royal Guard upgrade only be like 1 unit. Veteran upgrade only 200. A Guard upgrade only 600 with no point cost, so it's actually quite affordable. And I figured if I needed to use Imperial upgrade, I can only do that if I go with the French Mall. Yeah, and at this point, I think I got pretty good mass to be able to finish them off at this point. Yep, and then I send another group of the Palatine guards in to sweep him up, because I know I'm going to need just a little bit more of that splash attack to finish him off at this point. Because he's probably going to do some sort of Household Blue or some Scots Grey stuff, and I need a little bit of that, that extra sweep attack to finish him off, really. And then, of course, I got these nice Red Devils from the Age Up. Just certainly a nice unit to get from the Age Up. Pretty strong stats of a Lancero, so it's pretty tough. Pretty tough statistically. What's that? Is that... Oh, Cherry Bombs. Interesting. So that's the scout unit. Been like a week, so I can't really remember. Yeah, that's a lot of scout units. A lot of scout units. How many bills did he have at this point, by the way?
Beth ydw i'n ei adeiladu?
A full bill limit. 99 bills. 99 bills. Well, GG. Good game. I think that's probably the best game we've seen out of all the ones so far, I would say. Competitive-wise. But I'll let you be the judge of that. Do you feel at all, because I produce more than... Like, let me think of this in a comprehensive way. After I produce, like, 2 battalions of the Contraguerrillas, no, not the Contraguerrillas, the Foreign Legion Cavalry in the Third Age, do you feel like me producing the Red Devils after that was a form of cheating, exploitation, like I stole the game from them by defending myself like that, or... Yeah. I'm curious if you think that was cheating. Put it in the comments, and maybe I'll understand the philosophy a bit better, but from my perspective of it, I felt like in that situation... Well, I could speak in the situation and say, I was dealing with a large number of splash units, which normally is a lot of beefy, like, stats, a lot of hit points. It's really hard to deal with them using pikemen, or even your natural dragoons. And the fact is, even with dragoons, if you get a massive like splash cavalry, they can actually overpower them in large numbers. So I needed a unit, a readily available unit to ship in that was of decent stats, more than my Civ would offer me. So I figured I'm not going to use skirmishers. So I can't use these, obviously. I had this shipment available. So what I did was I said, let's go with the standard stat Lancero with a bit of veteran upgrade to it. And some people feel like, and that's me doing that, was actually a form of statistical cheating, because they claim that no Civ would ever be able to do that. Even a Civ that has like veteran hussars and H3 with the console evasion would never be able to pull that off, and that was therefore a serious cheating incident and should be banned from the tournament, pretty much that type of battalion stuff. So I'm just wondering, but the way I took it was when they said you can only use 2 battalions with immigrants, like any unit, not just, it's not like you can use just 2 of these units and you can use 2 of those, or 2 across the board throughout an entire match. I said, you're kind of taking away players' flexibility in ways that really doesn't make a lot of statistical sense, and unit numbers and, stuff that you would see maybe in, like, competitive play of Definitive Edition and stuff. So I decided I'm just going to avoid using this culture in the future. After this match, think what you will of this match. If you feel like, this player was treated against or exploited in a sort of way, you could happily write it in the comments to let me know of how furious you are about it. But other than that, I think I did a really good job here and dealt with a really tough situation match-wise in an appropriate manner. And I just won't be using this culture anymore for the rest of this event. And we'll be hoping for somebody to create a new event where you can actually use civs the way they're intended to be played, pretty much. So there's that for me. But let's move on from this and go on to the second match. Now, the second match does not use the Lamb Civ, but instead uses the Canadians. So let's get right on to that one. That one was pretty fun. Wait a second. It looks like it's gone stuck. I might need to get my task manager open now. The cool thing about doing your game in windowed mode is if your game freezes, you can use the task manager to shut it down like instantly, which is awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah. So now we'll move on to match number 2. Okay. Nope, wrong. Well, I went in the multiplayer. Sorry about that. Now we're going on to match number 2. I got a funny story about this match for you, actually. Believe it or not, this is actually not the first gameplay of this match. See, we did this match actually twice, because the first time we played through it, we actually got out of sync. And we didn't know if it was caused by the militia, by the light cavalry, and we had to basically wait for the chorizo for like an hour or something like that to say, hey, what are we supposed to do now? We had an out of sync. Do we go on to Malaysia? Do we try to redo this match? Do we redo the civs? What do we do? And eventually what the chorizo said is, as long as you're fine trying again with those civs, try not to use any units that might out-sync the game. So, for me, I had a new challenge. I cannot use militia and I cannot use light cavalry, because for the love of me, I did not know if it was the militia that caused an out-of-sync or if it was the light cavalry that caused an out-of-sync, or if it was just somebody's faulty internet that caused the out-of-sync. So I was not sure exactly what was causing the out-of-sync. So I had a little bit of a challenge here where I would just stick to Spontooners, Riflemen, Infant Tropas de la Marine, Metis Rebels, so everything but the early skirm and the Hussar of my Civ, basically. In fact, the only, like, scout unit I would be making at all is, let me see. What deck did I even use for this? I'm trying to remember. I think I used this deck, I believe. Yeah, this one. Which is kind of old because it has this card as it's kind of useless. Yeah, I'm actually surprised I used this deck considering this card is kind of a pointless card now. But it's actually not pointless because it does make your temple trickle a lot of XP. But overall, yeah, it's a pretty good card to have. Yeah. So, rule is basically this. On this run through, I wouldn't use this card and I wouldn't use this card. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. I don't think I shipped any of these this game. I just shipped this, I shipped this, and then I went down to these shipments. Yeah. Alright. And just so you know, for these, I guess they put a rule out for civs like Anglophonies that happen to get immigrant units in their shipments. You can use them, but you can only use 2 such cards. So you can use the one for the... You can have this, which would be a Yulon one. You can have a Skirmisher one like this, but you just can't have a third one anywhere like that. And, you know, to me, it's like, the standard units, paying extra cost for them with coin, but whatever. I mean, I don't know what's going on anymore. Things are going real crazy around, I can tell you that much. But, whatever makes you feel comfortable, I guess, at the end of the day. Because honestly... What's really doing most of the work with a lot of these Canadian builds is probably the Troubadour Marine and the Menace Rebel, combined with artillery. So yeah, definitely. Definitely. And now we're going to age up in a couple of seconds because, as the Canadians, you age up with wood instead of food. Like, none of your age ups actually cost any, food that costs wood. Yeah. And another cool little thing about Canada as well is the log cabin. It trickles a bit of wood. Right, so basically you can try to, I'll put it this way. Essentially the way Canada works is, for the most part, most of your units cost food and coin like normal, but if you like the French faction, which I certainly do, they get 2 particular units. The Menace Rebel in Age 3, which is a skirmisher that's shorter range, but it has more damage and more armor. And then they get a 3rd unit in the 4th Age, the French faction, the Mississauga Horse. It's like a really strong scout unit, but it costs food and wood basically, and has more stats than the light cavalry. So one thing you can do to try to prepare for that is build as many log cabins as you possibly can, and that's why you see me here getting another log cabin way earlier than you probably would, right? Because normally when you're building houses, you only wait until, hey, I need a house, let me build a house. But for Canada, it's better to build the log cabins earlier so you can actually get that wood trickle of about 0.20, which means mathematically you get 1 wood per second with 5 log cabins, and since you can have 20 houses, that means you can get 4 wood per second total with this whole bonus, which is pretty good. Another thing log cabins do is, they also, like other buildings, when you build them as Canada, they leave maple trees behind. So 1, 2, 3, 3 houses. Yep, 3 houses, and essentially, you can build little walls with them. You can like build a wall of like trees and cabins, and this is something that's been strategically been used for close to 10 years, for about a decade. Like, you know, when Wars of Liberty came out in like 2015, towards the end of the year, this was done in the first tournament with Chapo, where he built a huge wall of log cabins against his opponent, and then he, you know, built a massive militia from the barracks along, I think with some footmen, I believe. Yeah, I think he made the grenade unit. I'm not too sure, or if he just went with the militia. I think what he did is he went with the mass of the militia, and then he used the special card to turn them into foot guards. Yeah, I think that... I would have to go back to that first tournament, because that was hosted like 8-9 years ago, but I'm pretty sure he built the wall of log cabins, built an army of militia, and then he turned them into grenade throwing units. And that's how he was able to pull that off. It was a really good game, you know, and back then I really wasn't that good at AoE 3 at all, so seeing something like that really got me intrigued with the Canadian Civ. Like, before it was, oh, it's not an interesting Civ, I want to do Zulu or Egypt or something, and then when I saw Canada doing tricks like that, I realized, hey, maybe I should pick up on this Civ, maybe they're good. And then after some time after that, I got to play some more people in Game Ranger who were taking advantage of the mounted unit that they have, their range cavalry, right? Which does a lot of damage overall. Yeah. And, yeah. So, certainly in that case, I was like, okay, so they get this really powerful Dragoon unit and they have some good defense, so maybe I should try using them. And that's how I sort of got into using the Canadian Civ over the years, and sort of morphed it into whatever I needed. Now they seem to be really good with this unit here, the Troupe de la Marine, which is like a skirmisher. And on the other side here, we got the Hods, by the way. Didn't really have to go too much into them, since in this mod, they work really the same way as they do in Legacy. And their bonuses are really not different that much. I think the only different bonus they get here is if you siege a building, they leave deer behind, like actual deer. Like if I take down the longhouse, he will get like free deer from it. Actual deer. That he can hunt later. Which is kind of cool, you know? It plays into that Native American nature aspect. And at the same time, he was trying to raid me a bit with the kind of horsemen as well. So yeah, there was always that challenge. Now the interesting thing is the Tropas de la Marine. I was worried at the start that these units were basically toast and kind of weakened to the point of non-existence because they no longer had the crush damage, but looking at it now, they almost feel like a special glass cannon style of infantry because they get the low HP of 95, which isn't much better than the Infante of the Primero de Línea of Paraguay, but damage-wise, look, 32 damage. Multipliers against artillery, multipliers against grenadiers, and the amount of 2x. That's pretty good. That's a good unit. And you can use that in a wide variety of situations, so I feel like Canada, at least, with their naval infantry, very applicable, and you can use it. You can use it. And honestly, in this case, I thought this was going to be a quick win, because I feel like if Hods don't get the kill in right away, it's kind of a endgame for them at this point, but as you'll see in this match, Hods actually held on for dear life, and I was a little bit skeptical at some points in this match that I was not going to make it. Because I knew I was under specific constraints. I could not make light cavalry, I could not make militia. As to avoid another wasteful match, dead to the, wait a second, yep, stop, heard the phone ringing, some, spam calls, so I just shut off. Getting back to this, though, I was under the constraint that I couldn't use the Civ's Hussar unit, and I couldn't use the Civ's early skirm, so I had to improvise. I had to use more spearmen, and I had to really use all of these Infante de Marinas, or Infante de Marines. I always... No, they're Troupa de Marines, yeah. I always seem to mix them up sometimes between the Spanish Marine unit and that of the Canadian. So yeah, just so you know, Troupa de la Marine is the Capicua naval infantry, and then the Infante de la Marine is the Spanish Marine infantry. Alright, got that register in my brain. Now, this is an interesting tidbit here. Remember the card for the Hods that lets them actually ship cuirassiers from France and home safe? Yeah, this card really screwed me up here. Like, like, really badly here. Actually, this call I have to take, so I'm just gonna pause real quick. So, sorry for the delay there. We're back now. Let's continue. So, last we checked, I lost literally my entire military to a bunch of French heavy cavalry. I'm telling you, the splash cavalry is going to be the death of me sometimes. Yeah, they can do a lot of damage. You know, Renegade French. This is actually a card they get in the Legacy game, too. So, if you ever want to use it there, go for it. It's really powerful. It's really powerful. Now, this was a kind of a sour choice for the Hods here. They were actually shipping in mantlets. Yeah, mantlets. And the thing that makes this risky is they are a siege unit that has the siege unit tag. And why is that bad? Because back home, look at this. This little dynamite icon. Yeah, let me... how do I point this? This is the thing when you have a big UI, you can't roll it over, but you get the point. You see this little dynamite icon here? That basically means anti-siege unit. Just like it means in, I think Definitive Edition, it also uses the dynamite icon to represent that. So basically, 2x against siege units, which means Troupe de la Marine deals 64 damage against mantlets, which is a lot of damage. A lot of statistical damage. So the fact that he's actually shipping those things in here is making me think, I don't know, I wouldn't do that. I definitely wouldn't do that because I know I'm just going to be able to mass up a large group of naval infantry, which I can easily access via the barracks, and I can kite those things down. Because mantlets by themselves, or with just a few skirms like these forest prowlers, it's not going to do the job, you know? You need like a big mass to use them that well. And I'll tell you this, because I like mantlets, I always use them in arena. You gotta make sure you protect those things with some decent stuff, like hand cavalry, dragoons. You gotta protect those things, because if you don't, they will get wrecked on their own, because for all the stats they get in terms of damage and HP, they fail in lack of numbers, because they are a 2-pop unit, so it's not like you're going to be able to make like 100 of these things. If you could do that, that would be significant, and I would probably pay attention to them. But when you're in this situation against a naval unit like this, yeah, it's kind of painful. And see, in this case, what I ended up doing was, you know, because I know I can handle the mantlets later, I'm just going to keep sniping his skirms, you know? Kill the skirmishers, because the skirmishers are the units that have more statistical value. Now, it's the skirmishers that could actually potentially engage in a decent fight against me, because they have more range than I do. So what I'm going to do is, I am just going to back up, get as much of these marine infantry as I can, and then I'm going to, you know, I'm going to kill the skirms first, and then I'm going to take on the mantlets last, because the mantlets will be all alone. Also, you want to kill the war chief because he boosts up their hit points, so you want to deal with that. Yep, absolutely. Yep, and then you have to do that, and I have to back up the right. Take that one out. Take that one out. Take that one out. Yep. And see here now the mamblets are vulnerable because they don't have any real protection from the hand cav or the much of the skirms anymore. So now I can just snipe those down with that 64 damage. Boom, boom, and boom on the last one. Yep. And now we're basically going to try to mass up as much Marines as we can over here, while he tries to regroup over there. Now the cool thing you obviously get is the HODs is you don't only get like regular resource crates, you get these ones too, which ends a mix of both food, wood, and coin. While it doesn't give you an impactful amount in one resource, it does give you a variety of resources, which means you can basically use it to help you acquire units a lot easier rather than say age ups or big technologies, right? Unless they're veteran technologies, in which case I think one of these shipments will handle it pretty well for you. Yeah, certainly. So that's definitely a cool thing about the HODs, I think, in general, is the fact that they get multiple resources with a lot of their cards, which is kind of helpful when you're trying to build a variety of units. Because honestly, in this case, if you're HODs, you need Kanya Horsemen, you need Forest Prowls, and you probably need light cannons in Age 4. And that was actually one of the few things I was really scared about here was, is he going to go for light cannons? Because light cannons, though I can hit them technically with my Marine infantry, they could do a lot of damage to me, and I don't really want to deal with that. So I gotta think of a way to keep the pressure on him and keep him out of Age 4 when the HODs are really peaking. Right? But I am surprised to look at this deck and say, hey, he does not have 4 light cans, he does not have 2 light cans. So I'm thinking, okay, he doesn't have light cans, that's a little odd. You know, he does have this though, which arguably is probably even more scary. Now, the thing I find interesting, it doesn't get, the devs didn't add a Shadow Guard upgrade here, but that's totally fine. I don't want to deal with a guard upgrade in assault units, so that's totally fine for me, but I just figured I'd point that out, you know? Because I noticed a lot of like support cards end up giving their unit the guard upgrade to keep them statistically relevant, and yeah, but yeah. So here I go in again, because I'm basically trying to do as much work as I can here to my opponent, keep him from really building up a lot of bills. I don't want him going to Industrial Age, and I did not look at his deck, so I don't know if he actually went with the light hands or not. But either way, even if he did not have them in his deck, he could always train it from his Siege Workshop, so you still need to be careful, even then. Now, the thing that really surprised me was, why did he make musket riders from the stable? That was kind of a fallacy, because there are no, number one, especially number one, Canada does not have any assault units in their roster at all at any point. That's the number one, because the number one reason we want maneuver units is to deal with assault units. And for one thing, Canada never gets assault units. It's one of the only civs in the game, that be it probably Portuguese, that does not get any assault units. Right, because remember, Portugal in Wars of Liberty does not get the Corsair or an equivalent to that. They just get Hussar or Dragoon. For Canada, their 2 hand cavalry units, the Light Cavalry and the Mississauga in H4, those are scout units, they're not assault. They also don't even get any assault units from the home city, because if I recall, Portugal can at least ship in the Mamluks, right, or something like that. Or at least they were used to be able to. I can't touch my finger on if they still can with their mercenary home city rework.
I know they can make the Captain de Armado native. They can make Arsonist, I believe. They can make a variety of things. I don't think they can make the Mamluks anymore. So yeah, so that might be two civs that doesn't have any assault in their roster at all. It kind of makes the Dragoons practically useless. Not completely useless, but practically useless. Because the only time they're really going to get value is if you have like 50 of them to snipe one artillery piece. Or if you go for like a spam of like Light Cav and Mississaugas, and then you put them into hand mode and run after them. Even then, that's not really effective because you could just as easily make like 50, 70 Tomahawks to do that for you, and it's a lot cheaper. And then if you feel like the stats aren't adequate, just go to the fire pit and work the attack dance to get that damage, beefy up. Oh yeah, certainly. You gotta make sure you do that, because if you don't keep the stats that people don't understand that about the Native American civs. It actually took me many years, maybe 5, 6, 7 years to figure out. What makes the Native American civs strong is their fire pit / community plaza, depending on if you're playing Legacy or DE. What those buildings do is they allow you to boom, get your stats up, do multiple actions, create special units, recover your explorer, all based on how quickly and efficiently and mathematically you can manage the fire pit / community plaza. If you don't want to use the community plaza, yeah, you're going to think natives are slow and sluggy and weak and this and that, because they don't have all the magical economy technologies that the Europeans get. But you're looking at it the wrong way. You need to use the fire pit / community plaza to use the fertility dance to get the villagers sooner, so you can now rank your European opponent in villager numbers, get some of those nice resource cards like silversmithing, furrier, spice trade, get that map covered, and then you find, now I'm on top of things. It took me a long time to realize that. It wasn't really until I started to really play the Lakota on Definitive Edition where I really gained an appreciation for native civs. Yeah. And then I figured out a little bit later, Aztecs and Incas were sort of designed in a way to be more established. So even if you're not into that whole Native American community plaza aspect, you can still sort of do some stuff, which I feel like is kind of cool. Well, actually, wait a second. Aztecs really need their community plaza, but Incas I feel like can do without for the most part in a lot of games, so that's why I sort of gravitated towards them a lot as well. Yeah. And in terms of builds for the Lakota, I sort of gravitated towards builds from the War Hut initially, where I did need the community plaza to, get that attack going. Like, if you went with Bow Rider and X-Rider, maybe you need the fire pit to do a lot of damage, but if you do it with the infantry, if you're going for an infantry strategy where you're massing a lot of infantry with the teepees, maybe you don't have to. So yeah. Went off a bit of a tangent there, but I think it sort of explains how to do natives properly. And I do see Aladdin did make his fire pit here, which is very clever. He does have it available to make. Now, resource-wise, where is he at? So yeah, he is not in good shape to see this. What point was I going to make? This. See, when you're Native Americans too, you need to be moving out onto the map and taking these hunts. You need to take these hunts. You need to take them. If you don't take hunts as Native Americans, you are dead in the water. These farms, not that good economy. You need to get hunts. In fact, it's better if you have Furrier and or Spice Trade and or Great Hunter if you're Lakota in your deck, because if you do that, you're actually going to have a lot of food coming in that you can put towards cavalry, infantry, other things. You're going to be all set. But if you don't do that, you're going to be in this situation where you don't have a lot of food to work with, and you're literally dependent on these crates just to keep yourself breathing above water. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you got to manage this stuff really well, because if you don't, it really eats you up statistically. And see, what I'm doing at this point is I'm just stacking a big army of Marine infantry with the veteran upgrade granting me 6 more damage, and adding in Mass Rebel as well. So, no matter what this HUD is going to do, I can outnumber them with pure damage firepower stats. That's where I try to do best at, is get lots and lots of range units in. Mass them in there. Go boom, boom, boom. Go in there. Get them. Yeah. Absolutely. That's where it matters most. Seriously. Yeah. Yep, and that's a cool thing too with Anglophones. They actually get a 3rd mining upgrade from their market. So if you're actually like going for full map control like this, like I'm doing right now, going all over the place, you can actually take advantage of a really good mining gather rate, which you can directly translate into coin shipments like this. The German Batallos de Diabo, which is a Ulan, and then their German Brummers, which is a skirmisher. You combine those two together with your main army and you're in good shape. You're in really good shape. And since I knew I couldn't obviously train like cavalry to avoid crashing the game again, this is the only like cavalry I'm going to get to use till age 4, which right now I don't really know if I can afford right now. Tell the truth. Yeah. Yeah, this was a pretty interesting game, honestly, because, you know, I felt like the first game that I was synced went by a lot quicker. Like, I was right at his base within a certain number of minutes, but this one I actually had to plan it out a bit and think, how much units do I need to do this, this, and this? And yeah, basically I had to think that out pretty much. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. The arsenal does grant these guys more range if I wanted to. I didn't end up doing that because we didn't get that deep in the game, but just so you know, Anglophony arsenals do have a technology that can increase the range of all gunpowder infantry, so you may consider actually using that for your matches. Which I didn't do here, but it would put me a little bit closer to the range of the forest prowlers with like, I think like 18 range, I believe. Still under the 20, but closer. A little bit of a tidbit for you to follow along with, I guess. Yeah. Because, truth be told, I don't use the arsenal for Anglophonies a whole lot myself anymore, because I don't use Anglophonies that much anymore, and when I do a lot of the time, it's just standard Canada wind condition or Australia, in which case we're not using gunpowder at all. We're throwing kids' toys at them, little wooden boomerangs with paint on them. Not using real adult weapons. Yeah. Okay, that was a good match. Who liked that one? Who liked that encounter overall? I feel like that was probably one of the spiciest encounters we got today so far. We're going to be watching the rest of them now and seeing how the rest of them do. Shall we? Let's load in and watch them. Loading in good? Yep, we're loading in okay. Okay then, so now we can go to recorded games. Now we're moving on to encounter number 4, Chapo versus Kevzio. Let's go, let's do this. This should be an interesting one, you know. Chapo is one of probably the most seasoned players in Wars of Liberty besides me. He's been around a long time. Like I said, since the first Wars of Liberty tournament ever held, like 9 years ago. Really long time. And this time he's going with Japan, which I can't remember if he plays Japan that much. I know he likes Canadians. I've seen him do Dutch. I've seen him do Portuguese before. I've seen him do... I'm trying to remember what else. British, I think. He has a variety of civs. And who's the opponent going to be? India? With Kevzio. India. So we got 2 vanilla Asian civs. It's kind of interesting. You know, everybody's thinking, oh, they're going to go Latin American, they're going to go African, they're going to go Anglophone, they're going to go Maori. No, they're going to go with 2 civs you can get in the Asian dynasties. Which isn't a bad thing, you know. These are both strong civilizations. Japan, a strong economic defensive civ. India, a strong aggressive civ. With a bit of booming power thanks to the Wars of Liberty card structure. For them, so I feel like it is a good matchup to do. And it can go in 20 different ways, probably. I mean, probably what you do is Japan is try to turtle up. Yeah, try to turtle. Okay, so we already sort of get an understanding of what, okay, so this is totally what Japan is going to do. They're going to go for the Portuguese boom build. What I mean by that is they're going to go for Portuguese allies. Portuguese allies are going to make their buildings cheaper, including wonders, making their age up cheaper, so it costs less food and coin. Pretty spicy build that the Japanese do. And then from there, if they want, they can actually leave the Portuguese at any time to go on to Japanese isolationism to boost up their military stats. Or they can go to Dutch to get a coin trickle and some of their special buildings like their bank, their church, their arsenal. So it's kind of interesting, you know, how you can do that. And we'll see here how long they stay on Portuguese for. Because I really don't imagine him going with anything else but Portuguese here if he's sticking to the standard Japanese logic. And now he's getting Heavenly Kami to make his shrines cheaper. Oh yes, yes he is. So the shrines are going to be super cheap now. Here comes Portugal. Yep, note here how the building is now cheaper. TC's cheaper, and then even the Wonder's going to be cheaper. I'm trying to remember, is the Wonder like 600 resources, 650? It's certainly cheaper than 800 once you get that age up going. So where's his explorers as well as monks, his female monks? In the original game, they're male Iko-Eki monks. Here they're female. And they actually have their own special voice sets as monks in this, which is pretty neat. But it looks like they're going to run into some trouble with the elfin monks of the Indians, though. So they're going to put their first shrine over here, it looks like. Kind of far away. Is there any animals nearby? Nope, there's not. I'm thinking maybe they did that just so they could get it down quickly. Yep, see, now they're going to build the Choshogo Shrine. This is part of the Portuguese consulate build. Is you build as many of the shrines as you humanly can around animals, ideally to boost up their gather rate. So that way, your gather rate is really strong. You know, since, remember, Japanese shrine houses, they trickle resources. Food, wood, coin, depend on what you want. So that's what you basically try to do, is as many of these shrines built out. And then, of course, the Toshugu Shrine will boost up their rate even more. And then you lead to a really strong mass of Shiguma musketeers and Kie skirmishers. Ideally, maybe some Gunta riders too. maybe some samurai. It really depends on what the Japanese player's cooking up. Then, of course, if you stay on the Portuguese consulate, you can eventually get a nice mass of some Academico Rangers or volunteers as well, right out the gate. If not, you can obviously switch to Dutch and get some flankers, or you can go to Japanese isolationism and get some of their special units, which were updated to different things than what was in the Legacy game, though. Should be interesting, yeah. Absolutely.
Nani?
Is that it? Oh, that's a defensive Agra fort I see there. Is that right? Oh, interesting. So we got a defensive Agra fort. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. And this is the cost, by the way, for the shrine. That it was 680 on the food. So you know that it ends up making it 120 resources cheaper by going with the Portuguese consulate. Now, for now, it looks like he's at least going to stick with them long enough to get a shipment of the Academico consulate units, which I think would be a pretty good idea since they're a pretty decent early skirm unit you can add in to your army. And I'm guessing with the Indians, they are going to go for a sepoy pressure here. But, oh, wait a second, we're seeing the barracks built that close. Yeah, I see the barracks being built right there by Japan. So, maybe we're going to see some Shiguma action on the front lines. That's stagger mode again. What I would do would be pretty cool is try to get those heroes to stand next to the deer so the cannonball kills their hunts and scares them away. That's actually a cool strategy, because then you mess up his entire hunt build. Yeah, you mess up his macro. That's kind of neat. Yeah, so they are going to go with Shiguma musketeers from the barracks, looks like. Whereas the Indians are going to go sepoy from their Agra Fort, which shouldn't be much different than Legacy, how that works, you know. Try to get like 15, 20 sepoys, go up, do some damage. If you need more, train more, add sawars in as needed. And when you can, get to capital age, make some fans. Those nice, beefy, splashy elephants do a lot of damage in HP. That's what you want to do. Absolutely. That's what you want to do.
Huh? Hamla.
Huh? Mekarunga. Hamla, hamla, hamla. Tayar. Hamla.
Yep, and we're going to see a house being constructed here. Remember, those Indian houses only cost 80 wood to compensate for the fact that their villagers literally cost wood, right? I mean, they do get a card that lets her change the cost of food, but honestly, having villagers that cost wood does help you out in the long run when you have to train stuff like the Gurkha, the Sepoy that cost food and wood, food and coin. It does help having a villager that costs a totally different resource so you can keep up with that pretty easily. And now what India's going to start doing here, it looks like, is they're going to try to take out some of the shrines without realizing Japan is also hunting for them. And they're going to lose 2 villagers. Or 1 villager and almost another one. So yep, they just lost that. Now they're going to have to move back up here with the Gurks. Yep, try to press forward up on this side here. Try to get a house. Oh, he's doing a good job at stalling him out though with the stagger mode. That's pretty cool. He's drawing out the fight a lot longer, which is preventing him from crushing his shrines, which is kind of cool, I think. Because when you look at Chopper right now, he's getting a lot of food from those shrines. I mean, he's able to hold his own in terms of villager Q and Shiguma pretty well right now. And all he really needs to do is just try to buy himself as much time as possible, and then maybe ship in some of these Kie skirms. Get the, then he can send the Academico volunteers as well from the consulate. Is he going to get those right now? That would be a good addition. That would be another anti-heavy. Yep, here comes the Academico volunteers. Portuguese Expeditionary Company. Those will be a pretty strong addition to his military. Looks like he's in fact training some of his own Kies now.
Qual é a sua ordem? Vou isso, vou fazer.
Got about 7 volunteers.
命令を
5
何なりと
skills, about 9 Shiguma.
Sim.
なんなりと直ちにいざ直ちにや
Okay, and now you have to this. This. Yep, but now you gotta queue up some more Shiguma. Yep, and here comes the diplomatic intrigue. This will actually allow him to send yet another group of these Academico volunteers. So we'll have a total of 14 of them working on these sepoys pretty easily. Ooh, look at all the it's doing. Why are the Indian infantry not shooting at them? They get ready to fire and then they run. Is that the lag or something? Yeah, you just got a bunch of free casualties in that mix-up there. Now we're talking of another group of Academico Rangers coming in, so this is getting pretty intense. Oh yeah, absolutely. This is looking like it's going to be a pretty tough battle. And then, what is India going to do? Are they going to get... So, what India can do is they can get grasshoppers. That's right, the grasshoppers, the green jackets. They're called grasshoppers from the consulate. And basically, they'll provide a nice skirmisher aspect that can maybe outdo these Academicos because they have a bit more range on them. See, that combined with Gurks might be enough to overpower his position. Yeah, this is kind of interesting because now I'm seeing these Gurks taking over the situation here, and now Japan might have to add in some of the Gunto riders to deal with the Gurk amassing. But then the Shigumas came in at an angle here. Does he have any... Wait a second. Does he have any... Oh, he has a Gensui Seigo Takamori, so he could indeed get a Gensui out and start popping out some infantry there. So yeah, definitely something he could consider doing. So, what is he going to end up doing with those Shigumas is the interesting question. Is he going to, like, keep pressuring down here, trying to take out houses? Like, what's the end game of that? To keep his villagers garrison the TC? Because the thing is, if you let those Shigumas keep coming in, they can keep taking out your villagers one by one. And you definitely don't want to be running them forward at them like that, do you? No, don't do that. Bad move. Oh, what's the Villy doing over here? Is he taking a nap, standing up, or... Oh, now he's taking a forever nap. In the ground. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, see, that's why you can't leave villages idle, because if you leave them idle, then they get sniped by raiding infantry. You don't always get raided by cavalry. Sometimes a group of, like, musketeers with the decent movement speed can run around your base and start blasting off infantry and stuff. So you gotta be careful of that. I do kind of like, though, how both players are sort of in the same score number right now. Pretty much. Regio just jumped a little bit ahead. Now, this is the problem. Here comes the problem. Here comes the Gunter Riders. These are gonna destroy Gurkhas. Gurks are in serious trouble now. I don't even think he even knows how much trouble he's truly in until they start coming in at him. Hopefully, Chapo can try to hide them as long as possible, so it gives Kevzio as little preparation time as possible to counter them with sepoys. But now we should be able to see them, and he is going to start to probably try to add in more of the sepoys deal. Because if he goes all in skirmish, he's kind of in trouble against those things. Those things are insane. They move so fast. At least it says in the description that they move fast, but I think 675 speed is probably good, right? But man, do not let your sepoys go on the front lines and take shots like that, though. You need to keep those things alive and pumping. You gotta make the final stride against this infantry force. Deal with the Gunto riders. Get them out of there. You know, separate his arms. Finish him off. Oh yeah, I mean, seriously, like, well, he's doing alright though against the Gunto, but he's losing a lot of mass really quickly there. To the point that I don't think you're doing too well right now. You're still got Gunto's present there. Yeah, no, now you're in. You lost that whole mass advantage, yeah, and now we can actually take a move on to Agra Fort, which is not good, not particularly pleasing at any point. Definitely not. I don't think it would be. Definitely not. So at this point, you probably are thinking, how can I sort of round this up and get rid of some of these units that I'm dealing with? Well, the best thing you can do is try to distract him as long as you can and hope that the Agroforce Cannon attack is going to deal enough decent splash on him to deter him. But unfortunately now he does have the Siago Takamori Gensui in play and will be able to train things directly out of this thing. Right? Directly out of him. So yep, he is indeed queuing Guntos out of him. And those Guntos will have more stats around him. Here he goes in for the attack. Oh no, this is the problem this is why in Defib Edition they set up 2 gather points, one for economic, one for military. Because look at what happens right here. He just dropped 600 coin into his opponent's base that he can now grab up. He actually has to take out this Agrifort now and can't let him come. Oh, he's got a villager. He's gonna save the day. That was bad. That could have ended so. Oh nope. He's gonna compete with the now. He's gonna. Oh, is he gonna get any of it? Yeah, he's gonna get a little bit of it. Just keep grabbing it, and then he's gonna grab your coin. What is going on with the horrible crate placements today? First he does it, then you do it. And you thought you were gonna steal his coin, and now he's gonna take his coin back and he's gonna steal your money. Talk about being a pickpocket. There you go. This is pickpocketing in AoE 3, folks. Not only am I going to get my money back after you try to rob me for it, I'm going to get your money. Yep, and now he's going to go for his money, and he's going to grab his money. It's the war of the money. It's not a matter of who can burn down whose town center and fort. It's a matter of who can steal whose money at this point. And I think India's in a good... Yeah, now he's grabbing some of his money. He's grabbing some of his money now. Is it possible this game is going to end with money flying, a bunch of golden bars and coins over the grass like that? Money, actual wealth wasted? Wasted wealth? Yeah, I mean, seriously, like, look at these coins here. You got 500 coins still uncollected. You got 300 coin here. Who's gonna grab this stuff? How much coin and how much do they need? Man, if you had a monastery as India right now, you could make some outlaws right now and get some renegados going. That would be pretty good. You could use that to fight back. Grab his coin, grab your coin, make some renegados. Take care of the Shigumas. Who's this? Oh, that's another Gunter Rider. Alright, I thought you had another Gensui coming out somewhere. I'm like, whoa, wait a second, they can get 2 of them? Oh, no, you can only get 1. I think unless you go with the castle in H2, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest though, both players, they're kind of fried right now in terms of resources. Like, more fried than fried rice, actually. So, yeah. I mean, I can kind of understand it though, because, well, your coin is literally lying in your enemy's base right now because you let your Gensui actually deliver it there. Huh. Yeah, you never see this in competitive play. Somebody just leaving their coin in their enemy's base. Was he like simping to him or something? Like, I feel bad that I'm gonna destroy you, so why don't you take some of my money as a consolation prize? And maybe you can magically come back. Oh, yeah. There goes the emergency units. They're gonna slice into the PA. Oh, those are the Academicos. Yeah. Fighting them off with their little daggers. Doing pretty good, actually. They just took out 3 of them. Not bad at all. And then they're gonna take the monk out. Get the monkeys down. Not bad. Those emergency units did more work than... Okay, so Japan is the ultimate armed robber now. Taking taking the money for himself and from India. So everybody's money is being robbed from him. GG. That was a golden match to say the least, and especially because of the actual gold lying all over the place when it was all said and done. That is something you don't see every day, is literal gold, actual golden bars all over the field. That is, yeah, you don't always see that in matches. That's cool when you see stuff like that. Total belly flop in terms of Home City Gather points. That was pretty neat. Oh yeah, I mean seriously, that was pretty fun. Yo, dude, why are you playing vanilla in 2024? Because of Wars of Liberty, man. That's why. Raptor Hacker, have you seen the Great War Rage and Wars of Liberty before, man? You need to get this thing. It doesn't matter if it's an old ancient game. This Great War Rage, man, is revolutionary. The tanks, the mustard gas, the blimps, the dreadnought warships, it's insane. You need to get this stuff, man. You need it. You need to experience it at least 20, 30 times in your lifetime. Then you'll realize that instead of getting DE, you can just get Wars of Liberty instead, because this is Definitive Edition at home. You know? We can't afford Wars of Liberty. We can't afford Definitive Edition, Jimmy. We have to get it at home. This is Definitive Edition at home right here, folks. Wars of Liberty. And right now, we're going to go to match number 2 of Kevzio versus Chapo. If it's anything like the first game, we are going to be in for some shell shocks that we've never seen before in actual history. First, who drops... Wait a second. This is Malaysia. So these Juanitos forgot to record their game too. Wow. Man, we could have seen a good best-of 3 today.
Wait.
All because some Juanito was too busy looking at Juanitas Muy Bonitas in his browser and forgot to press the record button when they greened up. Come on, man. You can't be that obsessed with Juanita Bonita. She's muy bonita, but still. You gotta press that record button before you start the match. Seriously. They could have possibly dropped more coin and food and wood and experience crates into an enemy base, and we wouldn't have known about it. Hopefully they do that here to make up for it, because we've been robbed, people, of a good match, and we want retribution. We deserve it. We need that match too, and we the people deserve it. Alright, so going back to Wars of Liberty stuff, here are the Swedes of Wars of Liberty. They are actually quite radically different than the Swedes you know from Definitive Edition. So the way these Swedes work is, they get these special buildings called sawmills that trickle wood, so making them like wood banks, basically. Instead of banking actual money, you're storing wood. You know, basically like the U.S. economy right now and its inflation of paper money, which is a whole other thing. But, yeah, basically just that. And then you do get the torps, but it's a very different type of torp. And you can only have a build limit of 1 of them. See, the way Swedish buildings works is, the different buildings Sweden has works is, they get a special attachment building that they can build onto the side of it called a annex. And from that annex, some of them can produce these things called allotments, which are these big bun technologies that work infinite times that produces a large sum of units for a discounted price. I think it's 10 or 11 or 13 or whatever Bevringers for 300 resources or something. It's a bit insane. And then there's actually cards too called Advanced Torps and Advanced wherever the other one, Advanced Torps, adds more units to the allotment. It makes the Torps building itself cheaper. Actually, yeah. So, definitely. And that's sort of the way the Swedes work, basically, is every building, including the town center, barracks, stable, artillery foundry, market, can build a annex on the side of them. And then it's the barracks that can build a torp, which acts as a house that provides like 15 population, but also has the allotments for the Beveringer or the musketeer unit. And then the stable has this paddock, where it's given a new name now, that heals nearby cavalry units, but it also has an allotment for the Hussatruppe, which is a heavy cavalry unit similar to the Cuirassier. Yeah. A lot to take in, but we'll see it as the match goes on. I don't want to focus on the details too much. Looks like Swedes start with Colbertism because they do not get a lot of villager cards. They actually only get a couple of villager cards, and they're mostly team-oriented. They get Team 3 settlers in Age 2, and they get Team 8 settlers in Age 4. So unless you're playing the team game, the settler cards for Sweden are basically non-existent. You really don't want to get them. Now, what is a good card is Riksbank, which gives you a bank, which you can use to get money. So you don't have to leave your money in your opponent's base to pick up later. Isn't that an intelligent idea? Isn't it? I'm going to talk about that for the rest of my life now because, that seeing somebody high level like Chapo pulling that one off, he had to be trolling. He did not intentionally do that. He had to be trolling that. He had to be trolling that or something. Or, what happened was, I think he was probably ready to go for the final assault against the tough and deadly Kebzio, making his green jackets and grasshoppers, and Chapo decided, I did really well in that engagement, so I'm going to reward myself with the Juanita Bonita picture. And while he was doing that, he was so obsessed with it that he left this coin in the enemy base. That's probably what happened. So that's why you save that stuff till after the match, when you know where your resource crates are actually going when they're shipped. And now we're going to be watching the French as well start to age up with the Artisan, 400 wood quartermaster age up, and Kebzio with the Aristocrat. And if I recall, the Aristocrat gives trying to remember. What does the Aristocrat do again? I think it's something to do with coin, right? Unless it's... We'll see. We'll see how the gate what it is. Oh, it's the one with the 2 settlers and 2 cows, yeah. I go for that sometimes myself, but I prefer to get it if I know I'm going to have a livestock pen with some other animals, though. Because obviously... Well, the thing is, on this map, Malaysia, you do get the water buffalo, so you can actually justify putting down the livestock pen and then eating up all the beefy cows at, mid-game. So it makes sense here. Makes sense in this situation. And now we're going to see the Swedes construct a barracks. And with the barracks, they're probably going to produce some... Oh, yep, here comes... See, this is an annex. It's the Torps annex. You build the barracks, and then on the side, the barracks will actually construct this building on the side, if I call it a torp. Supports population and musters Bevering allotments. And see, this... this is actually another important card I should mention called Norland Logging. Normally, sawmills only have a build limit of 1, but what this does is not only does it let you construct 2 sawmills instead of 1, it makes them cheaper, because normally the sawmill is like 350 wood to construct, but when you send that card, it only becomes a cheap 211 wood, which, that's a pretty decent price, It's not as bad as selling out 350 wood to get something that just gives you back wood. Yeah, so you gotta keep that in mind when you're doing it. Looks like Chapo's gonna go for a mix of grenadier and line infantry. A bit of anti-infantry, a bit of anti-shock to go against the Swedes. Not a bad move. I mean, France, pretty good overall units stats in general for their army. They do get a lot of upgrade cards in their home city, though, I'll be honest. And then, of course, all these units can become Royal Guard as well. France because of, I guess, the French Revolution. Everybody's equal, so literally everybody gets equal upgrades, I guess. Here comes the bank from Rick's Bank, Leek's Bank, and then France is going for coin. What else do they got? Ah, they got the Bagirmi Shieldmates, which are an African cavalry unit too, which is pretty interesting. Where I think it has gold armor or something. So yeah, that should be pretty neat. Has that colorful French hot air balloon flying around, looking for things. And then, let me see here. We will now see. Alright. So he's just gonna throw that grenade into the house first, it looks like. Take that out. Well, the thing is, against Swedes, taking out buildings is not always the most fruitful thing because they can make up wood real quickly. Because these sawmills, if I point on them, they give you a pretty fair amount of wood, about 1.75 wood a second. And they also leave behind wood crates as well, of course, wood. So your villager can constantly keep going back to them to grab more of that wood. Wait a second, did he actually kill a cow? He threw a bomb at a cow. Damn, cruelty 101. We don't throw grenades at cows. We love our cows. We don't throw bombs at them. The only time we cook our cows is when we're making steak out. We don't throw bombs at them to heat them up. Yeah, man. Respect nature. Nature won't respect you. Yep, you'll run out of all the trees, you'll run out of hunts, and then you'll basically get taken over by France, which is a horrible punishment on its own. Live the rest of your life eating snails and frogs, frog legs, as a Frenchman, all because you didn't respect the cows. Talk about bursting somebody's bubble, he just blew up that hot air balloon. Yep, and there's a hot air balloon. So what happened to that man? Did he literally get crushed by the balloon and the contraption above him? Like, that must be scary when somebody shoots your hot air balloon a big hole in it. What do? Like, do you jump out of the thing? Do you, what the contraption above you land on top of you with the flame? Like, what happens exactly when you're falling from a large height from a hot air balloon? How do you get out of that unscathed? Do you get out of that unscathed? What do you think? Good question, actually. So what are these exactly? So these are Bagarmi Shieldmates. So they were actually an assault unit. So statistically, at least when I look at it, they have the statistics of the Infernale, but they apparently have the assault tag. I'm thinking maybe they shouldn't have the assault tag because they don't have the assault tag for the Infernale or the Last Beast of the Dutch, so maybe they should remove the assault tag for these to make them a little bit more tough, I would say. But at the same time, I guess when you do let them have the assault tag, you don't have to nerf their ability against heavy infantry, so maybe then that's a good thing, because now they're more versatile that way. I don't know. What do you think? Would you rather have immunity to bayonets of musketeers, or would you rather be able to deal full or close to 30 damage against musketeers with your lance? What would you want to do? What would you do in that situation? Is it something worthwhile doing, or yeah? Now this is cool. The Torps survived even though the barracks burned off, so now he can still get his very own allotments from the Torps. It's pretty good. But what is scary is he hasn't even gotten his own advanced Torp yet, so the allotment groups are still going to be pretty meager, I would say, and pretty expensive too. Here comes the Bebelingers, coming out to the Belix. So what's France going to do now? What are the French up to? So the French are going to get regular hit points to make their line infantry and grenadiers have more HP. But is this the only army he has, or he has some line infantry over here? He has some partisans for some reason. What are these doing? You know, no indication that he's making hussars, so why are you making this? He's gonna steal his animals, though, it looks like. I don't think you can get away with that animal without attacking those villagers, though. I don't know, this is anybody's game at this point, because if Kezio had the power to beat him in a match on Hudson Bay, maybe he has the power to beat him on this match. Who knows? We'll see. We'll see what he can do. We will see. Some more grenadiers. Yeah, you're gonna need grenadiers, because if you're just going like musket, you're not gonna win against the Beveringers. Beveringers are just really speedy and they can move in and out and do all sorts of weird stuff. So yeah, so you need some grenade throws to offset that a little bit. And now, what are the bill counts right now? 29. He's gonna add in 30. How many for these guys? So only 16 villagers. It's a little pessimistic, but what can you do at this point? He is getting heavy infantry hit points to give some more to these Beverlingers. Yeah. Well, the thing is, actually, here's my... Wait a second. Never mind. It makes sense now. I was going to say for a second, now that Sweden no longer has halberdiers, and maybe it's a little bit weak for them to have a card like that only affects heavy infantry. But then I realized, wait a second. Grenadiers are also heavy infantry, and also you get natives that can be heavy infantry, and outlaws and mercenaries. So it's not as bad, actually. It's actually a pretty fairly good card. Yeah. And then, of course, when we add special units into things like Arena, we'll see them to them. Yeah, that helps out. So, yeah, I take that back. Heavy infantry hit points is a decent card. But, what's that? What's he making? Wait a minute. Do they both have grenade? Yeah, they both have grenadiers. Throwing bombs. Confusing. We're gonna be able to afford more of them though? No, he's not. And then does he have enough to should he even be engaging with the Bedwingers left over with the line infantry, or should he be retreating them? Good question, actually. Good question. I don't even know. I don't know what you should be doing at this point. Beats me at this point. Oh boy, that's a GG. GG in plain sight. Yeah, that barracks is going to go down, then the other barracks, then the sawmill, and then the town center. Minute. going to be engaging with the line infantry. Yep, now should be GGing any second. Alright, yeah, nice try with the towers there at the end though, GG. Good match though, I mean, wasn't as suspenseful as the one where you only drop money in the enemy's base, but it's good enough for me. What do you think? What happened to the missing match number 2? Will we ever see it? Find out next time. I'm kidding. It's gone forever. It's a goner. The memory we'll forever have is the match of Chapo versus Kebzio match 2 that we'll never see. So now we're going to be booing up the game now, but unfortunately I gotta do something for 1 or 2 seconds, and I'll be right back with you once this loads up. So just wait for me real quick, shall we? Shouldn't be too long. Should be like a couple minutes, most. Sorry for the interruption. Hopefully it wasn't too long. Looking at our record games, we got about 1, 2, 2.5 encounters to go. For some reason, these Juanitos again forgot to record their other matches. So unfortunately, we only get one. Bro, I'm keeping the game on. Man, this is like eFootball. Guatemala when? I should tell you though that Guatemala is in this mod actually. It's not an independent civ, but through the Central America civ, you can become Guatemala, and they got their own unique Royal Guard unit and everything. And even your home city flag changes to Guatemala, which is neat. So you should totally check that out. Get Wars of Liberty, play Central America, and you'll find out that one of the rosters you can select multiple times is Guatemala. It's a cool little Easter egg. Yeah, they figured because it would be tricky to have like 6-7 different Juanito Central America civs, they would mash them up into one civ altogether, where you could turn into any of them at any time, depending on which units you need. And special abilities, too, which they give to your explorer. So now, that being said, let's return to Delian versus Adri. Match 1. This should be in... I don't know how this one's going to go. We'll see. We'll see. I'm looking forward to all the matches, honestly, because I know Delian isn't necessarily the highest level player, but he has delivered upsets in the past before. And this time Delian is using one of his favorite civs, Belgians, again. And he will be going off against the Lakota. Yep, wait a second, This is actually going to be the last time we actually see Lakota in this tournament, because they were actually a banned civ as of this week, because apparently I was doing a match against Chapo in a 2v2, and he noticed that the speed of the Axe Rider actually increases to like 8.25 in Age 2, and then changes back in Age 3. Some weird little bug that I didn't even notice. So I guess they're actually officially banned from the tournament altogether, Lakota. And you'd be surprised by that, because they're actually a vanilla civ. And maybe it's something to do with the coding or something, I don't know. Might not even be anything, it might just be what the War Chief does, who knows. Yeah. We'll find out, though. We'll find out. If it's nothing, if it's something that can be fixed or whatever, if it's totally nothing, maybe they can be enabled back or something into the tourney. Who knows? All I know is Lakota are an awesome, fun civ to play, and I would prefer if they would continue to be used. Adri, in particular, is a really good user of them. Lakotas, offer many different options, both... Well, I wouldn't even go into that, because, really... Lakota in Wars of Liberty are pretty much identical to that of Definitive Edition, with some differences, obviously. Obviously, the type of Lakota you experience in Wars of Liberty is more reminiscent of the Asian dynasties than the new cards and features that Definitive Edition brought along. Same thing when we're talking about Hods, or India, or Chinese, yeah. Just something for you to keep in mind. Well, I wouldn't say China, because China does actually have some substantial unit differences between D and Wars of Liberty worth going over. But when we're talking, like, similar roster civs, like India, Lakota, and Hods, for sure, I would totally mention that, there's pretty minor differences, at least at the base level, between the civs. That being said, though, I think the Wars of Liberty devs set it up so the Lakota units actually start out with extra siege at the start of the match. So they don't even need the torch dance at the fire pit. But the fire pit dance is still there, it's just at a reduced effect now. So basically, you don't have to always be on the fire pit if you want good siege. You can get some good siege without the fire pit. And that probably is pretty helpful to you, because if you're going Axe Riders and you don't want to chop another 100 wood to get a fire pit, do you really want to go for that? And do you really want to take off like 5-10 villagers off the bison that you're hunting from your home city and say, hey, I want you to get more siege? That's not really helpful, is it? Well, it is helpful, but it is annoying too. Just gives you a little bit more control. As for Belgium, Belgium is a civ we don't see in Definitive Edition or the Asian Dynasties. or really see any reference of in the game at all. So how does Belgium work? So Belgium works in a really meticulous way. So the way Belgium works is they start the game with a frontier wagon, but there is a special, it can build a trading post, a outpost / redoubt, or a saloon. So you can actually take over maps really easily with the Belgians. And with each age up, they can get another frontier wagon. You get one at the start and then each age up, so it does add up over time. Right? And then another thing too about the Belgians is they can access native warriors even without a native site. Yeah. That's what, because the Belgians can essentially ship in natives from the Belgian Congo colony, and thus they can always build a native embassy to make those African natives, even if you don't have any natives on the map. Because in this case, obviously, you could make Zapotec or Mapuche natives as Belgium, but you'll also be able to make the Niam Niam Zande spearmen of your African colonies as well. So you end up getting like 3 different spear natives that don't cost any population that you can stack up into a formidable force, as well as their Hunga Munga knife throwers and their Zappo Zap raiding units too. So if you like natives, Belgians are a pretty pro-native civ overall. Native warrior gameplay. Not only because of their own natives, but they get some cards too to help improve the training rate of natives as well, and the stats. In particular, infantry natives fare well with the Belgians. So now we see a war hut being under construction by the Lakota. And what did they go up with for the age up? The chief. So the chief is going to, let me think, is it going to be wood or is it going to be, yep, it is going to be wood, yeah. I always mix it up. I always forget if the war chief gives us wood or if he gives us food or gives us extra. Yeah, I gotta play natives more often. But, yep, basically just a core master age up. That's great because now they can start to queue up lots of the Citan Bowman archers and go for a push forward. Also, they are shipping in some axe riders, which they can combine together for sort of a archer hand cavalry combination and go straight for the Belgians with it. As for the Belgians, it looks like maybe we're going to see a FF here. See, they're getting close to that 1.2k food requirement, and then they're going for the 700 chests of coin right now. Which just can me think maybe they're going to go up another age and try to cut off the Lakota with some stable units. Because what they could totally do here is, why don't they ship in some of those bike infantry, which is an anti-skirm, so it deals multipliers against skirmisher class units, to deal with the Citan Bowman, and then they can make some native spearmen deal with the axe riders, and then start to siege. Yeah. Yep, I'm pretty sure at this point they're gonna go for that FF, considering they haven't really trained much at all, and they're still grabbing up that coin. How many settlers are they going up with for this FF?
Hello.
About 18 billies.
Taku.
16 bills active for the Lakota. So what are they going forward with? They're going for with the rush of Citan Bowman and Axe Riders. Alright, so now they're aging up with the Academic. I'm trying to remember what the Academic does. Is the Academic... I know the Gunsmith gives you volunteers, if I recall. And then the... Yep, and then another one gives you an elephant, so I'm trying to remember what the Academic gives you. Well, you could certainly use the town center to focus fire on the Axefoe, since that's going to be sort of the rarer unit you're going to be dealing with. Thankfully, too, you have some outposts developed here to help snipe down those cavalry. So when you do want to ship in some bicycle infantry, you can do that pretty undeterred, pretty much. Yep, start gathering again. Ship in some volunteers. That'll be a decent thing against any sort of infantry that the Lakota make, as well as their bow riders. See, in this situation, I feel like, Lakota aren't looking too broken right now. They're being perfectly countered. So I don't know what's going on with the Lakota, I didn't even know they even had a speed bonus thing before. That, well, not a bonus, but a bug that basically made him quicker in Age 2. When we read it here, it says 675 in Age 2. So I don't know if that's the War Chief doing that, or... Where is the War Chief, actually? Well, yeah, War Chief's back over here. I'll see if when he moves closer to the War Chief, if it actually beefs up their speed at all. And maybe that's the problem. Yeah, kind of an interesting one. Frontier Wagon is going to make another tower.
Yeah, okay.
So here's the question. If we're at this stage, do we make Military's machine guns, bicycle infantry, or the Force Publique skirmisher? If you're Delian. It's a good question, actually. I think you could probably justify going Force Publique at this point, just because there's axe riders. There's war clubs involved. The fact that you got war clubs in means they can actually gang up on your bicycle infantry, which could cause a problem. So maybe go with Force Publique first, and then follow up with them. You could go with the machine gun as well. The Minotaurs. Yeah, the Minotaurs should be able to deal with any massive units that the Lakota are doing right now. And then you add in the line infantry, of course, as a defensive measure, and that should give you enough of a phalanx to push now, or soon. Yeah. We'll see, though. Honestly, if you're Belgium, I would say just keep pressuring on the Lakota right now. Keep them in their base. Try to eat up their hunts and their mines and stuff, and try to keep them on the back pedal. Because, remember, Lakota are one of those Natsivs, and thus they don't get a lot of good resource gathering outside of natural resources like mining, hunting, wood chopping. So if you can keep them off the natural res, that could be great for you as Belgium to deal with the Lakota. Guatemala sounds based. Oh, I can guarantee you for sure that the Guatemala Civ in Wars of Liberty is a base Civ. They are. They actually get, they get Royal Guard, Escopeteros, the Palicos. So yeah, they get a very strong skirmish unit that they can use to help Central America out. And then you can swap off and I think go for Honduras, I believe, or I can't remember if it's El Salvador or Honduras to get the Royal Guard Dragon Rojo, and then when you go back to Guatemala to spam out a bunch of Escopetero Pelicos and the Dragon Rojo of Honduras / El Salvador, and then you're in really good shape. Yeah, I like to do that a lot, and then sometimes I'll add in the Civico Auxia, Machiteros sometimes from, I think, I can't remember what civ that's from. Might be Los Altos or something. No, Los Altos is all infantry. I can't remember now. There's so many countries in Central America, and they all get one RG unit, so it's a bit difficult. I know Guatemala has Escopeteros guaranteed, though, if I put my thumb on the money. Getting back to this, though, no major wars just yet. We do see the Mia Tarus had a bit of action there, doing some good anti-infantry work. Here comes the bicycle infantry shipment. These should be a pretty good unit because the bicycle infantry are what we classify as an anti-skirm, which means they get multipliers against other skirms.
Commando.
And they also get a lot of pierce armor, as you can imagine, too, so they can deal with those skirms better. But one thing they actually don't get, which will surprise you, is a light cavalry tag, like a maneuver tag, which means skirms actually don't deal multipliers against them. Because they lack that maneuver tag, that means that skirms actually would not be able to fight back against these. These bike infantry have an absolute field day when they're dealing with a group of like skirms or crossbowmen or something. Absolutely.
Commando. Klaar. Commando. Klaar.
Yep, here we go. I see a assault by Belgium taking the pull to go towards the Lakota village. Oh, they just missed these villagers, which is fortunate for the Lakota. So what are they going to do? They're going to go for an attack at this position against the C-10s and the... I think the X-Riders are going to pose a problem, though, here. So, So now we see the bicycle infantry strolling in towards the... let me see. Alright, so now we got the... I'm trying to see war HUD-wise. Now the villager's going down. He's going to pop that one. The machine go towards the war HUD. Now he has to take out that war HUD. Take out that war HUD now. And then... let me see... Okay, engagement-wise, it looks like war clubs are going back. CTM Bowmen are coming in. And now we have to wait for the... Yep, now he has to take his Belgian line infantry melee, I think, with the bayonets so he can protect against an Axe Rider attack. And villagers are going down. Look at all these villagers that just went down. That was pretty impressive work by DeLeon, though, because that's going to stop a lot of the hunt production for him. And then, alright, I think I'm getting a phone call from somebody. Can I wait for a couple of seconds? Be right back. back. Let's resume. Sorry for the slight delay. So, we're continuing to watch Delian make a move onto the Lakota Town Center. The Lakota are basically trying to do a two-front attack to try to deal with it. Trying to come on one side with the axe riders, on the other side with the siege. And what they best try to do is try to pick off as many of the line infantry as possible with the bowmen, so that the axe riders can dismantle them. I don't know, like, look at all the axe riders falling. Not bad. I don't know. I mean, fight them all? Looks like he is going to kill all the axe riders. And now he can actually use his bike infantry to make a move onto his G-Tank. Wow. That was pretty good. Pretty good work, Delian. Good work. Impressive work, actually. Get out of melee mode, though. Should just go into range mode, and even if you are going to be dealing with the, Is he going to retreat? I wouldn't retreat, though. I'd just stay here and... Oh, he's going to be reconnecting with the skirms, the force peliques that he's just shipped. Okay. That makes some sense. Alright. I understand. I understand that. That's perfectly fine.
Prêt.
À l'attaque!
Oui. Votre ordre?
À l'attaque!
Votre ordre? Oui. Votre ordre?
Why are you retreating back to the base, though? I would take out the trade route. Yeah, take out the trade route. Do something while you're over there. But that's just crazy if you're not going to take out anything in this area.
Oui.
Klaar. Jagen.
Now we're going to be taking out the trading post. Here. Where is Adri in all this, resource-wise? So, this is pretty painful, actually, because now he's going to buy up Stagecoach, and then he's going to lose the trade route. Is he going to cancel his Stagecoach, or is he going to stick with it? Because if he keeps going with it, he might end up losing the trade route that he's getting the Stagecoach on, which is kind of crazy, honestly. But I suppose in this situation, it doesn't matter if you can get like 100 extra resources in just to maybe noodle your way back in. Who knows at this point what the desperation level is for you as Abby right now. But what I can say though is that but wait a second. What is Delian doing? Is he going for industrial aid? Yes, he is. What's he doing? He's going up with the Artillerius, which is going to grant him more military use. Okay, that makes sense. Nice. And then he can actually get a factory. Get the Sion Industry factory over here. Sion Industriel. And can start getting some quicker producing steel guns out of the factory, which that could be the power unit you need to finish off Lakota, honestly. Just get some steel guns and blast your way through his infantry lines. That could do it. You know, that might be able to pull it off. He really doesn't want him putting up a trading post here because he knows then he's going to be able to share in them the resources too. He'd much prefer if he could kill that villager, which he did, and then take that trading post for himself. But now, he's able to get to age 3, and then he can start to ship in Wakinas, he can get in Rifle Riders, he can get into Shunke Prowlers, Dog Soldiers, really anything he needs to do this. Now, that's kind of a painful situation because that means he can continue to construct them with the Explorer, which is a quicker building unit. Alright, so now he can indeed share some of the resources of his opponent. So what now if you're Belgium? What do you do?
Claire.
For some reason you don't have veteran line infantry as well, which is a bit worrisome. And then I believe in, let me see.
Oui.
Yeah, I don't know at this point what you're doing as Belgium. Honestly, if I was Belgium right now, I could have probably have just stayed in H3. Gone like 50 line infantry at veteran level, gone 20 veteran hussars and just finished them off then and there. Maybe get some of the native warriors going. By the way, the Belgian natives, the African ones, the Nam Nam, those ones, they get Shoutex as well. So that is definitely a good thing to get. It's cool to see them getting some natives though. I do see some of the Blackwood Mapuche coming out from this site. This site over here. Are they gonna go pressure this trade route here? That could be pretty good. Yes, they are. They're gonna pressure that trade route right now. He's gonna, yeah, oh, perfect. That perfect timing with that. So now he's just gonna burn off that trading post. He's gonna hurt him, hurt his resource count. So I get a bit of XP from taking that out.
Votre ordre? Prêt. À l'attaque!
Factory's coming out right now.
Votre ordre? À l'attaque!
He still has his line infantry in bayonet mode since, like, the siege of the town center. He needs to get these off of melee mode right now and put them onto range.
Commando?
Because there's a good chance you're going to be dealing with some sort of, like, Wakina rifles, and you're probably going to want to keep them, you know, able to fire back at him. That would be preferable, I would say. Veteran line infantry finally. We've been waiting for that for a while, that upgrade. It's about time, my friend, you got that. Should have gone sooner, but I'm not going to complain too much. Certainly having the coin from the factory is going to be helpful too. Also, why not grab some of this trade route here? Not trade route, but this hunt over here, this deer. Grabbing a little bit of deer might be... Oh, here's another idea. Maybe change some of the trading posts here since they are stage codes, provided the courtesy of your opponent. So take advantage of those free resources while you can, because he's certainly going to try to burn those things down. See, he is putting one settler there, probably trying to hurt it, but he is going to lose that one. It's bad that you're going to lose it, but at least it gives you a bit of a warning that this is where a raid is coming in from. Now, the fact that you got Force Publiques does end up hindering his Rifle Rider's ability a little bit in this area. You know, and one thing you actually can do, which you might want to do, is get some Dragoons. Because, believe it or not, Rifle Rider is actually considered an assault unit. Or at least no, it's actually a skirmish unit. In the original game, it had the heavy cavalry tag, which meant the Dragoons could actually counter them, but I guess now they get the skirmish tag, so that means you probably actually want to make bicycle infantry to shoot them from range. And if we ever get the arena scenario working in Wars of Liberty, I know I'm surely going bicycle infantry or artist rifles with the British against those things, because that I know that will do a really good job against them. And still be immune to things like skirmishes. Because now that I think about it, that's actually even scarier to the Rifle Rider now, because if you gave it the assault tag, that means that if you wanted to use Dragoons against them, you could save them by using Wakina rifles. Now, if you want to go after them with bicycle infantry or artist rifles, you can't use those same Wakina rifles to go after them with, because the artist rifles and bicycle infantry go after them as well. Means you actually have to charge forward with either your dog soldier assault or your axe rider to be able to intercept that. And that's not as easy because that's a halyard, which can obviously be blocked off by bayonets, by polearms, by native warriors on this map. So you put yourself in a bigger pickle with that tag being present there. Starting to get the first upgrade for mills right now, the seed drill. So the mills are going to gather a little bit more effectively now. Now we're going to mass up a bit of Belgian units. Where is Adri on the resource scale now? So food-wise they're doing pretty good. And how are they getting that food, by the way? So food-wise, they are shipping bison in to get the food. And now, statistically, we have to... Wait a second. Alright, so now... Now we got something we need to lose against the war chief. Yeah, yep. That'll be helpful because the war chief offers an HP boost to the allied units. So if you can take out the war chief, that does help you deal enough lethal damage to the enemy units they're defending. Well, oh, they're getting Zapotec Cloud people. This is actually a pretty powerful technology. This actually grants Adri wood crates for the length of the game. And I think he almost gets all of them, right? Works up to 30 minutes, right? So yeah, he gets a lot of stuff from that. But no, oh no, Adri is in Industrial Age now as well. So this is going to be an interesting situation. We don't see any Dragoons from Delian, so this might be his undoing. What do you think? This is undoing? And now, oh, yep. He's getting swarmed and smothered by hand cavalry. That is not good. Those axe riders and dog soldiers go in for the blessing to the force Badnike. So the rifle riders taken off. Now we're gonna see the basically some footage swarmed out. No survivors at all. Bringing just had his little big war in the moment right now. Thinking, oh yeah, good for line infantry, that's perfectly fine. And then you realize, oh god, he's got the assault cavalry in. I'm totally screwed. Like the real assault cavalry. I thought that the rifle rider would have that tag, but I guess now it's only the dog soldier that has that tag, the assault tag. And if we look at the resource count, surprisingly not a lot of food for Delian right now. And I also see him going for steel traps, even though he doesn't really have any... Wait a second though, he does... No, I was going to say, is he actually hunting some elk or something? No, he's only got like one villager on the deer here. Totally unable to do the herding work at all. And basically because of that, I would say steel traps is kind of a waste at this point. And you probably want to save it up for some like artillery or something. Maybe you could pull off something with some more machine gun artillery from the foundry, which he doesn't have built. It's only barracks, so I don't know what the help with this situation right now, because I just see a really bad clump of units leading to this situation. Now he's going for the royal decree from the capital. now that he's going for the royal decree, he will actually get access to some powerful unit options. Because with Belgium, their royal decree grants him access to 2 things. A large stack of guard pikemen / partisans, and you can also send a number of Zwevs from Mexico, the Empress's bodyguard. So yeah, you can act between the Zwevs and the large stacks of pikemen. Maybe that could be good for Delian to add in. So that could be some fairly good options here to help deal with the Lakota units right now. We'll see if he ends up making any of them, because where's
Oui,
his...
votre ordre?
Does he have a capital constructed? Does he have a capital constructed? No, he does not. He does not have a capital, and his explorer is down all the way up here. So he literally needs to ransom some money to the Lakota to get the explorer back, so he can put the capital down and get some of those Empress's bodyguards, those webs out. And I'm looking at it, he doesn't even have the food for that either. I think it's like a 1k food research to get them. So good luck with that. And he's just getting seed drill now as well from the mills. No, it's not seed drill, it's artificial fertilizer. The second mill upgrade to improve the gather rate from the mills. But honestly, when you're playing on Mendocino to anyone, you need to be getting hunts on here. That's what this map is for. Hunting and mining. If you're staying in your little quadrant there behind your little farmy farms, you're not going to have a lot of help, you know? You're going to run out of resources real quick and go dry. You got to get away from those little farmy farms. Go out and eat some meaty meat. And maybe then you'll win. Yeah. So, and I know it's hard, but to be fair, if you're Belgium, you can hypothetically use your frontier wagons when you age up to put towers on those other corners of the map to make it less scary for you to do that. And in fact, don't they get the city planner as well in age 3, which gives them a town center wagon, a covered wagon? Or am I thinking of Germany? I know Germany gets a covered wagon, but does Belgium get one? I know one politician deals with the volunteers, one deals with the elephant huntables. What does the other ones do? I almost pretty certain that Belgium gets a city planner to get another town center. If that's the case, totally use that to like go into here, this area, or go up here, which would be more aggro. Because that's across the trading route, so you're more directly in step with them, right? What are these, like champion axe riders? You got a couple of champion dog soldiers, champion lead rifle riders. What's Adri doing now? Is he gonna? He's got his war chief Wolfhard working on the town centers over there, on the train posts over there, getting those up, reclaiming his stagecoach. Some more X Riders. And yep, that train post is down. I think now what we're going to see is we're going to see a dance on the fire pit to the siege dance. Oh, and yeah, now he's just starting to get the fire pit. He can go on to the siege dance and start raining some serious fire down on those Belgian structures. Fertility dance, no, you want the siege dance. Get that onto the siege dance and you're good. Or you can get the attack dance too, it's really up to you. I would say go attack dance first. Wipe out his army, then go for the siege dance with the torch and just go through all those redoubts, those barracks, those houses. Go for absolute demolition with it. Absolute demolition with it. That's my suggestion anyways. You might have your own plan, but that's what I would do if it was me. Yeah, I am impressed though that Delian was able to pull out that good of an offensive though at the start though. He is getting better at it, he just needs to work at it a little bit more because I feel like there's so many clinches he gets. So many close clinches where he's just feet away from like taking down a town center, doing something major, and then he just flops it because he's missing the wrong unit, or he's making the wrong decision, or he's not block stepping his units the right way, or something. Oh, he's going right for the siege stance. He's not messing around. Yeah, oh, he's going for the full siege stance. All the big powwow with the fire pit. He's going for the full siege stance. 143 siege. 89 siege on the skirmishers. Is he missing a villager slot? Oh yeah, you could add like 6 more vills there and have these Wakina rifles doing like 100 siege. That is unheard of. Is he gonna add more into the fire pit? Oh yeah, he's gonna probably add them. This is why I like the Lakota. This is what I like to use in like team games, is throw them into the fire pit, let them get that siege dance going, and then they can start to really rain down some hard hit torches onto the war huts, onto the teepees of your opponents. Or in this case, the redoubts, the houses, the barracks of the Belgians, right? Yeah. Go on the absolute warpath. It's wonderful. Yep, here come the axe riders coming in. That you should have enough attack to go in for an assault. Finally, we see some dragoons, though, but is it too little too late? Probably, if you only got like 3 of them. Are we going to see any siege dance action at all, or is Delian going to pull the plug on us before we can see that? Are we going to get to witness the siege dance of a lifetime, or not? Come on, man. Go for the siege. Don't even attack his military. Just go under his town center and just wipe it out. Yeah, oh, he's going to do what he's doing. Smother that thing. Smother that. Grandma, come on, raise it, do it. Don't worry about the army, just burn that town center. You got the numbers, just do it. Fan service, right here. Don't worry about the military. Siege, here we go. Barracks, dead. Town center, dead. Factories going down. Oh, Delian pulled the plug. Oh, you didn't have to do that. You could have waited for him to burn everything down. A pyromaniac, but who am I kidding? Good match though, anyways. I mean, Delian, you're getting there. You're getting good with your attacks. You just need to work a little bit more on the unit numbers, the choice, the timing and stuff. Not to retreat too quickly, not give up any ground when you can afford to hold it, stuff like that. And I think you're in good shape. Absolutely. Woohoo! Who saw that one? That was a pretty fun one. Now I'm going to be curious to see what Delian does in match number 2 now. We're loading into Delian number 2 against Adri. And I'll be honest, I mean, from the things I've seen, Delian's record is pretty good. He's got a pretty good resume, you know. He actually beat Alucard in a match before, which was pretty insane. Back in the Liga of last year, he beat him by making the right comp to defeat his Matreros. Alucard was going with the Matrero Outlaw spam as the Mapuche from their shipment, and Delian was able to construct a way of dealing with that effectively. And that I felt like was a really strong move by him. But we'll see here what the second match looks like between Delian and Adri, another advanced player. So Delian's actually go with Italy. And what's Adri doing? Adri is going with Haiti. Okay, that's a good aggro civ. You know, they're pretty strong. You know, pretty strong civ. You got a lot of good units. You know, they get the Zinglin, which is scout, but it also has multipliers against villagers. And as one pop, since it's like a foot unit, like a coyote runner. They get the Royal Guard Escopetero, the Royal Guard Picket, No, the Royal Guard. Well, they get the picket. It's a pikeman, so it has really good siege and multipliers against, like, shock. And it can actually spot spies and stealth as well. You know, it's good at, like, detecting stealth so you don't get ambushed. And then you get the Royal Guard Machitero. That's what I was going to say, Royal Guard Machitero. So that was really strong with them. Then they get the special unit, the Royal Endowment, which can turn killed units into more villagers for you. See, the Haitians, they actually get some pretty special villages here, the Civites. The Civites, they get a special property. See, if you know anything about black magic and Haitian voodoo, you know the concept of the zombie, right? How their ability of turning back people from the dead, correct? So the way it works for Haiti is if I tried to kill any one of these villagers, instead of dying instantly, it's going to sit there holding its kneecap like it got a boo-boo on a skateboard for like 10 seconds. And in those 10 seconds, I can spend a little bit of food to turn it into a revived Civite, where it'll come back as like a zombie in a trance. You'll see the little spinny stars around its head, like it's in a trance. It'll move slower, but gather rate it gathers as good as a regular villager. So that way a villager can have 2 lives essentially, but if the revived Civite gets killed, it dies forever. That's the way. And apparently the what the Royal Endowment does is like a special cavalry unit is it will turn the killed enemy units into the revived Civites, so like a zombie in a trance, brought back from the dead to serve you, and to get you hunts, you mining, you woodchopping, and to build your buildings. As a villager that belongs to your civ instead of theirs, so it ends up leading to less bugs that way. Yeah. And now we're going to be facing off against Italy. So Italy in the Wars of Liberty is pretty different than Definitive Edition, I would say. Mainly different in the sense that they don't have as many special units as they do in DE. The way Italy works here is their architect will basically produce carts or wagons for wood that can turn into any building that you need. So they get like a town wagon they can build that can turn into a house, a dock, a marble statue, which is a special Italian building that blocks enemies from building near it and detects stealth and stuff. They can build a market with it, and then they get a military wagon that makes barracks, stable, safe house. They get an engineering wagon that can make an artillery foundry and arsenal. So there's like a good, like I think like 5-6 different wagons the Italian architect can construct that can turn into any unit it wants. And the cool thing is, of course, you can queue up 5 wagons at the same time of one kind, just like you could with other units, like barracks units. Like, say I want 5 houses, I can click 5 times to have 5 of those wagons queued up at that architect to be made at the same time from them. So I don't have to wait like one at a time. It actually allows Italian city building to occur a lot faster than other civs. And you don't have to have villagers there to build it either, obviously. You can put those wagons like anywhere, and no villager has to attend to it, pretty much. And that being said, the merchants, the other Italian villager, basically does all the gathering. But it cannot build anything. Like, it actually can't build anything at all, right? Anything it has to be built will go through the architect. So, things like walls, the architect can indeed build walls with his hammer, but the merchants can't do that. They just focus on the gathering aspect of the economy. And then, from there, the Italians in Wars of Liberty get a couple other neat little features too that we'll see. Number 1 is a special church, the Basilica, which trickles more experience points than standard churches do in this mod. And then they, of course, get a special type of espionage, you know. Normally, civs in Wars of Liberty, of course, get the safe house to make spies and stuff. what Italy gets is full-blown mafiosos, pretty much. They can actually train actual Godfather-level mafiosos with Tommy guns, and yeah, that's actually a thing in this mod, and you should try it out a couple of times. It's pretty fun. And it's actually pretty balanced as well, when you think, oh god, they can make Tommy guns and spray people with bullets and stuff. The stats work out pretty well in favor of them being balanced, so don't worry too much about that. Just make them to your heart's content and try to survive with them. Pretty fun unit. So what we're seeing right here is Haitian aggression. They are going to go for... They're going to ship in conscriptos from this forward tower, I'm assuming, and then they're going to also queue up some more conscriptos. Oh, they shipped it back at the town center. What's up with the home city gather points today, man? People aren't managing them correctly. People are shipping things at home that shouldn't be at home, and then people are shipping things away from home that shouldn't be away from home. It's like, get your gather points straight, man. Could save a lot of time, walking time, you know? Yeah, if you just shipped them in right there, you'd be all set. Wait a sec, I just realized this is an Italian tower and this is a Haitian tower. And they're shipping units out in the tower next to each other to attack the units next to each other. That is insane. And the fact that you shipped out the conscriptos back at home means the pikemen are actually going to win and beat up most of the conscripts that you shipped at that tower over there. No, the ones that you trained at the barracks, because the ones you shipped were back at home. So, you technically allowed 8 pikemen to beat up a queue of 4 conscripts just because you weren't able to back them up. That's insane, man. That's brutal. Absolutely insane. Yep, and he's also going to be shipping in some of the Battalion de Diabos, some of those nice German immigrant units. Also shipping in some Machiteros. Yep, and now we're seeing the conscriptos taking chase to the volunteers. Unfortunately, the ship volunteers of Italy are going to fall victim to these German immigrant cavalry, the Batteo di Diabos. Oh, they're going to get sandwiched in with the Machiteros as well, which is even worse. Absolutely destroyed there. And then the Machiteros can move up and go on attack. Shipping in Escobateros as well. And what is Italy going to do? Because Italy is the one that's taking the defensive at this point. So all they can really do is just queue up Grenadiers, it looks like. As well as light infantry later, it looks like as well. Oh yeah, that's the cool thing about Grenadiers. If you're not paying attention, you're sieging a bill and they can just drop a bunch of bombs on you and put you in for a nasty surprise. Just like that. Let's see. Is he actually going to try to kite those Macheteros using the Grenadiers? That'd be kind of cool. He's able to because the TC can focus fire on him. Pretty neat. Unfortunately, though, there's one immigrant cav left that can glance at him. Mosquitoes, go after that. Beat up the Hussars, and now can move in for the Grenadiers. Down to the wire fight-wise, because there's very little units here, as you can tell, engaging in the actual fighting. Yeah. Fortunately, Deline can only chop wood. Oh, he's actually got some... does he have any hunters left? No, he's just chopping wood at this point. But now, Adri is going to ship in some more immigrant cavalry. Deal with those.
Fait.
Ja? Jawohl, wird erledigt.
Tá feito. Fica obrigado feito. Ao fogo. Muito bom, né, avô?
Auftrag. Ja.
Yeah, that's a bad placement right there. Those immigrant cavalry are going to basically finish off those merchants, and then from there, it's looking like a pretty quick win for Haiti. It's always the case, though, isn't that right? Oh yeah, it usually is.
Obrigado. Na parada aqui.
Oui.
Fica en avant. Na parada aqui.
Saca. Chassé.
Bereit.
Muito bem. En avant.
When will coming out for Switch? That's a good... It should come out. You know, I actually thought of that once. checking the chat. I actually thought about what would happen if somebody actually managed to port an RTS like AoE 3 to like a Nintendo console and then add Wars of Liberty to it. That'd be pretty cool, actually. Yeah. Or if somebody like modded one of the original Nintendo DS AoE titles and recoded it to be a Wars of Liberty style game. That'd be pretty fun, actually. Yeah. It'd probably save the console, honestly, from all its failures so far. So, yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was a lot of good games on the Switch, but from what I hear, a lot of people worried that Nintendo's going downhill with all their policies and stuff, not their lack of willingness to stick up for the Smash community, going way too hardcore on the anti-emulator stuff, you know. They really need to get smart about that stuff, honestly, you know. I'm honestly scared to even play a Nintendo game on my channel for that reason, because I don't know, hey, are they gonna pull a random rabbit out of a hat and start coming after me as a content creator? And yeah, I'd love to support your games. There's a lot of good ones that I would love to cover, but you don't make that easy for me as a creator, and thus it's kind of crazy, you know? Kind of crazy trying to support somebody that might actually turn their back on me and backstab me for trying to support your software, you know? You can't have your cake and eat it too, man. You gotta support your content creators, people that enjoy mods and stuff. You gotta stick up for them, and that ends up helping you in return. It doesn't hurt you, you know? And I'm pretty sure you make pretty good sales on a lot of these games, so... It's funny we're hearing this from a AoE Wars of Liberty live stream, right? Talk of Nintendo, you know. Because I've been actually watching a lot of Nintendo old GameCube game live streams on YouTube lately from different streamers, and I would love to do that myself, but I realize I always put myself at the risk of Nintendo lashing out at me every time they lose an important sale on their products or something. Oh yeah, let's blame the content creators for, you know, showing emulated games. That's why we're not making money, not because we're sticking to bad concepts, not focusing on story or whatever. It's the content creators that are ripping our sales from us. Yeah. And I'm sure you've heard that speech a million times before, but that's just a sign that I 100% agree with them on that. And, you know, if Nintendo does go after anyone with all these copyright strikes and all this crazy stuff, including, you know, using 2 strikes instead of 1, I just think that's crazy, and it ends up hurting their own products, you know, in some serious ways. And they should probably reach out to the Wars of Liberty team and maybe begin making Wars of Liberty on their console. That'd be cool, you know. I think a lot of people would buy that because it'd feel more modern than the legacy game, and people would legit try to use it on a Switch controller or whatever, a Wii Remote or whatever, how to control their tanks and stuff. That would be fun. But anyways, let's get to the match that we've been rolling for a couple seconds now. Sogtalok, India versus Foofy Dutch. This is an interesting one because I've seen Foofy play the Dutch before, but that was the old Dutch, the one that actually had banks and could make money. We're in the new Dutch that has a totally different civ structure. The way these new Dutch work is, you get 3 villagers. You get a wood villager, the Javanese laborer that speaks struggle of Indonesia soy language. You get the African slave, which is better at mining gold, but also costs coin. And then you get the settler, which is better at mill and berry bush gathering and costs food, the standard 100 food. So really, Dutch is like the Trinity Civ. 3 villagers, 3 ultimate units, and I think eventually 3 late game resource buildings eventually. So yeah, they do everything in 3s to represent their 3 major regions of the Dutch imperial might. That of the Netherlands, that of Africa, and that of Indonesia, right? The Dutch East Indies. So that's basically how Dutch operate. In general, the stuff from Indonesia is going to be focused on wood, the stuff from Africa is going to be focused on coin, and the stuff from Netherlands, you know, the Dutch homeland, is going to be food, because as you know, Dutch are infamous for all of those mills and farms that eventually are going to be sinking into the ocean eventually. But before they go, we can enjoy the mills in this game and make some of those mills get some really tough economy. So now we see some shipping of settlers here. And then, let's check their deck actually, see if there's any new cards to mention. So, this card here, Paketivart, Matschishapshij, basically focuses on trade routes, delivering more resources. It's good for this map in particular. Actually, not a lot of new cards in this deck. But I should mention that Dutch can actually train naval infantry, their marines, from their barracks with the card in Age 1. I don't see that here, but just something I'd mention. And then we get some of the Andanta natives as well. These really cheap but spammable native musketeers that arrive in big numbers. Like this one will ship in 13 natives, and this one will give you about 27 natives, and then again another one gives you like a million natives. And let's see what they're going to age up with. They're going to age up with the Burger, which is going to give them 440 coin, which can go right into Flanker production, the new standard Dutch musketeer unit. And it's no ordinary musketeer unit because it works exactly like Ottoman, Azaps, and the 5th edition. You know, at range they have anti-light cav multipliers and melee anti-shock multipliers. Or in particular, a higher volume against maneuver and scout, but less against assault, just like the other bayonet units in this mod. And the thing about the flanker is they actually have a really good movement speed, and they're great at like kiting and raiding because of that. And they actually get another flanker's movement speed upgrade card here that I don't see, that I think they totally should have gotten. That would have been really good. Probably would have been perfect, hit the spot good. As for India, what is India doing? India hasn't even aged up yet. India doesn't even have the food to age up yet. What is this? This, I remember now. This is what happened in the game against Louise Kaiser back when webs were broken and stuff. This is what happened back in those days. Basically, SOG aged up so slowly that Louise Kaiser was able to age up and make it to like the 3rd age by the time he reached the 2nd age, and it was like, how'd that happen? And I didn't know how it happened and then I looked at the resource and the macro, and he's like, why is he aging up so slowly? Does he understand if his opponent decided to ship something in H2, he'd actually be in deep doo-doo at that point? Camping in his TC? Waiting for help to come? Yeah. He's getting the... Which one is this called? Civil Servants. I usually call it Wheelbarrow because it's literally showing a wheelbarrow. And I think of like the AoE 2 technology it shows a wheelbarrow. So I just call it Wheelbarrow myself. And what's he aging up with? He's going Agra Fort. No, he's actually going for the Carnamata. See, this is a bit of a dilemma because what you're supposed to do with Carnamata is you're supposed to age up with only 10 villagers, construct the wonder, and then get a house and slowly get your queue of villagers going, jumpstart again. That's how you're supposed to do a Carnamata age up. This is a mediocre Carnamata age up at best, because you actually went for all the villagers first and then went for the Carnamata afterwards. Much more rather you've gone with an Agra 4 at this point, because that means if Dutch is paying attention and doing everything they're supposed to be doing, yeah, they're already going to be shipping in and training stuff. They're shipping in some sailors right now, man. They got half the trade route going. They're obviously going to use this wonderful Paketivart, Matsishijipjis, or whatever, however you pronounce Dutch, and they're going to already have like a million resources out of this stagecoach right here. All because you were busy playing Gandhi Houseville when you're I was going to say Farmville, but you don't have any farms, so I'm going to call it nuclear Gandhi Houseville. Because all you got is like houses in one market. Yeah, I mean, and what is he going for? Is he gonna... Oh, he's going for double coin at that trade route, so maybe... Age... Is he gonna age up? Is he gonna get Hussar? Oh, he went double stagecoach on both trade routes. That's when you know you're in trouble, when you're giving the opponent that much leeway on the map. He is really raking the map full of resources. It is... Oh yeah, you may as well get the Adontans at this point, since that costs quite a bit of... Not a lot of coin, it's actually like 300 coin, right? Not a lot, but... Just remember that looks like a lot of units, but they're really weak. They're like statistically similar to the Lance Soldatar, if not weaker. So even weaker than like Russian Musketeers weak, so... Yeah. Don't pay too much attention to the numbers, but... In a mass it can be pretty useful because it does mess up enemy targeting and stuff. So yeah, that part is pretty good. So what do you do in this position if you're India? Yeah, you got the Karnamata at a greedy level, but does it really matter at this point? Or what are the resources of India? Well, actually their food is pretty good right now, so I'm thinking maybe it's something to this whole logic. But I will say though, it does leave you really vulnerable, because if Dutch wanted to go for that aggro flank war stuff I was talking about, they could easily like rip off this section of your food economy real easily and then move on to this. And then your mine and wood tree over here would be in direct threat all the time of getting sniped. That's how nasty the flank war's movement speed is. And then they can move over here quickly and start going pew 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 over here by the food. Yeah. Absolutely. Ooh, wow. That's one strong woman there. She literally had like 20 grenades tossed at her and she'd even go flying in the air. She's got a lot of strength to stand her ground to the last bomb. Very tough. Very tough and brutal. So now we got ourselves here a massive Grenadiers and Adontan natives. Ready to go for assault on this side, it looks like. Are they gonna try to go for this house, maybe? Well, this is a good move by Sog. Mass up a bunch of Gurkhas so I can actually kite off against his infantry. The only sort of thing that can maybe fight back a little bit is the Marines, because they're also skirmish, but Grenadiers, the Adontans, they have some problems trying to fight with them. Grenadiers have to wait for their grenades to recharge, and then they have to like run up to him, throw the grenade and bomb at him, and hope that it works. Yeah, no, you're gonna have to get out of there. Zog's doing a good recovery here, honestly, for the amount of time it took him to age up, though. Oh yeah, absolutely, definitely. And then looks like I got a phone call coming in, so you mind if I pick that up real quick? Let me unplug here. Sorry about that. I'll be right back.
We're back. Let's resume. Hopefully it wasn't too long of a wait. A lot of phone calls today. A lot more than last week. Or the week we were doing it. So hopefully not too much more will come. Getting back to this, we see India doing a very successful counterattack with Gurkha skirmishers to deal with the Grenadier threat, as well as some native Adantan musketeers. These here, as you know, statistically 100 HP, 18 range damage. Not a real threat. You know, by themselves. You need like our things to really make them stand up to much. And what will Dutch do to respond to that? They will get flankers and hussars. I don't know what the flankers are going to do. Well, the thing is, flankers actually are a bit better than grenadiers in this case because they do have the range of a skirmish unit. So they can do a little bit of fighting with the Gurks. They can't be out-kited by them, but they will suffer the multiplier of the Gurk, though. What do they get for, what do the flankies get for the... so they only get hack armor, they don't get any pierce armor, though. See, I think they should have like a little like 10% pierce armor because they're part ranger as well. Just to sort of make it feel a little bit more accurate. Oh no, don't get smothered by the Rajputs, so... Qatar's slicing through the Hussars. 4C. When, luckily for Dutch, they have a large swarm of hussars, so they can actually deal with it. No. I won't do it. Gotta get those hussars in the position to do. Oh yeah. Get them in the position. Now you got right in. Oh, good blast of the grenade against the Rajputs. See, this is why I like Rajputs, you know. Not everybody likes the Rajputs, but I'm certainly willing to train them because sometimes you get a nice mass of them going and they can be a threat to even infantry. And here we've seen the Rajputs be a pretty good defense up until that point, because now the Gurks are undefended. Oh, nice, Sepoys. Get their swords going. Get them the swords going. Those are voice lines.
Yep, go in the tower. This is a lot closer than I thought it was going to be, honestly. I thought the Dutch was going to have a field day against this later India. But I guess, in some sense, if you can survive for a certain period of time with that late card in the Mai, you can make a lot out of it, it looks like. Because if I look at the resources again, they're not doing too shabby in resource count right now, considering all the training they're doing with Rajputs, Gurkhas, Sepoys. They're really training everything under the sun right now. The fact that they're able to keep that up, I'm not going to make the hand attacks even stronger with the Vidian arts here. Vidian martial arts. Gurkhas now again an edge on the heavy infantry. Oh, this is not bad for India right now. Also, man, get a consulate, man. You get like a good solid number of get diplomatic intrigue and then get like 18 grenadiers going from the French consulate. Get like a bunch of grasshoppers or something. That could be pretty useful. You can also go for academicos, you can go for abyssars, whatever you want. Take your pick, get 3 battalions of consular units, courtesy of, you know, the Wars of Liberty consulate system like that. Seven hussars, not enough anti-cap for that. Got one down, but as far as the rest of them is concerned, I don't know. Now, what I'm going to be curious to see is, does India actually go for like a capital age up at all here? That could be interesting. The only thing really holding them back, though, is the fact that the Rajputs cost so much food, like they were like 100 food apiece. So yeah, it's not a cheap price at all, honestly. Could afford the agent right now, though. Maybe now's the time because you got some Sawars coming in. Oh no, he's gonna train with Rajputs. Rajputans. But the Dutch are going to capital age. Now, what are they gonna do? Are they gonna go for like a industrial age move? Because it's Dutch. You don't have to fight capital age. You could go right to industrial age and start picking up their ultimate units right away out of the box, fresh with guard upgrades. That's like an actual legit option. You get like 3 of them. You get the Rushmeister, which is the same as the Infernale, only with guard upgrades already active. Constantly food. Put this one ender, which is the Musketeer from Africa, that has really good armor values. You get the Machazi, which is the same as the Mushitero, but of course with guard upgrades already there, and then it costs only wood. Yeah, you get a lot of options. Is Dutch in Age 4. It's totally like a really good investment for you. Petards. What is this? What is this? A Kaiski Tuski Definitive Edition rank game here? When do we ever see Petards in action? I don't even think I've seen Kaiski even ship them to the home city before. That's like first. Actual Petards. That is simply really new. I have never seen that before. Shipping P-cards to home city. I don't even think I did that back in the day against the AI when I was like young, like a young gringo. I didn't even do that. I didn't think when I was a young gringo I used to do that. Nope, definitely not. I would have remembered if I did. I have never shipped P-cards from the home city before. Never. I've always traded from my foundry. So what now, India? What are you doing? Fufi has paid 100 ransom for his explorer. What do you do with all these villas in the TC? Are you gonna like put them on wood? Are you just gonna leave them there? Lose down the economic value? Like, what's the plan, man? Do something with these things.
Yeah.
आदेश लकड़हारा
तैयार
Oh, he's going for a castle too. I mean, honestly, yeah. I don't know about the castle though. We don't see any sort of foot artillery or steel guns yet, so I don't really think you're gonna need siege elephants just yet. Oh, you might choose to get it for offensive purposes, since they're also good against buildings. Well, when you build it though, it really doesn't want you to build that thing. Oh, he's going to the Taj Mahal so we can call a ceasefire like a total hippie. It's interesting. Hippie. The age up is just the wonder and not the town center, so you can still age up. Well, you're still resigned. I would still age up to like laugh at him like, you thought you could stop me from aging up, I still got my wonder build. Nice try, man. You should have went after the wonder. Yeah. Should have went after the wonder. Everyone is here, LOL. When is Will coming out for Nintendo Switch? You call them up and ask them to get it. I'm sure they'll listen. I would certainly do it myself, but, you know, I'm busy running the channel here. And I sort of don't want Nintendo copyright striking me for playing Wars of Liberty, so, hey, I'm fine if Nintendo doesn't want Wars of Liberty. Because every time I open up my Wars of Liberty game, I'm like, oh my god, you come in, copyright strike them, copyright strike them. Oh no. Oh, but it was fine 2 weeks ago. Oh no, copyright strike them. Yeah, that'd actually be a real nightmare for my channel if Nintendo were able to get a hold of Wars of Liberty. Like, literally I'd be looking over the corner every eye of the day wondering if my channel's gonna get, like, shut down or whatever. Yeah, that'd be a total miss. Yeah, definitely don't want Nintendo getting your favorite games, that's for sure. That's one mistake you don't want to run into. But if I got like their endorsement and they said, "Oh yeah, you're a certified what and such, and we're gonna give you all the resources you need to get this game out and going and stuff," yeah, then I might say, "Yeah, this could be good." And if they paid me to promote them or whatever, that would be great. But otherwise, Nintendo getting involved with your games is always a total mess. It's one wish on your worst enemy. Alright, so now we're on match 2 of Fufi versus Sog. Is this going to be a Malaysia or this going to be a Hudson Bay like the rest of them? Okay, so, yep, Hudson Bay. So, at least I think they remember to record their games this time. Yeah. So we got Peru, Sog versus Fufi's Sweden. We've already seen Sweden today, so be a bit of a review of that. As for Peru, this is a new civ that we've seen today. So for Peru, it's not much you need to know about them if you know the Lamb civs pretty well. They get immigrants on age up, get an ultimate building, ultimate unit from the ultimate building. The thing you really gotta watch out for with Peru, though, especially, is the fact that their villagers, the Cholos, can actually garrison in any building, not just town centers. They can garrison in this house. See the little door icon? That means they can go in here and hide. They can go in barracks, they can go in stables, they can go in church. I think they can go into church. Yeah, they can hide in a lot of structures, I think. So yeah, they're really good at like defending themselves. And another little feature of Peru is, when you kill a Peruvian military unit, all the other ones gain a temporary line of sight and speed bonus so they can get out of there. So that their fallen comrade is the only fallen comrade, you know? You don't have to stay there and die if you don't want to. So it's pretty good. And then later on, of course, they get a card, which they might have. Do they have it here? The last cartridge? Yeah, to the last cartridge, it basically swaps out the speed bonus with the damage one. So they actually, the Juanitos, instead of running away when their little Juanito amigo goes down for the count, they say, you know what, we're going to avenge him. We're going to get more attack and go after you now. Yeah, they still keep the line of sight bonus though. But, so you can chase them down. But yeah. And remember, that works both ways too, because technically, even with the speed bonus still active, if you can beat them in a fight, killing one of their units means, hey, now they can chase after me to finish me off with that speed bonus. And that works in the other direction. So it can be used in both contexts, really. So it's kind of interesting. Now, what we got here is a very fish boomy deck, it looks like. One that's very focused on the water, or at least countering the water. Because we got 2 Corvettes here, and then we get the Infinite Corvette card here, and then we also get a turret ship shipment down here, the Manco Capec y Atahualpa. So yeah, it's 2 turret ships. Then we get the ultimate building, the Guanera, which, you know, acts as like a water-bound factory that can trickle different resources while also producing turret ships. The ultimate Peruvian ship, which can make the ultimate Peruvian unit, the Guardia Marina, which is basically like a marine infantry but with like really elite stats. Yeah, neat stuff overall. Then we got some infinite shipments of grenadiers and vivanderas, otherwise known as the Juanitas Muy Bonitas. So yeah, and let's look at the Sweden deck just for curiosity's sake. So they get an interesting card here that I should go over called the Land Mana Party. So the way the Land Mana Party works is, for when you research a market technology, basically it gives you a free villager. So it's actually quite similar to the Italian Civ in Definitive Edition, where when you research a technology you get a free villager. Here it only works for the market techs, unfortunately, but it's kind of the similar concept. And I'm wondering if the DE team looked at that in Wars of Liberty and said, you know what would be awesome if we took that Land Mana Party idea from Wars of Liberty and made an entire Civ built around it. Wouldn't that be kind of nice? Yeah. If they did, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Then we got a lot of the same things we saw with the last game. So the Northern Logging, the Leakspank, the crates, the units. Nothing too different here. Other than that, we also have the Advanced Torp. So if allotments want to come out, we can see that. The Statesman. So the Statesman gives you coin as well as a outpost wagon or redoubt wagon. So it's a little bit similar to the Governor General in the vanilla game. Just so people are aware of that. As for Peru, they are aging up with the Japanese wave, so Japanese immigrants. And for a water map, Japanese immigrants, pretty good. You know, I think even their second age up will grant you fish banks. Yeah, their second age up will give you first fish banks. So if you have like fishing ships on the water, it definitely helps out. And another thing Japan can do, if you decide to go full Japanese immigrants the whole game, they actually can give you a secondary Guanera builder. So you can have 2 Guaneras pumping out resources instead of just 1. Which is kind of helpful, because that's the Japanese ultimate power for people that just age up with them and no other immigrants is they grant you a second ultimate building. Or the first one if you haven't built one yet. Yeah. So if you really don't want to have like the ultimate build thing in your deck and you just want to go Japanese immigrants, that's actually an option, you know, if you want to save that card slot for something. If anything, I wish Gran Colombia had it, so, you know, you could get 2 presidential palaces, and if, God forbid, a Gringo Malo or Juanito Malo destroys the first one, then you could build another one later. That'd be pretty good. But then again, if you wanted to go full Japanese immigrants, wouldn't you basically deny yourself the ability to get all but 1 ultimate unit? Yeah, that's the way the logic works, unfortunately. So, yeah, I guess it's fine that they don't have that. I guess it's fine. So, Japanese colony is coming up. Yep, now we're starting to see a dock over here starting to produce fishing ships. With those fishing ships, the Peruvian economy should be booming. Should be getting a lot of fish. Fishing more fish than they could ever thought they could fish before. And what about the opponent? What's the opponent doing? They are... Shipping in food crates. Followed by... Beverdingers. These wonderful musketeers of the Swedish Civ. I haven't really gone into much detail about the Beveringers, so I may as well now. Basically, they are a hybrid between a pikeman and a musketeer. So that means that on the pikeman side, they only cost like food and wood instead of coin. And on the musketeer side, obviously they hold a gun and they use a bayonet instead of just running around with a forearm. And the nice little side bonus is they run really fast too, so they're like quick movers on land. Maybe because the skis on your feet or something, or I don't know where that concept came from, making quick runners. But anyways, it's a pretty good bonus for them. You know, it helps them do a lot of raiding work, it helps them with kiting. Stuff like Paraguay, as you saw from week 1 of the Liga. Oh boy, was that fun for me to deal with. Maybe moving on from the Latin American culture in the Liga might do me some wonders, who knows. Now maybe I could go Asian, maybe I could do some Ringo stuff, who knows. We'll come up with all sorts of plans. It'll be fun and exciting. And I may even do things I know I wouldn't have thought of before. So yeah, definitely. But anyways, we're seeing the War of the Grenadiers now. The Grenadiers of Sweden and the unique Juanito Grenadiers of Legion Peruana. And there goes those Juanitos running for their lives now. It's actually the difference between. So it looks like the Legion Piranhas actually got more HP than the European Grenadiers do. It's kind of interesting. I never quite paid attention to what set them apart statistically different. And also it looks like the European Grenadiers got more damage on their muskets. How about their hand attack, their bayonets? Yeah, they do more bayonet damage too. How about siege? Siege is the same. I think their grenade damage is the same overall as well. But yeah, it's fun to pay attention to like the way the units run basically and what the ultimate stats are of them. Poor Sogdo, his villagers are getting creamed over there by his grenadiers. Big time. Big time. Well, I would say honestly here that Peru has a lot of work to do to get out of this pickle. And to do that, I feel like they're going to probably need a lot of the Shotai to help them with that. Yeah, if they can spam enough Shotai, I would think probably they can get out of this pickle. Because the Shotai at least provide a bit of anti-cav that you can use alongside the Grenadier unit. Because here's the thing, every time I seem to play as Peru in the Liga, I think, oh yeah, this Civ is going to do wonders for me. And then I get to the match, get so many minutes in, and I realize, this Civ wasn't that good at all for me. Why did I go with it? Yeah. And in fact, it was against this opponent, Fufi, too, who was actually going with Australia of all Civs, that, Peru sort of fell apart on me at some point. I had a bit of a good start at the beginning, and then as things went on, things really went downhill, and things really suffered for me pretty much, Wasn't that good. Was as good as I envisioned it to be, pretty much. Oh, here comes the Samai natives of northern Scandinavia. These natives actually ride on moose. Let's see if they arrive at the proper place now. Here comes the moose riders. Look at their little antlers in front of them as they ride it. They actually look so aggressive right now with those antlers in front, but they're charging ahead. Yeah, these are pretty interesting units, They actually get a lot of hit points for hand cavalry. You get more hit points than your standard Hussars by a lot, though. Yeah, pretty fun unit. The Sogdo.
Good match. Tried really hard to defend there, but I guess didn't have a lot of work with. Yeah, I guess so. GG, and then we got one more match to do, I believe, for Stream P. So we'll move on to that one as the final one, and then we're good. Yep, let's load on up. Load on up to the final match of the night. No multiplayer record games. I'd love to do that afterwards. Yeah, I'd love to play some matches, but yeah, I'll just do this last one. Gene P versus Eternity, match 1. Eternity Chinese Classic. Always Eternity goes driving to Fahada. And who's the opponents? Russia. So, Russia versus China. Historically accurate, too. This should be an interesting one. The power of the unstoppable Streletsy versus the power of the unstoppable Chukonu. Yep, he's gonna put a house up, it looks like. And, well, here's an interesting thing. Both of these civs are actually vanilla civs, so structurally, like at the basic structure-wise, you really shouldn't notice too many differences between them in their legacy/D counterparts, but I will go over some of the minor changes that were done. So for the Russians, they have this nice little bonus now where if you destroy a Russian building, the Russian winter effect is applied to those units that burn down the building. Basically, you get this little snowflake thing under their feet that signifies they're going to move slower for a period of time, giving the Russian army time to retreat or to chase after them and hunt them down for taking down their building. It's a neat little feature. And for the Chinese, they get this nice bonus now where when they age up, every village ends up sending them a free villager. You remember those old sort of refugee cards, immigrant/refugee cards China used to get from the home city? They basically baked it into a civ bonus for them, and thus they don't get those cards anymore. And then another little anti-bonus that was added to China as well was, I guess the villagers receive a negative economic theory during the match, so they gather 10% less. I don't know if that's still active or not. I guess it was sort of a countermeasure to prevent them from booming too much with the villagers, since that's like a permanent part of their feature, of their civ now, pretty much. Yeah. So the first card we're going to see from China is the Trade Empire. Gives them access to a trading post rickshaw, and trading posts are cheaper and stronger. And we can also look at the home city itself to see what sort of things they have in store. So Chukonu, Tigerman, this is the same as the Quang Pikeman. The Nian Rider, a little bit like the Steppe Rider, but they have full anti-infantry multipliers instead of just skirmishers, archers, and artillery. So they feel almost like a semi-assault unit, even though they don't. They are still scout units. Flamethrower and Chukonu card, I like that one. Rattan Shields, not a bad one. Diplomatic Intrigue, good choice. Good faith agreements.
I don't know about that. I don't ever get this one, even though I love consulates. Yeah, I know. I like never get this one. The two Hanmore ones make sense though. Meteor Hammer, the Zangoos, Chuko News. You don't have the multiplier improvement for Chuko Nu and Zangoos though, which I'm a little bit shocked by. You do have Western Reforms, which is good. Mostly training cards though, just to spam outright. You do have Intervention, so you can get some Plastoonis or Hussars. Topenkopf Hussars through that, or yeah, what are the other things you can get through that? You can get the Portuguese Dragoons, yeah, or you can get the Green Jackets of the British, right? Yeah. Wait a minute, shouldn't the British get red coats though, since that's like the second unit, the Aguilar? Yeah, they should get red coats technically. Technically, they should get red coats for it. Which would wonder, is it Summer Palace? I don't know, with China that wouldn't go with the Summer Palace to the Cernilo, so that's pretty much expected. How about the opponent though? What are they getting? Quartermaster, Artisan, yep, absolutely, 400 wood. And deck-wise, really, this is the only way you could really do a Russian deck. Distributism is card 1. Followed by Cossack, Cantonese, and Plastuni. Crates. Survive Reforms, that's a pretty interesting one, so you can actually turn your Cantonese into the line infantry. Yep, and then 2 factory cards. Yeah, alright, so this is looking like a pretty standard Russian deck, I would say. I don't know about the Dragoons, though. What do you think about the Dragoons? You think that's good here? I probably would have rather just gone like the combat card for the Plastuni and the Cossacks, or the combat... Well, that one's already here, this one, Cossack Combat, but get the combat card for the Partisan and the Cantonese, yeah. Because in this game, Russians actually get pikemen instead of halberds. And they're Royal Guard pikemen too, so those Partisans end up becoming the Opolshine RG pikemen, so they're pretty powerful unit. And statistically, they're good at sieging. Yeah. Shipping in Cossacks, that'll be the initial aggressive force to move in on the Chinese and maybe move around their villages a little bit. And also, I should mention, China gets this nice little thing too now from the villages, where they can make these nice little emergency units at their villages called Young. They don't have multipliers, but they cost only like a little bit of food and wood to train, and they don't cost any population, so you can add them to your base army as well and just like spam them out. Figured I'd mention that. They're a nice new addition to the Chinese army, and sometimes I end up making them, sometimes no. But if you're running, you have a lot of resources and you want to throw a couple of units into the pod, why not make a couple of them? Since they're not like normal emergency units where you have that like one batch you can send. No, these you just train like regular units and they have a build limit and stuff. Good, useful things to keep in mind. Now we see the Nian Riders looking for an avenue of attack at this point, circling the area. Oh, Russians attacking from this angle. Cossacks raiding over here. But they're going to be pursued by the Tigermen, though. With their swords and their shields. And then the Ruskets, the Russian line infantry, the Rhine... Well, wait a second. So, musketeers were called Ruskets because they were weaker musketeers, but what do you call weaker line infantry? Like, Rhine infantry? It's not like Scooby-Doo at this point. Oh yeah, pretty much. End up sounding like Scooby-Doo. Rhine infantry! Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Somebody should totally try to pronounce that other than me. Anyways,
let's gonna go for a siege of that. Do you have enough? I don't know. I don't know, because there's Chukunu there. I wouldn't do that right now. I'd regroup with the Cossacks. Get them out. No. Get them out. No. Bad Juanito. Bad Juanito Peruano. Bad Pollo Peruano. Wait now. Don't do that. Yep, another shipment of Cossacks to go. Let's see what he does with these ones. Yep, he's gonna go for a raise on this building. Nice. Ooh, nice. I can take out a couple of Chukunus, why don't you? Start taking down the Summer Palace. Shipping some more Chukunu. This should be a win-win-win. More villages. Does he? No, he doesn't do that. See, I include the villager wagon cards because I know that I can increase my bill limit of the work of the villages with them, and then I end up getting more free villages when I age up later. Right, because I always try to go for like a solid foundation of spam in H2, and I play Chinese radically differently between DE and Wars of Liberty. And DE, I'm more in favor of the Mass Fortress age, while in Wars of Liberty, I like to go in for a mass in H2 and then work my way towards H3. Because I feel like I can get a bigger spam in H2 playing them in this game. Especially with their spicier consulate options, like their pikemen and stuff. Yeah, that's what I like to do here. And I think the other day I experimented with... Oh, I did experiment yesterday. I went with the green jackets instead of the... normal partisans, upper senate partisans. I went with the grasshopper green jackets, and that went pretty well actually, so maybe I'll do that a little bit more as well when I feel like skirmish is on the menu in terms of success. But now we're going to start to see the Eternity Consulate options take up full now. Yeah, this Juanito's going to be making some spicy consulate options as we speak. I don't even think you need him, honestly, but do whatever must be done. Do not hesitate, show no mercy. And we will be at MTG in no time. Little Juanito Peruano. Ooh, Plastuni shipment. Good timing, actually. Good timing. Time for the Plastuni. So what are the Plastuni? They're basically an assault unit, like a one Cossack. And they get an initial Swashka splash attack, which is charged, and then from there they just deal normal melee attacks with their sword. Since they're assault, they get hand armor, and they also count as cavalry. Like you saw right there, that was a good maneuver with them, and if you can mass them up, they can actually do a lot of damage to enemy units, which is great. But yeah, definitely consider adding Plastuni to your Russian armies in Wars of Liberty. There was nice 4th edition to the Blockhouse. Because I remember in the Napoleonic era, the Russians got the poleaxe, which, you know, just a pikeman basically to swing an axe around. But to me, Plastuni, something totally unique and different. Definitely gets the job done, and then they get their own pikemen anyways to the Partisans. So yeah, I think that concept works really good. It'd be pretty cool if the DE devs added Plastunis to their Russian Civ. It made them work somewhat like that. They could even make them work like something totally different. You know, I mean, I think they'd have to be careful with the unit rolls a little bit because you don't want to overstep the Cossack or the Polochik. So yeah, they'd have to come up with something a little bit new for them, I think.
But I think with enough planning and stuff, they can make it work out. Maybe they could be like a Lancer unit, you know, multipliers against infantry, but with very low HP or something. Yeah. What do you think? You think we could get Postunis into Definitive Edition? Yeah, that might not be a bad idea, honestly. So what's going to be the next step here? Are they going to go for a attack on town center, blockhouse? Well, they're building up another blockhouse right now. This is the thing you can do with Russians because of their blockhouse setup. You can just like stack them all over your town center when in trouble, and that makes it so painful to try to siege as any civ, even China, you know. Even with all this Tigerman on the field, it becomes a real pain trying to siege your way in. Because now they're going to have to burn through this blockhouse, and they're going to have to choose if they want to go after the other blockhouse, and yeah, that's where things get real interesting real quick. So the question is, does Pollo Peruano have any resources to mass some units? Yeah, they can make some cantonas. Yeah, is that going to be enough though is the question, because I feel like 10 weak skirmishers? Not what I would want to have. I'd like to have a little bit more than that. Oh, he decided to put it away. He's going to age up. Get some artillery, I think. Yeah, he's going to try to do some foot artillery. Yeah, he's going for an age up. He's like restructuring his resource stockpile with the market. What is he going to get though? The Cornet to get Cossacks? I don't know. It could go well, it could not go well. Because here's the thing, he's going to be right on top of you as soon as you get to that age. What you do, like 2 cannons, followed by Plastuni. Yeah. I think that's probably the only chance you got. Get those cannons out. Hopefully you do enough XP bounty damage from the kills so you can keep Postunis coming out. Get the veteran upgrade on them. Pick this up some part along the way to make the Postunis a little bit tougher. Yeah, pretty much.
Stop.
How many, look at all these, partisans, all these pikemen, all these Opolshines. That is a lot of pikemen, man. That's a lot of polearms. That is going to be able to siege through because they're going to be doing like 30 damage or siege damage a piece. Blockhouse is going down instantly with that. Not instantly, but like 3 rounds of like torch throwing and it's already down.
Yeah, that block coast is done. Is he gonna go for the cannons? Oh, he's going for the Bastones, so he didn't even get the foot artillery that he probably was wishing for, you know? We're only gonna have to sit for Bastones, you know. It's not even gonna get the Bastones. The town center is not even gonna last long to get the first batch of them. Siege, siege, siege. Oh, perfect, perfect. Perfect. Timing to fire, Sisi, Trento. Shiny me. Yeah, you can't beat China, honestly. China is a really spammable civ. You know, the only time I was able to beat China in like a 1v... Well, I did... Remember I proved that India could beat China in a 1v1. Remember that on Hudson Bay? I beat Louise Kaiser, and he's a pretty good player. He's in India. So yeah, if you're going up against China, man, just go India. Get the Mahouts out. Just get those big, giant, smelly elephants to sit on their units. Yeah, basically like that. Become like a bunch of little ants. Well, there we have it. Full week 2 of the Wars of Liberty Liga A. So yeah, that was a pretty good week 2, don't you think? Lots and lots of fun games. Lots and lots of strategies. Yeah, I liked it. And now we're going to be moving on to... Well, actually... Week 3 is in progress right now. I'll probably be doing my matches with Chapo any day now. Also, Liga B officially started today, so those matches will be commencing at any point. And who knows, maybe we'll get 2 Liga live streams in one weekend now, right? One for A, one for B. That'd be pretty nice, right? Certainly be a good change of things. Get the Juanitos Boleros really excited for this tournament. Do that. Should be great. Hopefully I see you there. Signing off now from this one. Looks like the streaming went perfect, so I don't think we're going to need any upload of the VOD. I should be able to save it directly as the live stream here. So, GG, well played everyone. Thanks for coming by. This was great. See you next time. China number 1. Yeah. China number 1. You're right about that. China always wins. Always wins in 1v1. Except against my India. Yeah, my India destroys them. I even destroyed Eternity's China with India before in Definitive Edition. So you can't go like, oh my god, you're using broken units in Wars of Liberty again. No, I was in your official environment. So you can't say that it's not true. Alright, so see you in the next Liga live stream, whether it's week 3A or week 1B.